I love bread, you guys. Wait a minute.
Record this amazing shout out piece. They sell plushies and statues and figurines and keychains and lanyards. Bro, I'm selling the store better than she can. It's okay. It's okay. It's her second day. It's her second day.
She laughed. She laughed when she was like covering her face. I didn't even have her on camera. Aw, you little silly goose.
They sell all kinds of craziness. Dude, they sell more stuff than my fucking store. And I bought all this stuff. I just spent a whole paycheck here. All right.
It just sounds funny, like hearing that. Yeah. That I changed now. That line is so, I don't know, overused by the
I was
wrong
an online
people.
troll in the Street Fighter community. Absolutely. There was online harassment that happened. Absolutely. I've learned from that. I've been through it myself now. And I realize how harmful that is and why you would never do it. Especially when you're someone in a position of power who has an audience, to actually troll people, to do drama against people. That's so harmful to them. I would never do that for personal gain anymore, ever again. And taking that money from Keemstar, I feel like I'm...
Hey, Ann, what's up, big sexy? Like, dude, you would be so weirded out. Like, what is Dingus doing?
Dude, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. This is my favorite. This is my favorite Persona boss music. And not because it just says the Almighty, okay? Look, I don't like Tevin that much, okay? Tevin's not my queen. Tevin's not my queen. I get sick of people saying it. I just like the song because it says the Almighty, okay?
Just prefers sloshed bread over normal bread. But to be honest, so do I.
Oh my god! Oh. What the fuck was that?
This is a small ask. It's also a big ask. You can say whatever you want. Will you, and you can say no, and I'm totally fine with this, but just confidentially, between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing, I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see exactly what's the risk, And I not say that I think you would do anything with it. I don't.
I think you got to look at what's to benefit more than what's to risk.
You have no idea the levels, how this has gone. Again, accounts that
I do. I see it. I'm well aware. I have chat up.
Okay. Fucking hate these guys. No, up. Get up.
No, I can't be. There's no.
Good game, dude.
That's about it.
Okay, so that's the hit confirm. Alright, I'm gonna hit the back of the queue.
It's
Go time.
Pray when you shoot, it's a homicide. Pray for my haters, they terrified. If you kill me, I'm verified. I'm still alive, yeah, I'm still alive. Come out the pocketbook every time.
Jesus fucking Christ. I'm too good with it. I'm too good with it. Hang on, I gotta check that shit myself.
I put my soul in a heavy bar.
It's Dan Snyder. Run.
Dan Schneider starred in movies such as Better Off Dead, Picture, and although the movies may have performed well at the box office, it was apparent that the big screen was medium. His portrayal as Dennis Blunden in ABC's Head of the Class would bring clarity to Dan Schneider. He was going to dominate television. Instead of acting, Dan began to write, produce, and create shows such as All That, Kenan and Kel, The Amanda Show, Zoe
Penis Bane. Big ups. Dude, I love penis. Ah, cock.
Over my head to go. Look, no one's enjoying it. Look at nobody here enjoying it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta,
romancing,
siesta,
samba,
la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Alright, so we're already disconnecting, so you can already presume what my mood is like. I looked up my router. I looked up what model it was, because just out of desperation. I was told that the model of the router, the modem as it were, does not operate. It does not operate best when you have IPv6 enabled. So I was told to go to the access point and input the access code and disable IPv6, because I noticed while I wasn't streaming, I was still getting the random drops. No matter, so it turns out it might not actually be whatever I'm doing with, like, tinkering with OBS at this point. Like it's like appearing offline. It's not gonna stop it. So I left OBS alone at this point. We're just gonna stay on 29 and hope for the best. But if it really is the connection, I went ahead and disabled IPv6, and I'm like, there's literally nothing else I can possibly do at this point to make this run like it ran literally last week. I boot up the stream. We disconnect immediately. And I'm like, this never happens on the test streams. This never happens on the test streams the secret test streams that I do behind the scenes on the same connection. All I do is switch a profile. The other profile's got the other account. And we never drop there. I have that shit running for an hour. No drops at all. I don't know what's going on. At any rate, I'm still conserving CPU space now by doing what I did with the browser sources, so this wasn't a complete fruitless endeavor. OBS, my OBS setup is now kind of more clean. It's all cleaned up, at least in the sense that the MSI is theoretically not running as hot as it should be. Yeah, look at it like that. ISP is sending timed hits, you know? It could be that. Maybe. I've noticed it exclusively happens in the evening time whenever I want to do something, but those morning/afternoon test boot ups run perfectly fine. And then sometimes it'll happen over midnight too, like just random drops. There's nothing I can do about it. You guys know at this point. Check the VOD if you really give a fuck about the stream. Alright, I didn't even want to go to the chill scene for this, but I spent yesterday making a new scene that there's going to be a new redeem for it once we make some space. Let's just switch over. Start on the game.
Time to depart yet again.
Just chill out. Chillax. So, I can mellow out. Roman, the new DLC areas. Ah, yes. Welcome back to part 1124 of Xenoblade 3. Yes, when we last left off, the stream was barely stable. Like, it was even more unstable than it is already. It was, like, worse. Now, we are in the new area, Chapter 2. Ah, yes, we're running around, doing meaningless busy work as we look for enemies to kill and new items for our checklist, because they thought it was a great idea to give your ass a checklist in the DLC. Ah, yes, ah, yes. We're on a test stream now? Nah. Maybe on a day when I do like an early clock out. Legit, sometimes my provider will be fucking garbage for like a month and then they'll get their shit together. I mean, this isn't the first time it's happened. You were here last year, around September to November, that period when my shit would just drop all the time. And in December, I fixed it by downgrading and it just didn't happen again. But this time, downgrading did jack shit. What's up, Rummy? What's up, ADB? Alright, I heard his, so I was at the slots today. We were riding high and then we weren't riding so high, and we'll just leave it at that. I saw bits and pieces, like Tevin was in my ear at like 10% while I was rolling. I got the long and short of his react, unfortunately. So I don't even really care about that, because he just watched... He reacted to videos I already reacted to, like the cruise ship video I had already done on a different stream, so it's like, it wasn't... Like, I saw this before already, man. I hadn't seen the Fallout 1 or the No Man's Sky 1, but I didn't get to finish the No Man's Sky 1, because by that point, my wireless earbuds ran out of charge. And I kind of was like, fuck it, I don't want to hear this shit anyway. But I heard his daily rap is filled of whining. Filled with whining. So let's go ahead and listen to that.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, the 30th of April, 2023, and the final streaming day of the month. Today,
no Q&A is good.
I do a long-form React event over on my streaming channel, DSP React.
Yeah, I heard the Cope segments.
The Internet Historian YouTube channel. After people had basically nominated it and said, we don't want drama this month, let's do something completely different and funny and interesting. And so I reacted to the channel all day long. Let's talk a little bit about how it went. So first of all, we had a level 1 podcast here on DSP Gaming. That was pretty good.
I went over here already.
We had a few different discussions, some game news updates, potential for maybe a surprise beta tomorrow. Overall, a pretty good podcast that went well, and I enjoyed chilling with you all. Then we headed over to the DSP Reacts channel. For the first 20 minutes or so, we discussed what we were going to do, and we did a poll, and the first video that you guys voted for from Internet Historian was the fall of 76.
Were you here for the thing, Eddie, or did you come in late? This shit sucked.
26-minute video.
At least from what I heard of it.
I would say it went really well.
It's a base shot.
Then you guys again voted for
base shot. We hit the jackpots. We were rolling high, and then we weren't rolling so high.
Minutes, and we had just
we're
enough
just
time,
gonna leave it at that.
Hour 40 minutes.
We're running back
fully
next
to that
month.
one before my food arrived, which was
by
actually
next month,
Indian
I mean
food
tomorrow.
that we had ordered today.
When the May bonus
and
is
so
hidden.
that was good because we finished up that react just in time. Had a full Indian meal that was absolutely delicious. And then you guys voted one final time, and you wanted to react. You wanted me.
I
to
only
react
heard
to
him eat the Indian food. I didn't want to whip out the phone to look at it.
That we reacted to 53 minutes, and it took just under 2 hours to react to it. So there was a lot of reaction.
That's
now,
what I want.
What went well and what didn't go well. Let's talk. Viewership, pretty good all day. You know, started strong, over 400 viewers.
Came in when he was already whining. Yeah, it was being real weird.
And then we still maintained just about
from what I heard
50 to 400 viewers all day. That's great. Engagement.
Kind of entitled, I have to say.
On the stream, people were talking to me, not maybe as much as I would have liked, and some of the feedback I got was that because we're doing a long form react and I'm watching something and reacting to it constantly.
He asked for feedback and then got upset with the feedback he got.
Gameplay or a shorter react to a clip show that's a little different because of the variety. But when I'm doing this long form react, everyone's kind of engrossed in it, and because of that, there's not that much opportunity to really talk directly to me. Okay, fair enough. I still thought the engagement was great. We had like almost 200 likes on the stream. There you go. Support. Well, Super Chat did okay. I think by the end of the day we had about 60.
I didn't hear the part about kids. 8 Army has some clips up. I'll take a look at them.
New record of memberships on DSP Reacts today. Guess how many? 123. So that's the most we've ever had on the channel. It's still growing, which is great that the channel is actually growing. I'm very pleased with this.
He was so desperate to break that record.
Thank you. If you were someone who became a member, gifted a membership, renewed a membership today, that was very nice of you. We got like
a troll donated gift subs
today. That is superb. The most we've ever had, hitting new records. Very happy about that.
The troll whose name I've seen before, but I'm not going to accuse it of
slow today.
It being them. It could have been an impersonator.
Gunner Glass's goal of $50 until the final video.
So you did hit it.
And I take that back. It was right. It was right at the end of the second video reaction. So I took him off for food and then we put him on for the final one. Funny part is when we finished the reaction ports of the stream, I did kind of a final summary and I talked a little bit for about 20 minutes about how I think the channel is doing. It was almost like a cumulative, here's an update on DSP Reacts and how I think it's doing, but I need your feedback about these long form reacts. Then some tips came in. So it was almost like people didn't want to support the long form react. They wanted to support when I talked to them.
Wow, they want to support when you interact and talk to people?
So you're saying you'd much rather just have discussions with me and support that than have me actually react to any kind of
That wasn't really a discussion, it was more like a shareholders meeting. Aren't you the fucking streamer? Of course they want to fucking donate or donate. Of course they want to fucking give you shit when they're talking with you
40 minutes where I was doing a final closing
They come
video
for
and
you.
saying goodnight to
They
everyone.
don't come for the
Raised like another
historian.
$30, so almost
They can go to
double the
his
tip.
channel if they want to listen.
But here's
to
the thing.
Here's
I'm
the
going to
thing.
be honest because I talked
Here's
about
the
it
deal.
also in this
Oh, no.
kind of state of DSP
Long form reacts
video
are
that will
dead.
go live later this week
Good.
on the channel.
Hate that shit.
The long form react events actually are some of the lower support that I get. If I today
Whoa,
had broken up
buddy.
today into 2 gameplay streams, like let's say I had
You
the
would have
Dark
made
Souls,
more money.
excuse me, Elden
Dark
Ring on the
Souls.
first stream.
I bet you wish you
and
were
maybe
playing
Oblivion
Dark
on the late
Souls.
stream.
You would have made more money.
Would have done better support wise than the long form
How do you know
marathon
that?
I just
How do you
did
know that?
That was 10 hours long.
How do you know that?
So the question is,
remember that
are
day
these long
stream
form
where you
reacts
made
working?
like
Do you want them? Or maybe it's something I shouldn't
$8
do. Or maybe
minus the
something I should
minute
do
man.
less often. Right now I'm doing the
That
monthly.
Mass
Maybe I
Effect
should do them every
finale
other
where you
month.
made $7?
Okay?
What if
So,
it was an
I want
$8
people's
day
feedback.
stream and a
There's a whole video
$7
discussing
night
this that's
stream?
going to go live on DSP
It
Reacts
would have done
later on
better,
in the
man.
week that I know
I don't know
people are
about
going to
that.
be commenting on and letting me know their thoughts. So I'm excited for that one to go live. But outside of that, I did have a great time today overall. I had a lot of fun.
It really
and
doesn't sound
I like
like
the
it.
Internet
Ian?
Historian channel now. Like I'm a fan of it. The 3
I'm
videos
a
I watched
fan.
today
I'm a
were
big
well
fan.
done, and I really
All
enjoyed
right.
myself. I understand
Remember
why those
that
videos
when
have
the
millions of
historian
views.
does the
Okay.
film video.
So
or
good
talk
stuff
shit about him at
overall.
all.
And I had a great time doing it. So
The
what I'm about to
trolls
do right
got
now
into
is
his
upload
head.
everything. The podcast, this daily wrap, and then all the parts from today's React event, including the starter video, which was an intro video explaining the
The
premise,
starter
voting,
video. What the fuck
the
does that
react
mean?
To the Fall of 76, the 2 parts. Of the
It took
React
him
of the
till
Cross of
3 o'clock
Concordia,
for him
the
to
2
start
parts of the React
reacting.
to
Starter
the
video.
beginning of No Man's Sky, the food vlog, which was feasting with the Phil, Indian food, and then that final state of DSP Reacts video where I want people's feedback. So that's a lot to upload, and what's going to happen is it's going to be 1 or 2 videos live a day. Today there'll be 2, maybe there'll be 1 a day for the rest of the week, and then maybe at the end of the week there'll be the food vlog and the state of the DSP Reacts video going live. So there'll be
The State of the
variety content
Union?
over the course of this week going live on the channel. I think that's good. There'll be a good amount of videos there. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it. If you're here live, thanks. If not, I love your feedback. As you watch on demand over the week, please leave comments on the videos over there. Remember, if you're a member,
Why
on
didn't you
DSP
leave
Reacts,
any
you can
comments,
access that
Eddie?
archive stream immediately. You don't
He
even
needs
have to
your
wait.
feedback.
But if you're not, then you have to watch those videos as they go on demand slowly over the weekend.
Why
I hope
aren't you
will watch
invested
them
in
and
the
let me know your
content?
thoughts. Fair enough. So, thank you guys very much. Great streaming day. Support was the one thing lacking. By the end of the day, support was okay. It wasn't a great day. It was just okay. I'm not disappointed, but I'm wondering, should I be doing other things with my time? Are the long form reacts working or not? What do you think? I definitely want your feedback.
I know Ann was live
Tomorrow we're
earlier.
back to
I didn't have a
gaming. Now,
chance to
all
watch
things go
much,
according
if
to
anything,
plan.
of
It's gonna
his
be
stream.
Elden Ring on the
But I'm
first stream,
pretty
which
sure
will be
I
great.
saw like
Now
a
moving on to
thumbnail
No Prom,
capture
the
of him
Underground
watching
City,
the
and
event.
other optional content that's challenging, and we're gonna get some good items
Just
and
the
things for
food
my
part,
build.
of
It's gonna be a
course.
fun stream. And then the late stream tomorrow night is Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, Shivering Isles DLC continuing, which I also know is gonna be very good. I'm excited for that. Hope you guys will join me for that as well. But there may be a monkey wrench thrown into our plans because there's a rumor that Capcom might be shadow dropping a open beta for Street Fighter 6 starting tomorrow.
Why?
And if they do,
I thought you weren't
as long
gonna
as
play
it's
it.
not the 8 established characters that were in the first 2 waves of the private beta, if there's new characters in there, I'm probably gonna want to do it. So we might have to change up
Or
the schedule a
characters
little
that
bit,
you're
but
not
we'll
gonna
see. If
play?
not, I'm
He wants
still
to play
very
as
pleased
Zangief or
with Elden
something.
Ring, and then of course Oblivion
What
tomorrow,
if it's
so we'll see.
like a character he doesn't care
Everyone, please
about,
have a good
like
night. Enjoy the
the
content. I'll see you in
little
the morning
Mexican
for a normal
lady?
day.
I can say that
Chill
because
out, have fun,
you
be
know.
safe.
Aye,
and
aye,
I'll see
aye.
you all in the AM. Peace out.
Ooh, that was rough. Okay, Hate Army's got some clips. There's the one base shot brought up about kids. I did not hear that. And then maybe we'll watch Chris Chan. But you know what? I didn't watch the podcast either. Alright, what do we got? DSP thinks hardworking people shouldn't have kids? Wah! This is woefully misinformed.
Hate Army Generals.
Shout out to Hate Army.
Your name is Hate Army? Saying Hate Army shit.
Hate Army shout out.
Good vibes to the Hate Army.
Shout out for Hate.
I think that's the lady that RTU talked to the other day, but I'm not 100% because I've never actually heard her talk. I've just seen RTU do a stream where the title is talking to some detractor lady, and allegedly it's the owner of that voice.
So the project is official now, and the pressure is on. Around this time, Sean is also looking to start a family.
With
Concurrent to
himself.
all this development, he would go on to have 3 kids.
What?
So the
Why
weight
did
of
he say with
responsibility is
himself?
really piling on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But their hard work will pay
Yeah,
off,
man.
as they're finally going to have a chance for some R&R around Christmas.
I will just say this, and a lot of people are going to
Please
disagree
don't.
with me on this. All right, just full disclosure for those who don't know me, I am not a parent. I have a pet, but I'm not a parent. Okay.
Irvin covered
That
the
was a
RTU
decision
video. Okay,
that I
missed
made
that.
for myself, along with my wife, that we didn't want to have kids. And now I'm in my 40s. I'm probably never going to have kids. I don't think it's in the cards for me. But quite frankly,
I'm looking
I do
at the
feel,
game,
and you
Eddie.
can
I'm not
disagree
looking
with me,
at
and that's fine. There's a lot
video.
of people out there who put
I'm
themselves into
glancing
life
back and forth.
situations and jobs where they're basically not compatible with being a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in an incredibly risky job, if you're in a job that's insanely high stress, insanely high demand for what you're doing, then why are you going to have 3 kids? And by the way, I'm not crapping on Sean Murray specifically here. I'm saying in general, in life, it seems like there is this belief system that everyone is entitled to things. You're entitled to
Yeah,
a
you felt like
family
you were
with
entitled to
multiple
money
children,
earlier.
And this
Oh,
way
no,
that,
that's you every
we
day.
need to have this Americana life. There's this thing
The
in
lack
America,
of
I don't know about
self-awareness.
internationally. But
Isn't
here in the
it
United States, there's this
ironic?
feeling you should have a house with a nice fence around it and a lawn, and you should have, either a significant other, a spouse, a bunch of kids, pets. Like, this is all just expected. This
You
is the
have
American
pets.
way. And if you
Yeah.
don't have that, you
Yeah,
failed
well,
in life.
yeah, I
right?
mean,
and in reality, that's not
there's, like,
true.
there's
in reality, there's many
reasons.
different ways you can go through life and be happy
Oh my
and be
God.
successful. And
What
be
is
accomplished.
this?
It's not
There's
just
a
that
reason
one
that's like the
established
picturesque
way, but it seems like that's what everyone kind of always
Why even bother?
is trying to work towards here. And if you don't do it, you see people who literally say that. They'll say, there's people who will say to me that because I'm in my 40s and I don't have kids, that I'm a failure, right? That,
Yeah, they're trying to piss you
What are
off.
you talking about? Just because I chose not to have
I
kids, I'm a
chose.
failure? Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I feel like there's people
that's
out there
the
who get
Ralph
so
Mill mentality
pressured.
there. Your
You know what I'm
legacy,
saying? That
the Burnell
then they
legacy.
end up doing that, but
your
then,
genes.
but wait a minute, what about everything
You're not
else in
gonna
your
pass
life?
on your
Did you forget
genes,
about that?
baby.
He's a guy
The
who's in
Burnell
charge of an
line
indie
ends
game
with you,
studio.
baby.
They're crunching constantly to finish games. Do you think he should be sitting down having 3 kids right now? How is he going to continue to operate as the head of this studio that's going to pump out this next gen
Use Affinity Kit on
amazing blow
Shulk's
your
kid.
mind away
Yeah, you're probably already
procedurally
fucking done
generated,
with
never
this
before
shit.
done space game, but you're also going to be a
Obviously, I
parent of
gave
3
you time
children,
to
a
finish it
spouse
before
to a
doing
wife.
doing
What
my
are you
next
thinking?
session, so you
You
can
know?
handhold me.
At some point, you have to take a look at your life and say, what am I doing? Is this something I should or not be doing? And, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a family, go for it. But maybe if you have that family, then you can't be the head of this kind of a game studio. This is a job that's going to be insanely demanding of you, right? So I see a story like this, and it was funny that internet historian
How
brought
many
it up. I think
celebrities
it's a
and
very
famous
valid point
people
to
who are
emphasize that.
like
To say
whose
that
services
as
are
he's putting
demanded,
himself into this
like whose presence is
insane,
demanded
risky
24/7?
situation,
How many of them
he's
got like
also trying to do
fucking 3
all
or
the
4
other
kids?
things that everyone else in America tries to do at the same time. Something's gonna give somewhere, right? I think what we're looking at is the reasons why possibly he got into the situation he did with No Man's Sky. This could definitely be one of them. Insane pressure from every direction to perform, right? So
He's
again,
really speaking about
I think
himself
some
here.
people
Insane pressure
need
to
stop
perform.
with the whole
Yeah, that sounds like
cultural-
Phil.
Cultural expectations, cultural norm bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
But this has nothing to do with
I
the
really
video.
feel like
it wasn't brought up.
It's time to look at yourselves inward and say,
What?
what is it that I should do with my life and be happy with that? You don't have to have the full family unit with multiple kids and all these responsibilities and have a great job and do this and do that.
This implies
It's
so
ridiculous.
much. Why does he think
A lot of people
he
are never gonna
thought
have
he
that.
felt like
so now
he
what, you're
needed
supposed to
a
go through your whole life depressed because you didn't live up to
It's like he's
society's
putting
norms and
words in
expectations?
Sean's mouth.
Sounds like that's what happened.
Like
to this guy.
Sean
He
was
had
like,
to have
oh
it all.
yes, I have to have
the indie
3
games career that
kids
I'm
and they
running,
all
that
have to be
successful
white
games. I have to have
and
the family life,
Christian,
I have to have
and
this,
I
I have to
gotta
have that.
continue
Well, how's it gonna
the
work?
purebred
Right, you're not
bloodline.
clone
Ah yes,
yourself,
and I'm gonna shut up
right?
before I say anything more
So-
suspicious. But you get what I
Maybe this
fucking
is a
mean. He's speaking
cautionary
like
tale for
this.
some
This don't
people.
make no sense.
I don't know. But I think it was interesting that he mentioned it like that. He didn't have to mention that at all, and he specifically brought it up, obviously for a reason. I think that's a good thing to bring up in this point. Okay.
What's up, Benjamin? Money. Yeah. Alright, what else we got? DSP concerned because the viewers aren't paying for the food he ate during the stream. Okay, this I did hear. I did hear about this.
Go ahead and ban Matt. Is he an asshole?
No,
yes,
don't ban
you're right.
Matthew.
He's a complete piece of dog shit human. What a scumbag
Matthew.
motherfucker. There you go. You cock sucker.
Oh no, you didn't.
Enjoy.
You lame brain
you
donkey pieces
human
of shit.
fecal matter duty face. Take that, you piece of trash. Yes, I'll keep going.
Yes.
Ban, unban, ban.
Oh, he sounds hoarse in this clip.
Ban. Wow. A couple people. Oh, I didn't update it. That's right, I didn't update it during the food video. Okay, so we're currently at 111 members.
So it's weird how the disconnects aren't as plentiful, but they still exist, but they don't last for as long as they used to, and they don't split the VOD anymore, unless this one did. Don't worry, I will pause it every time I notice we drop to 0. This will be the best, worst stream ever. I hope you guys enjoy falling asleep to it.
If we get 4 more, we have hit a new record. If we get more than that, we are making new records. You see? So there you go. And we have $58 in tips. Now, I'm going to be honest here. Out of everything here, what's the most surprising? I would say Super Chats are decent. 11 members is great. Tips, I'm shocked that we only have $58, especially because this is a long form event I'm doing all day. I thought for sure this would be a situation where people would be, you know, contributing via that way, especially because you get to see like a hat or a vest all day long. But again, I'm kind of not surprised because this happened last month too. When I was doing the Wings of Redemption,
was so long, but I learned so much about PDF files. You got 6 nights. It sounds like you only saw 1 stream.
For whatever reason, don't bring in the same amount of support that I get on like a normal streaming day,
including the divorce stream,
which is weird. You know, I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to break up my content, make it diversified. I hope you guys are enjoying that. But you know, again, I just don't get it. And I asked earlier, and some people were like, it's because there's not enough interaction. It's hard to interact during these videos, to which I responded, and I was like, I will interact with you guys for sure if you want, but it's like, dude, it's obvious it's a pattern
Where's
of behavior.
Where's the interaction at? You still haven't told me.
It's not going to improve. You know, I don't know.
Briefly saw it drop to 0
here's what I'm trying to assess, okay? I like doing variety. I've enjoyed doing the React channel, and the long-form React is something we do once a month. Are we saying that maybe we just shouldn't be doing it? Maybe forget the long-form Reacts altogether. In which case, we won't be doing these kind of things anymore.
Okay,
no more documentaries, no more special videos that are longer.
Excuse the minor
that means once a week there'll be the clips show.
My stream sucks.
I'll still do reviews, and maybe we'll do Tier Maker instead. But the thing is with Tier Maker, I can't do a whole day of Tier Maker. Tier Maker, I have to talk constantly. And when I do that, my voice, it kills me. It's like literally the only noise during Tier Maker is me talking. You understand? So I can't just do that for a whole day. As a segment of an event, that's one thing. But doing it as a whole day doesn't work. So... Excuse me. People that wanted reaction videos left years ago. Well, then why do people continue to ask for it?
Platinum Spyro today as well. Moving on to
people being nonsensical.
Spyro games are great.
Yes, people wanted to react years ago. I said no. Finally, people kept
the remake
asking.
isn't
I said,
perfect,
okay.
but I like it.
And people said, "Oh, hooray,
we're
excited."
It's a decent way of experiencing.
So, what are you talking about? That's like just saying, well, anyone who ever asked for anything in the past, you didn't do immediately. You can never ever do it because you didn't do it immediately. It's either instant gratification or nothing. Well,
wasn't he talking about instant gratification with the class action lawsuits for the ship?
Anyone who has that kind of mindset likely shouldn't be watching.
Why
my
did it take
content
5
anyway,
years to arrest the captain?
That's really dumb. Okay.
Want to make sure they got all their ducks in a row, maybe?
I'm tired of it. I
I'm
can't
tired of it.
babysit fucking kids, you know?
I'm not a children's entertainment.
Oh, it's an ad. People like me to watch these ads, listen to the ad. Is it crappy?
Shady?
Oh, no.
Plane crash. Hey, let's get serious for a moment.
Not Raid Shadow. No, not Raid Shadow Legends. He did it. No exaggeration. I've been offered this too. I was offered Raid Shadow Legends advertising. Everyone has been offered Raid Shadow Legends advertising. Like literally everybody on the planet, I think. It's actually funny. Did Wings or Boogie ever do a Raid Shadow Legends ad campaign? I'm just curious if they got offered it too, because I got offered it.
You gonna
and
shit
I told
on them
them
if
no,
they
I'm
did?
not doing it. The moment I asked them what was the game, it was hilarious. I got an email about it. All right, and the person in the email is so vague. They're like, so we got a game we want you to advertise. It's got this many players. It's very popular. Blah blah. And I emailed back. I said, all right, well, I'm just curious. What would the game be? And the guy emails back and says, all right, so just so you know, I want you to know, yes, it is Raid Shadow Legends. Like, he said it like that in the email.
Because it's
I
a
was
meme.
like, so you know no one likes your game, right? Like, you understand that.
No one likes
I'm
your
not gonna do it.
streams,
Thanks
and
for
you're
the offer.
confused,
It was
and you don't
lucrative, too.
understand.
It was very lucrative. It would have amounted to thousands of dollars. No! You fucked up! Oh, no! Oh!
He needs to have a talk with his wife before he promotes it.
When I was younger, when I was a kid, sometimes I would have irrational thoughts that maybe someone was out to get me.
Schizo
that someone
moment?
was stalking me, and that someone was actually trying to hurt me. But I was just a kid. It was an irrational thought, and I would rationalize that.
Yeah, I get thoughts
by
like
saying,
that too.
No,
They're all
you
in
know,
my head.
It's not happening. It's just
I don't
crazy.
listen
It's
to
a
them.
bad paranoia thought in the back of my head. And then when you think, who would come after me? I'm a no one. No one knows who I am. I just live a normal life. There's no secret people coming after me trying to hurt me, right? Right? It's a crazy paranoid thought, and you dismiss it when you rationalize it, okay? But then time passes, and what happens? I become a prominent person on the internet as a content creator. Everyone knows who I am. Everyone loves to make fun of me and tear me down. And now, literally today, there are people who on a daily basis are trying to find a way to mess with all my stuff and ruin my life. There's people who have stalked me and taken pictures of me without my permission in public to try to make me look bad.
Fred Meyer
There's
photo
people who
with
are
the
trying to
fake
hack accounts and do fucked up stuff. They're hitting me with false copyright strikes. They're hitting me with crazy things that I'm not doing and making up conspiracies about it. You see? Today, all those things I was paranoid about when I was a kid are happening. But that's because I'm a prominent public figure on the internet, and I never would have fathomed when I was younger they could be real. And by the way, I would say last chance, this is going to be like the final hour. Last chance to anyone who wants to support the stream today. I would really appreciate it. First of all, thank you to people who became
The
members
cat
and
pick is
gifted
real.
memberships.
Of course it is.
Thank you to those who did super chats. Thanks to those who
Just
have
didn't want to
before,
address it.
All right, or up to now. It would be
Probably
great
the best
if
route
we could
for
hit
him,
at
too.
least the hat goal for today. Keep in mind, this was the
At
only stream I
least.
did today,
Oh,
and we
can
haven't
we
even
at
made
least
enough
hit the
tips.
hat
That would have been
goal?
like one normal stream. So if we could get
Hey, it's
just a
Maper.
few more and hit that hat goal. At the very least, that would be somewhere to start.
update the,
At least I would have had enough. I'm not even kidding you.
stuff for me.
Right now, I don't even have enough tips to pay for the meal I got. I'm serious. So if you could do that, that would be great. If not, it's not the end of the world. We're back to full-time gaming tomorrow. I guess I just got to take this as an example that maybe you guys don't want the long-term events. I don't know. We got to think about it. I guess we're going to have to talk about this. All right? But, all right. I'll be back in just a couple minutes with a coffee, and then we will continue and conclude. Sound good? What does the tips go for to help me out right now? Because I'm really in a bad financial position right now, and I don't even know how I'm going to make it until I get paid by Twitch later this month. So that's what it's for, just to help out, man. I will just say this, and a lot of people are going to disagree with me on this. All right, just full disclosure for those who
Get
don't
ready
know
to
me,
disagree,
I
I
am
guess.
not a parent. I have a pet, but I'm not a parent, okay? That was a decision that I made for myself along with my wife, that we didn't want to have kids. And now I'm in my 40s. I'm probably never going to have kids. I don't think it's in the cards for me.
The stream finally stabilized.
But quite frankly, I do feel, and you can
But
disagree
we're
with me,
looking
and that's
at
fine.
39%
There's a lot of people
dropped
out there
frames.
who put themselves
Wow.
into life situations and
Ridiculous.
jobs where they're basically not
Oh, it's zipping again.
compatible with being a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in an incredibly risky job, if you're in a job that's insanely high stress, insanely high demand for what you're doing, then why are you going to have 3 kids? And by the way, I'm not crapping on Sean Murray specifically here. I'm saying in general, in life, it seems like there is this belief system that everyone is entitled to things. You're entitled to a family with multiple children, and this way that, you know, we need to have this Americana life. There's this thing in America, I don't know about internationally, but here in the United States, there's this feeling you should have a house with a nice fence around it and a lawn.
I really do wonder where he thinks those
either
sentiments
a significant
came from.
other, a spouse, a bunch of kids, pets. Like, this is all just expected. This is the
What does he
American
think
way.
the American
and if you
dream
don't have
is?
that, you failed in life, right? And in reality, that's not true. In reality, there's many different ways you can go through life and be happy and be successful and be accomplished.
That's not
It's
even
just that
completely,
one
like, his logic doesn't
established
even
way,
flow.
But it seems like that's what everyone kind of always is trying to work towards
He
here.
just
And if
thinks
you don't
like
do
that
it, you
because
see
that's what
people who
trolls
literally
tell
say
him.
that. They'll say, there's people who will say to me,
There's a reason
because I'm in my
people
40s,
have
I don't have kids, that I'm a
aspirations.
failure, right? That what are you talking about? Just because I chose
They aspire
not
to
to
be
have
something
kids, I'm a
greater than
failure?
they
Like, that's
are.
ridiculous. I feel like there's
They
people out
leave
there who get
everything
so
they've
pressured.
ever known to
You know what I'm saying?
cross the
That
sea to start
then
a
they
new
end
life
up doing that, but wait a minute, what about everything else in your life? Did you forget about that?
Ah, yes.
Attorney Forever did a 50-bit cheers. Is Burnell Jr. running around? Now, there's a thought. Yeah, dude, there was, the bottom line is,
Now there's a thought, right?
if I had a stable income and things were a lot, if I was a big YouTuber, I made a ton of money, if I was a big streamer, made a ridiculous amount of money, if I had a stable income and I didn't have these issues with taxes and shit,
disconnects
and
are
things constantly
persisting,
screwing
so
over,
we're
and also if I didn't have, hundreds of people who were mentally ill constantly trying to hurt me, then
I'm
maybe I
catching up
consider
on the
having
shit
a
I
kid,
missed today.
but I don't think so, man. Plus, I'm 35 years old, you know what I mean?
Yeah, now he's like 41.
It would be one thing if I was like mid-20s, but it's a little different now.
Alright, this ain't happening. Oop. Didn't see the video ended. Alright, Dark Side Phil rants on Star Wars, lashes out at Dr. Disrespect, ingratiates himself with Moist Critical. What the fuck was he doing today?
Hate Army Generals.
Shout out to Hate Army.
Your name is Hate.
I'll answer that question once I stop disconnecting. Alright, and we're back. He's 35 years old to have a kid. I don't fucking know. They label the areas on the map now. I didn't notice that. Alright, run it back.
Hate Army? Saying Hate Army shit.
Hate Army shout out.
Good vibes to the Hate Army.
Shout out for hate.
The other story I want to talk about is the whole the whole Star Wars Jedi Survivor fiasco. And I have seen some weird stuff. All right? And I mean, here's the truth. I should be able right now to outright say what I want to say. But because I have a bunch of stalkers
What do you want to say?
who come after me for everything I say, they try to cause problems. All right? Well, fuck those people. Really. I mean, I'm a person who should be able to say whatever I want and be able to criticize things when I see bullshit. And I'm going to do so this morning.
See a dude that's like
I
level
don't
10,
care.
there's no reason
all right?
for
And
me
please
not to
understand,
engage.
what I'm about to talk about is not trying to start shit with anyone. It's me trying to be transparent and honest with my audience and telling you my real feelings. All right? So as you know, I keep saying Street Fighter. Star Wars Jedi Survivor has launched and it's a huge mess. On PC, it's nearly unplayable for most people. On console, there's constant frame drops and issues. On PS5, it crashes. On Xbox Series X, the frame rate's all over the place, and it's just not a fun experience when you get to harder parts of the game, and these things that you're supposed to be reacting to, you can't. You're dying. It's like, screw this, right? Well, for the most part, the internet is in consensus about this, all right? But I've noticed there's a couple people out there, a few content creators in general, who are bigger.
Would I do it
who
either?
are basically
Are you
almost
telling me
like
or
trying
asking
to
me?
shame people for being honest.
Man, it's like the
about
second
their
time I've played
experiences
this
with
DLC.
game, all right?
I haven't played it since
I
Tuesday.
saw some things that I shook my head at last night. So I saw this tweet, and I'm gonna
Life
say
doesn't want me to
too
play
bad.
this game.
Dr. Disrespect put out a tweet last night, and he's like, I was just playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor on my super duper high-end PC rig, you know, my $40,000 graphics card and my fucking top of the
I didn't hear
line
this, rant.
configuration. He says, I played it for several hours. I didn't
Asking?
have any performance
Oh,
issues
yeah, I don't know.
whatsoever.
In
And
regards
so
to this DLC,
people
I don't
out
know what
there,
you use
these
it on.
gamers today are just fucking whiny baby bitches, and they need to shut the fuck up. I'm not even kidding. He made a tweet. I paraphrased, but that's essentially what his tweet said. Okay? And I'm reading this, and I'm like,
This guy's a fucking
it's
asshole.
remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable that
Have work in the morning. Should get some sleep.
it's
Good time to go
2023,
now. Okay.
and we
Thanks
still
for
have
showing up.
content creators
Sorry, I keep
that
disconnecting.
literally don't care
Have a good night.
what they say online.
Time
They feel no air of responsibility. They feel like no moral compass when they say shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, all right, I was a very irresponsible person. I said and did things that caused a lot of drama because I didn't really give a shit. I didn't really realize the impact that my words had on the internet. I didn't realize that with the following that I had as a content creator, that things that I said and did had definitive consequences. All right. Yeah,
That's
I used
a
to
lot of
hate on
damage.
Minecraft all the time. I used to hate on other indie games and stuff all the time. And people would say, "Why are you so
Here's
against
a tweet
them?"
from Dr.
And I'd be
Disrespect.
very stupid
I
and say
played
things
EA
like,
Star
"Oh, you know,
Wars
they're
Jedi
kiddie games and
Survivor on
shit like
max
that."
settings all day yesterday.
10
Yeah,
years later,
certain
I play like, man, I
cutscenes
totally
dropped
understand
frames.
people like
Overall
these games.
performance
Boy,
and
was I
experience
ignorant
on
and
the
stupid
game
back
top
then because of
notch.
dumb shit that I said.
People that
right?
complain about video games, go get a
When I started
life.
as a content creator and I was
Oh
very
yeah, that
popular
was
at the beginning
totally
there,
paraphrased the tweet there.
I was very
Yeah,
irresponsible.
that's exactly what he
now
said,
I
Phil.
look back and I'm ashamed of myself, of the things that I said and did and how I conducted myself. Because now I realize there are people who took what I said as like fact and probably
Very
went
much
and dumped
a
on
mountain out
things
of
and
a
hated on
molehill
things
segment,
unfairly and
I
acted
gotta
like
say.
jerks because they were like, oh, my guy that I look up to on the internet, DSP, said it, so it must be true. All right, today, it's very simple.
I'm a different
I
guy,
gotta pay
man.
attention to what I say and do because I realize now that there are impactful things that can happen as a result of what you say on the internet. If you have a following at all, whether it's a ginormous following or a tiny one, you still have a following. There's people who trust what you do, okay? And you got to be careful. I'll give you an example. Personally, I look at a game like Cult of the Lamb, and it doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't look like it would be anything interesting to me. I could be completely wrong, but at least when I look
Hey,
at
you're
Cult
wrong
of the
about
Lamb,
Minecraft.
I say, hey, perfectly fine if you enjoy it.
No, you
enjoy
didn't.
it
You
for
called
what
it a
is.
fucking
Go
meme
play
game.
it. For me personally, it looks like kind of one of those flash in the pan, viral popularity indie games. It doesn't look like anything that I would really enjoy after like a stream or two, and I don't think it's worth my time. But by all means, you go enjoy it if that's your cup of tea, right? Back in the day, I'd be like, that game's a piece of shit. The only reason anyone
Still
would
are
play
like
it is
that.
because some streamer played it. It's junk. It's for kids.
You're still
it's
like
crap.
that.
Forget about it. And
You
I'm not
said
gonna, I'm
that
not gonna
about
say
Cult of
stuff
the
like that
Lamb.
anymore.
People only
Because
like it
I've
because
grown.
influencers are playing
I've become way
it.
more mature and intelligent in my head. I've become much wiser, and I realize that words like that can be harmful, right? And stupid, quite frankly. It's just it's an uneducated take. If I've never played the
You're
game, how can I
uneducated,
crap on it?
man.
That'd be pretty stupid.
Fuck outta
What I can
here.
tell you is it doesn't look like it appeals to me. That's why I don't want to play it on my stream, and that's my justification for kind of avoiding the game. But that doesn't mean it's a bad game and I
Avoiding.
should be shitting on it.
Did it
like-
shit on
like
your
I used
wife?
to a
Did the
decade
devs
ago.
attack
Okay?
Kit? I'm
But-
avoiding it.
When you're someone the level of Dr. Disrespect or other, because it wasn't just him.
So what the fuck is he allowed to say?
I'm singling him out because
What is
was
he
like the most
allowed to
prominent
say
one
if
that
he
did it.
holds
And I
this
don't
much
know if Dr. Disrespect
responsibility?
has
Like,
some
can he
kind of
say
a
anything?
partnership
Is he
contract
allowed
with
to
EA
talk about
or not.
anything?
I don't know if money is a
Can he
factor
be
here
a
or what it
person? Is he
All right?
allowed to be a
But
human,
it's this
Phil?
simple.
He can only be a responsible
People are not just
PR
making this shit
spokesperson
up
robot.
on the internet to get jollies off to destroy Jedi Survivor. All right, the game is running horribly for a lot of people. Thousands of people
Okay,
have
but it didn't
documented
run
their
horribly
awful
for him,
experience.
apparently.
That's why it's being
Outside of
review
certain
bombed on Steam.
cutscenes.
That's why people are posting up
All he did
memes
was
about
talk
it all
about
over
his
the
own
internet.
experience.
I have video evidence. My first 5 hours, the first 2 hours were choppy. The final hour was so choppy. It was literally
I ask
unplayable.
the same question.
Okay,
every
literally
time.
unplayable. So, my experience is I'm having these issues, And when you see a tweet
what about
like
his
that from this guy,
experience?
it's not just like, well, I had no issues.
His experience
but
is negated.
I feel sorry for
His
those who
life
are,
experience
you know,
is
it sucks.
negated.
It's no, I had no issues. Therefore, everyone who's bitching
That's
on
not
the
what he
internet
said.
is just a whiny little bitch, and
That's
they need
not
to
what he
grow up.
said.
Like he literally said that
No,
in
he
his
didn't.
fucking tweet.
No,
It's
he
like,
said,
dude,
"Go
you don't
get a life."
understand with the size of the
He didn't
content
call
creator that
anyone
you
a
are, with
bitch.
the audience you have, and the attention
gotta be a
bring.
robot.
When you say
You gotta
shit
be
like that, it's
unrelatable in every
harmful.
aspect.
What you're doing, you're actually hurting the gaming community.
You gotta
Alright?
be a shill.
You're essentially saying, oh, it's good. Just ignore
gotta
all
have
the
no
problems with launch
opinions,
games.
no
one should ever
convictions.
complain or demand better.
Doesn't he
Just
hate those
pay money
people
and shut the
too?
fuck up. No, that is completely.
You're telling him to shut the
contradictory
fuck
to what
up.
we should be doing. We should be standing up for our rights as consumers. When we buy
What?
a game that runs like shit
What?
at launch, we should be
He's
collectively
speaking
getting
up
together.
for himself. He's
and we
divulging
should be
his
saying,
thoughts.
No, we demand
You're
better.
the one
We
telling
pay
him
you
to
our money.
shut up.
Now give us a quality product.
Why is he not
just
allowed
because
to share
you're a
his
big games studio like
experience?
EA,
You're dehumanizing
well,
him.
you'll fix it in 3
This is
months,
toxic.
right? No, we paid it. You know, you need to freaking give us exactly what we want, right? So I don't know. And the thing is, you know, perhaps it's bullshit.
Nintendo factoid.
Maybe he was joking.
They came up, guy.
Maybe he was. I don't
the
know.
Game
You know,
and
I didn't watch
came
him play it
from,
on his stream.
Some dude
But
watching another dude.
It's
play
kind of
with a
silly to
calculator
make a
on
freaking a tweet like that, because even if it's a joke, it's a harmful joke because people will see that and think he's being serious. Wow, Dr. Disrespect says there's
He is
nothing wrong
being
with
serious.
this game. Now people might go buy it.
That's not what he said.
You know, I just again it kind of
That's not what he said,
continues
though.
on with the
Can you pull up the
line
tweet?
of irresponsibility. I hate
Remember
to say it,
when this
guy
dude
has
would
shown a
screen
track
cap
record of
shit and put it, like,
irresponsibility with his actions
next
over
to him?
years.
What
You
happened
know,
to
he
that,
just
man?
kind of thinks that he can just do whatever he wants.
He's
and
done it with
everything's just a
tweets
joke,
before.
right? No.
Why wasn't he able to do it with this
No,
tweet?
when you have that level of popularity,
We can
you
put up
have
a
to start
picture of him
treating-
screaming at a
treating
cloud,
yourself
but we can't
seriously
put
and
up a tweet.
responsibly.
Can we
even if
fact
it's a
check the
joke
tweet?
Oh,
No.
it was a parody tweet. It's actually, I believe, the opposite. Then don't make the fucking tweet. It's stupid. An outsider will see that tweet and be like, no, he's supporting the game. And like I said, reading the tweet, you'd think he has a partnership with EA or something.
No.
You know? So...
No, I didn't get that impression.
it wasn't him. It was a few other people too. And again, maybe these are people.
If
trying to
people
make
look into
sarcastic
it
jokes
wrong
about
or
it,
misinterpret
but I
it,
think
then
that
they're
it's
regarded
kind of
and
more
that's their
harmful than
fault.
good. You shouldn't be doing that in today's modern day. You can't read sarcasm on the internet in a post. In a video, perhaps you can. If there was a whole long form video and he was being tongue-in-cheek sarcastic, that's different than just a tweet. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
He said that because he was about to watch internet historian shit on Fallout or something.
Now's the time to be serious about it and be like, nah, the game sucks and we all deserve either refunds or a better game.
He wasn't
You know
joking.
what I'm saying?
There wasn't a joke in that tweet. That wasn't a joke tweet.
So some people are arguing with me. Yeah, I know. Here it comes, right? Here comes the fucking...
Oh my god. Alright, let me wait for it to recover. Alright, we're back. I can't wait. Here, what is he gonna say? What is he gonna say? Defense Force, ball lickers, ball washers for Dr. Disrespect? Let's see. Let's see. I'm thinking Defense Force. The Defense Force coming out the woodwork.
In fanboy Defense Force, whatever. Yeah,
I got
just
it.
Because someone's a big content creator, they're immune to any criticism, right? God forbid. I'm not crapping on the guy. I'm not saying his content's bad.
You are.
I'm saying I think it was a pretty irresponsible
tweet is
tweet on his
content.
behalf. And like I said, it's
It
not
was
just
so
him. There's a couple
irresponsible,
others
man.
as well that were smaller than him who were kind of making similar tweets or even responding to his tweet. And I was like, this isn't good because people will read this out of context. And they'll actually think
cares?
that this is real. And then they're going to say, oh, well, I believe
It's
what
not
this
a
guy
joke
says. They'll go buy the
tweet.
game. And then they find out, oh, the guy was fucking lying. It was a joke.
It was
A
lying.
real funny joke. I just lost $70. Ha ha ha. Right?
All right. Well, that's on you for being stupid and listening to the
Anyway.
words of an
All
influencer.
right, so
to
I hope they
influence
patch
your
the game.
game
The thing is,
purchases.
I'm not even lying. Like, I like
what
the
is
game,
the argument
and
here?
I'm pissed because I want to play Jedi Survivor right now. Like I was
It's
in
just
the middle of a cool
nonsense.
area. I was exploring
I
this
bought
town,
a
was
game
fighting
because
droids, boss
fucking
fights,
Dingus
and I
told
had
me
to stop
to.
playing it.
Wow.
And I really want to play it. So I hope they patch it soon.
Obviously,
like I
that
said,
makes sense if the game
ideal
is
state,
good.
if they patch it like Wednesday and I can start playing it again on Thursday, I'd be really happy. So I hope that they actually do patch it and it ends up being better.
I agree.
Okay?
I'll have to wait because we dropped to 0 again.
Arkham, I understand what you're saying. You're saying he's playing it on PS5. There's no issues. I should try playing it on PS5. I'm not rebuying the game. I already spent $70 on it. Well, I take it back. $62.99 plus tax. So it was just under $70 tax for me. I just basically.
You should probably worry about yourself.
I already bought. I'm not buying it again. I don't made a money. I'm not gonna throw money and buy it again on another console. And by the way, I'm not redoing 5 hours of gameplay again either. You know what I mean? Like that's time. That's money invested. I should be able to play it whatever I want, and it should work. And if it doesn't, I should get.
Oh man, this stream hates me today. All right, we're back.
Time that's money invested. I should be able to play it whatever I want.
I'm not crapping on him.
And if it doesn't,
he's
I
just
get a fucking refund.
irresponsible.
It's one or the other. You know what I mean? So I hope it ends up working. I hope they patch it soon. Bug catchers of the impression no one's going to play this Star Wars game after 2 weeks pass. When another game comes out, Star Wars lacks long-term replayability. Well, that's probably a good point. I'm not saying it's not just about Star Wars.
Future
it's
redeemed,
actually
two-party
about
characters are able to
the
strike
fact that with games,
what's called special paired
well,
set
they
of
have a very small window.
Unity paired.
Unless it, all right, there's an exception. If it's a competitive game or an online game, all right, that's different. Usually competitive games and online games have a bigger window. But if it's just a story-based game, especially single-player games, they usually typically have a very small window of about, I'd say about a week to a week and a half from launch, where they get big hype, they get a lot of attention, and everyone's kind of talking about them, they're memeing about them.
Depending on the specific pairing in terms of damage, area effect, and more. Additionally, they always inflict smash, burst, or blow. Furthermore, the 2 party members who perform one will receive the Awakening buff. Use any combos at every opportunity to make battles go your way. Can we use the Awakening that makes my streams go my way? Right. Just give it a second here.
You know what I'm saying? It's all of that. And if you don't have your game in order during that launch window, all right, you're essentially screwing your chances of having a successful game. And I feel like this is what's happening right now with Star Wars. You know, it came out Friday. It's now Sunday. EA says they're going to patch it. We're all waiting. And if they don't get that patch out by like midweek, what's going to happen is the focus is going to shift. We got Redfall coming out on Tuesday. If the Street Fighter 6 beta actually does come out tomorrow, people are all going to be already talking about other things.
Ass.
And if they don't get that, if they don't get that consistency down, where we're going to get that patch out right away, and then we're going to continue to improve the game, and we're going to listen to the demands of our consumers who are upset about the game, this game will be forgotten, and that's a concern for me too.
Yeah.
I spent almost $70 on it.
I spent money.
And if I don't play this game
Dude,
within the
that
next
did
week,
nothing.
Like, let's say they don't patch the game until
I'm just
2 weeks from now.
It did do something.
Will anyone really care about the game 2 weeks from now?
Maybe you should have
Or are
rushed
you
it
guys just
then.
going to say, just don't even bother with it. Just do other stuff, right? It very well could be
What
that.
other
You guys
stuff
could say,
will
"Oh,
there
well, don't
be?
play it."
There's nothing coming out
And
in
that would be
May.
sad because
There's
apparently the game was
nothing
good.
coming
The
out in
reviewers who
May.
played it and got
How much
through it said the
longer
game was
can you
outstanding.
drag out
I was
Elden
really
Ring?
enjoying myself
Just-
until the performance issues hit. So imagine a game that could be a game of the year
just
contender.
play the game.
That ends up being
Just
a
play
game
the
that's
game.
completely skipped over and
Literally just
forgotten
play
by
the
most people
game. I
because
want to
of the
play
bad launch
games.
and
Me
a
read.
botched
My
attempt to
connection
fix
won't
it. You know
let
what I'm
me.
saying? So
What I
hope
wouldn't give
not.
to have
I
your
want to
shitty
play this
business
game and
class
enjoy it.
internet.
And I'm nervous that if they don't get their asses in gear and get this patch out right away.
Hey Tevin, my stream sucked.
That moment, that flash in the
I
pan
disconnected
hype
IPv6
is going to fizzle out
because
and people are just gonna want
AT&T
other
said
things,
my
including me. I'll be ready
specific
to move
modem
on. No one's going to want me to go
doesn't
back
like
and play Jedi
IPv6.
Survivor. They're going to be
And
groaning
that did
whenever I try
absolutely
to
nothing.
wedge it into the schedule.
And I was
You know
rolling
what I
high,
mean?
and now I'm not rolling high. So that's this day in a nutshell.
Okay. What? I don't know if I believe this. Someone tipped $2 and says, Moist Critical put out a video last night. He spent hours on the frog boss in Star Wars. He died over 120 times. Apparently the boss is bugged. Does anyone believe this? Does Moist Critical spend hours on single bosses? Like, this doesn't sound anything like the content he puts out at all. This sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. What about you guys?
He streams.
This sounds like baloney
Why
to
is he
me.
not allowed to stream
When
games?
was the last time that he did something like that?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Right?
When was the last time you looked at anything
anyone
he
can confirm
did?
if that's real, but that
Confirm
sounds
or
like a bunch
deny?
of
What was this bit?
bullshit
What was this bit?
to me.
You don't watch his content.
Bullshit.
He's only seen him
No,
talk
I
about
agree.
e-celebs, so
See,
that's
Main
all
Stairs
he's
is that
about.
frog
That's
boss
all
isn't
he's
even that
allowed
hard.
to do.
You're right. If you could control your character, if there wasn't insane performance issues, that boss wouldn't be that bad. The problem is the boss literally can one-shot you with several of its attacks, and you can't get your controls to react. So if you can't, you know, if
Shut
I
up,
see
lady.
it, it's gonna attack. Okay, let me dodge to the side. Half the time you do it and it won't come out. You're like, what the hell is this? I might as well just fucking put my controller down and let the boss just eat me. What's the point?
You're aware we took out 2 Mobius yesterday.
Exactly, the Rancor wasn't bad. The Rancor killed me a few times, but there wasn't massive performance issues fighting the Rancor, and I was able to beat it in like 3-4 tries, right? I think it was like 4 or 5.
Think back on what
While
you
this
know.
frog thing,
Not all Mobius are like
it just
those
the game will not run well in that cave. It's shit. I loved Fallen Order, but I never actually finished it. It's pretty sad to see the new one has the same issues at launch. The latest Digital Foundry video really shows how badly optimized it is. Oh, did they put out a video about these issues? That's
You
interesting.
don't have to hold your tongue. We were the ones who executed
I completely agree that,
You may hold
again,
us fully accountable.
this is supposed to be a high-profile game from a big studio. You can't put it out in 2023 like this. Enough forgiving these guys and saying, oh, it's fine, they'll fix it in a couple of weeks. No one cares about a couple of weeks. We want to play it now because we bought it. If we don't play it now, we just don't want to play it at all, right? So, yeah. Thank you, Dark Mag. I appreciate that.
You mean the Ouroboros power? Is that it?
Hamlover is saying it's real. He says there's a video called "The
First
Boss
time
That
you've
Almost
seen
Made Me
it.
Rage Quit," and there's a picture of
Nothing weird
Ogdo
about
on
being
Penguin's
curious.
Penguin's
he and
Zero
Nate
channel.
make
So he
a
did do it.
good
Oh,
power
okay.
couple there.
Well, then I take it back. I think
all
if
of
that's
them so
true.
far.
It sounded like maybe someone was trying to start some drama, but that's
Pretty much
interesting.
the same thing.
Not me.
I'm not trying to start drama, man.
Can't what?
I'm not lying. Go watch it.
means
Here's a
you
link to his
can't summon a
channel. The
blade.
hardest boss I've ever fought. So
Surely
yeah,
you must
apparently this
have
voice
realized
critical
the
thing
way
is
he's been
real.
fighting. I hear it can be an issue
You
with
want to know
some
the truth?
soldiers.
All right. I'm going to say something, and of course, a lot of people are going to laugh. Here we go. For the content that I've watched Voice Critical put out, I actually find it very entertaining. I actually feel like we actually have similar opinions and a like mind on stuff. But I think that a guy like Voice Critical would never care to even have like a normal conversation with a guy like me,
Eddie
because
P
he would turn
voice
me into
acting
an
that
internet meme and a lol cow and an asshole, right?
He's
So it
talking
sucks
about
because
us
I really
defeating
feel
the
like,
Mobius.
you know, basically like we play the game.
Now I get it.
We get to that boss, we both hate it.
all wrong,
We have that
so-
same feeling. We have that same exact opinion
You
of the
have it
game,
now.
right?
Inside
And
you both.
sometimes I'll watch his
This power.
content, and I'll be like, I totally understand what he's
Remember?
saying. I get it,
Back
and I
when
think
I
his
freed
sense of
you
humor is
with a
great
burst
too.
of light.
I actually think he's probably
Anyone
a
who
nice
gets
guy and a
touched
cool
by
guy
that light
to hang out with.
inherits the
You know what I
Ouroboros
mean?
power.
But I
Oh,
would never get
I didn't know
the
that.
time of day from a guy like that. Instead,
What, really?
he sees me as a joke meme on the internet because so
With a
many
little
people
work,
fucking
I'll
crap
be
on me
able
and
to
dump
draw
on me
out
and make
its
negative
true
things
power.
about me all day.
And then
So
in
I'll never
theory,
even get
I'll be able
a
to
normal
free
conversation
others
with the
without
guy.
even having to
Not
destroy
once would it
their
even
flame
happen
hooks.
because he has no interest.
Well,
He sees me as a
anyway,
fucking
the rest is all
clown
up to you.
and a joke because of what
people do,
people have
man.
done to me on the internet.
You'll get the hang of it in no time.
So whatever. It sucks because it's like, see, he agreed with you. Here's the video, and I'm like, I don't even believe it. I think you're just trying to start shit with the
Thing about
guy
Ouroboros
because that's what
powers.
people do. They just
It was
want to
created so
again.
we
They
could
want to make
smash
everything
up
into a
Mobius
fucking
balls.
clown
Schizophrenia?
story. It's so dumb, right? So
They're shiny chest Watsons. You
Anyway,
destroy one, and it takes him clean out.
it's
See,
interesting
my
to
granddad's pops,
find that we have a
he
similar
used that power
situation
soon
there
as
with the
it
Star
came to
Wars
me.
game for sure.
And made it so that
Okay.
us city folk would hand it down through the generations.
No, I'm not saying I really want to hang out with him. What I'm saying is he's probably the kind of guy I would get along with. You know what I
sorry.
mean? Like we're of like mind
Long
on
story
certain
short,
things.
all
But
this business
God
went down
forbid
about
that
70 years
ever
ago, or thereabouts.
I ever think that the guy would ever want to like have a chill conversation with me
Hey,
because I'm a
Nicole.
fucking meme on the internet who's to be derided
I'm
and made fun
gonna
of and
be
shat on
frank with
constantly
you.
without any kind
Frank
of
Castle?
exception, right? You know, lol
Don't think
cow.
yourself
So
a
because of
burden
that, I
because
don't
you
get
ain't
the
one.
respect from anyone.
We've all
Right?
got our
Because I
strengths
really
and
did so much
weaknesses.
to deserve that, but you know,
No
we
big deal.
can talk about that till the cows come home, and it's just a waste of everybody's fucking time at this point. So.
Weird segment.
Hobo X says Digital Foundry
video, not
released
the
their
game.
PS5 Star Wars video, saying the PS5 tried to keep the frame rate above 30 by dropping the resolution very low, even below 720p. Wow, that's so bad. What happened?
What happened, man?
What
No, he's
fucking
definitely not
happened?
going to get it on PS5 now. Hey, it's the guy and the
What's
other
going
guy.
on with this
What?
game?
Oh my god. No dialogue?
They're just telling me
They're just watching.
they pushed too far. They pushed
cost us a ton
the
of
graphical fidelity of the game too far
hurry on, Matthew.
to the point where none of these platforms
each
can
passing
support what they
minute,
want to
she's getting
do.
further away from
You know what
us.
I mean? That's just shit.
Walking.
I know that.
Literally says it took Moist over 2 hours to beat that boss. I guess you would have been able to beat it in 2 hours. Here's the thing. I
yes,
definitely would have
yes.
beaten it if I stuck with it.
believe
You saw that last attempt. I got it down to like maybe 30% health. So if I just kept getting, being determined, I definitely would have beat it. But the point was I wasn't having fun anymore. Because the game wouldn't react and it was so sluggish and dropping frames, it wasn't a fun fight. It would have been a fun, challenging fight if the game was responsive. I would have had a good time with it. But at that point, I was like, I just don't want to play anymore. It ruins your overall experience, right? Stupid.
You can obtain unlock kits from containers and relics found across Ionios or as quest completion rewards. The world contains enough unlock kits to fully unlock all your characters, so it's a good idea to use them as soon as you find them and keep going, getting stronger. Ah yes, we just need to wait for fucking connection get stable again. Wait a minute.
Arkham, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, do you not feel the consumer deserves better? So Arkham says not everything can be a masterpiece when it comes out. Games like that, when they first launch, they're going to have bad things about them, but then they'll patch it and it turns out being a really good game. Like, I understand what you're saying.
I'm just going to tell me to unplug
but at the same
modem.
time, you got to understand
thanks.
something.
I'm good.
I want you to put this into perspective.
I'll probably unplug it after this stream.
Let's say you go to the grocery store and you buy a bag of apples. All right? But the bag of apples is horrible. Do you agree with the grocery store that that's okay? As long as those apples will taste good next week.
The base game feels like it peaks during the homecoming ritual and then it just lingers.
It just has to sit around your house.
But I still think it had a fine serviceable
If you buy a car,
but six is like a
and the moment you drive the car off the lot,
just an
the car is sputtering and stalling, and the tires keep
had a better
losing
ending,
their air,
but a worse
and you're
intro.
told, oh, just wait 2 months, and in 2 months the car will run fine. Is that acceptable? No. The moment you buy things, you're supposed to have the product at its optimal value and usage. You're not supposed to be buying something and then having a time lock release of when you can enjoy the product you already bought. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So, just in reality, no, this is not acceptable. I'm sorry. Like, I understand people are like, as long as it's eventually good, it's fine. I don't like that mentality, and I hate to say it. I almost think that games like No Man's Sky or Rainbow Six Siege kind of
those games
created this mentality among gamers.
Themselves.
Just forgive the initial mistakes and just
of course you're
wait
hurt
for
the
the
most
good
because
game
you
to eventually
always
come.
pay.
And I think this
like,
kind of
you paid
created a very bad
70-60
mindset
every time
among consumers. That should not be
you're an idiot.
how it is.
You never
those are the
wait and see.
exceptions to the rule, where the initial offerings of those games were awful. But
so
then
if a
over
game
time,
is
the
garbage,
game
just leave it
bought
garbage
into
and
the
try
fact that
again on
people
another game, I guess.
We're supporting them and said, okay,
You're not allowed
we will
to make a game
live
better.
up to what we
You're not allowed
promised
to
and the expectations, and we're going to continue to improve our games till they're good playable games.
I don't get it. Like, does he just want shit
I don't
games?
think that we should all just
He just wants
collectively
more
say it's
shit
okay
games,
to
so
release a broken game, and we'll
feel good about
just
skipping
trust
games.
us, we'll fix it later. No, I don't think that.
the enemy. How do we proceed?
That's a big help.
I appreciated that. I appreciated that.
I looked at my recording for the Mario Kart stream Friday, and I compared it to the VOD for it, and it was like 10 minutes of footage cut off because of how many times we disconnected. I thought that was pretty funny.
To what we promised and the expectations, and we're going to continue to improve our games till they're good playable games. I don't think that we should all just collectively say it's okay to release a broken game and we'll just trust us, we'll fix it later. No, I don't think that should be the case at all. I think that's a bad mindset. That's a bad way to go about business, quite frankly. Okay?
Alright. We turtled our way through that video. DSP has 0 memories and feelings about the Vest streak. Come on, the Vest streak gave us so many memories, bro. Out of here.
I'll be honest, I've noticed that I don't think these are doing as well. Like both the Pro Jared and the Wings long form events that we did the last couple of months didn't necessarily bring in that much attention. I mean, the views are okay on the on-demand videos, but I noticed the streams in particular didn't do that good. So I'm curious what'll happen today now that we're not doing this kind of drama content too. Will people support this and say, hey, I'm glad you're branching out and doing something different. You listen to us. We're not just doing drama. Or if this is like the 3rd straight month where the stream doesn't do that well, maybe I got to think about maybe I do these only every other month, right? Maybe we scale back the long form reacts a little bit and we just focus on the show and reviews, and maybe I do more tier makers. Maybe I increase the frequency that I do tier makers.
You guys want to continue to see me upload videos to YouTube? At this point, since I'm making no money whatsoever on DSP Gaming, and I'm making almost nothing on KO Gaming, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment, I need you to help support everything.
Classic memories.
Let's see here. Ricky Zebra says, I have interesting facts to share today. Your Vest streak was 276, but if we read that number backwards, it's 672, so he's a confirmed detractor.
I thought 672 existed prior to the Vest streak ending, but I might be wrong. Because I thought I saw him as a mod in Wings' Twitch chat prior to the Vest streak ending. But I might be schizo. I think that's just coincidence.
What? It glitched and meant what? I'll have to think about that one. It's funny, you guys still bring up the Vest streak. I don't even think about that anymore. When was the last time we even had a Vest twice in a row?
Okay.
I literally don't
like
think about
bring
that
it up
stuff
every
anymore.
day.
It's just not even like
Come on.
it doesn't never even
get out of
comes
here.
to mind. But you guys still bring
They're
it up
not
as some
bringing
big
it
deal,
up to you
right?
all the time, right?
Clyde says the Vest streaks always made the last 15-20 minutes of your streams funny at night. But yeah, because there were some times that we'd have like no tips at all on a stream, and then people would be like, "Oh my God, is the Vest streak going to continue?" And then all of a sudden, someone would come in with like $100 bomb tip, and then the Vest streak would continue. Went on for a while. It was very, you know what? That was so helpful because let me tell you, that was the year that I was going through my bankruptcy and everything was falling apart. And if I didn't have that support for those 3 months, I don't know how I would have like afforded anything. I'm really grateful for that, guys. I mean,
Show us
since then,
the
obviously things are
Mustang you
different.
got with the Vest streak
A
money.
lot of things have changed. I'm not even on Twitch anymore, and a lot of things have adjusted, but it's all good. And this
like
Vest is now a symbol
when the Vest streak was
of all of us
It wasn't
who
that
never give
long
up,
ago, man.
who basically say no matter what gets thrown against us in life,
Look at how
we're going
sick
to
he
persevere through
sounds.
it. We're going to say
He
fuck you to the
sounded
haters,
so
and we're going to be
sick
successful no
during
matter
the
what.
Vest streak.
That's what this has become. That every day now,
I
it's
fucking
another win
forgot.
against those shitheads who every day tell us we can't do something. We're
forgot
not good
he used
enough.
to sound
We're
like
just
this.
scum. For what?
He claims
What do
it
we
was
do?
his mic
that we
setup.
deserve that. Nothing. But this is what they are. They're just crazy people, and they will always try to tear you down. In life, there's always going to be people trying to tear you down. And this Vest has become a ridiculous, I know it's stupid it sounds, or crazy it sounds, but that's what it is. This is a symbol of persevering through all kinds of adversity, through all kinds of challenges, in a way being able to do this symbol, to have this symbol stand for something is pretty cool and motivating. It happened before any price hikes. I mean, you're right. It was before the freaking, that was before COVID. Well, that was during COVID, right? It was 2020.
That's
so it was
AEW,
during
right?
COVID, but it was before inflation. Yeah. Happy Sunday to you, Derek. It's good to have you here today. New Jack says, who did the biggest bomb ever? That I don't know. I don't see. Here's the thing. I don't document this stuff, nor do I really remember. I don't really think about it or remember it. Like someone said, what's the biggest tip you ever got? I don't know. What's the biggest amount of gifted memberships I ever got? I don't know. I don't remember any of this. You know, what's the biggest amount of gifted subs I had on Twitch? I don't know. I really don't remember. I don't. It's not something. I just like.
You had a lot
I think
of
about
them.
the future.
You were on
I don't
that
dwell on
top
the
10
past.
list.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I don't plan on anything.
You're so bright, I gotta wear shades.
I never planned on being a YouTuber. I never planned on being a streamer. I never planned on any of this shit happening. It just happened. Who knows what the future holds? No, I know for a fact I've had bigger than $1,000 tip. I know I have. I think I remember at some point. I think I remember 2,000. if not even bigger than that, but I can't remember the circumstances around it. Like I said, I don't think or document those things. What's hilarious is there were literally people who were sitting in the stream chat just waiting because they knew there was going to be a new vest today, and they're literally just shitting on the vest, saying it's a bad. Okay, what is bad? Hold on. What's bad with this? Right? Blue. It's thinner. It's nice. It's got the same pop style collar as the other vest. It actually has a little bit of flannel on the inside for a little bit of difference. All right, so I want to hear it. What's actually wrong with the vest, or are you just here
All
to
strikes
be
against
negative
DSP Gaming are
shitheads,
currently in
right?
limbo, waiting for the
Because
counter
it's
analysis
not
to
like it's
clear.
not my first
I'll update us
rodeo.
soon.
I
I'll
know
update
every time
everyone
that
as
there's
soon as I
something
can.
positive
Thanks for
that
the
happens,
patience.
we got to shit right on it, right? So let's
nothing
hear it.
burger
Let's
art,
actually
just like I
hear
predicted.
the real justification for why this vest isn't any good. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Let's see.
We're pit
When we start
vipers
uploading
everywhere.
to YouTube?
No, because
honestly,
apparently those guys are
it was
cringe.
just kind of boredom. There was a point where I had a really bad back injury, and I used to be an avid Street Fighter player. I used to travel to go to these tournaments and everything, but basically I got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore, and I was looking for a new hobby to get into console gaming, and I had seen that people had been making videos for YouTube, but none of them really had like personality to them. It was more like someone very dry talking a walkthrough on how to beat a game. A lot of them didn't have a commentary at all. It was just someone playing a game, raw gameplay. And I was like, I feel like I could add something here. If I did a video and I commentated over what I was doing, and I just kind of messed around with it because I was bored, I had nothing to do. It was like something I was looking to do. You know, I didn't think it was ever going to take off, and it blew up. It literally blew up on YouTube for what reason, I have no clue. I don't know. But it did. People really liked it, and I appreciated that they did. And then, you know, that channel, the original Dark Side Phil channel, got more popular over the course of a year. I started to take it more seriously, buy games and cover them. But really, it's just never anything intense. I didn't go into it saying, oh, this is something that I want to do as a job, or this is something I think I can make money on. It never was that. And I actually did it for 2.5 years before I ever put any ads on my videos. So it was just a hobby that I made no money doing.
Is this the script he wanted to use for the side scrollers?
What the hell was it that was dancing? I can't even remember. I wrote it down.
You have to use it at
Someone
some
in
point.
a dancing like outfit, a full like mascot outfit, dancing outside. Then there's another dancer, more dancers. You got a band, a marching band playing here along with them, and they're dancing outside. They're doing the dance. They're playing music. They're dancing. They dance onto the inside, and they're dancing left and right, and they're doing flips and dancing, and they're kicking up like this, and they're dancing and doing all kinds of crazy shit. So they dance inside the actual arena. Dexter Manning did a super chat saying that his girlfriend has a crush on me, and he should cosplay as me. That would be incredibly disturbing. I don't think you should do that, Dexter. I think that, you know. And by the way, I'm not sure that your girlfriend would appreciate you saying something publicly like that. She might be very embarrassed now.
Oh! Where are we headed?
That is disgusting. So Lily said, sadly, we lost some of your level 1 podcasts forever, especially because they were the first time with the intro. Yeah, I know. What can you do? That's how YouTube works.
Nothing I can do,
YouTube
man.
granting false strikes without vetting anything because it's idiotic and it's automated and stupid. I also like how they lie and they claim that we vetted those. You didn't vet anything. You literally didn't vet a thing.
They're liars.
Because all you gotta do is listen and you would know that's not even the song being used in the video, but you didn't vet. You know, they're just lazy.
Hood, yeah, it has a hood, look. I'm ready to game, bro. Who's ready? Come on, who's ready? Who's ready? I'm ready. Cold duties. Gotta put in my duties tonight. Here we go. Let's God. Oh my God.
There is so much poison, hatred, and vitriol in his voice whenever he talks about lies or lying or people joking or pretending or they pulled a ruse, but actually they're a liar because they lied, even if they were just fucking pretending or making a fucking jest. It's one of his weirdest quirks. Alright, Lumix. Wings of Redemption lies about boxing tickets being sold out! And Kelly buys Richard a poster. This is live. My whole body jiggles. I'm coming to you live like I do every night. Coming to you live like I do every night.
The video failed.
The video failed. The video failed. Hi everybody.
Hold on, boys.
Did he even say anything yet?
Well, that phone call was more lackluster than I thought. Well, you gotta be a hater. Gotta hate. I mean, like, you gotta understand, like, I'm not a fighter. So, like, I don't know how to fucking throw punches. So, like, everything I've learned in, like, fucking span of 4 weeks. Like, I've been more worried about, like, trying to last 2 minutes. Like, that's my goal. Like, every day I wake up, it's like, can I go 2 minutes of high intensity? So, like, everything I do, I try to do in 2 minute intervals. Because, like, I'm not going to get to the point where I don't fucking gas out. Because it's going to happen. And it's probably going to happen right at the beginning of the second round. But I don't have to go the whole 6 minutes without gassing. I just got to go longer than Boogie. That's the real issue here. I most certainly can prove that. Watch on May 13th when I sleep Boogie. The tickets are sold out for the fight in person. Tickets are sold out. 1,000%, dude. I've got... Let me add it up before I just make a number up. I got $350 into a passport. I have...
That was some good damage on that.
As of right now, I have $700 into my boxing gear. So there's 1,000. I got, you know, there's another $400 between travel from, you know, paying for parking, baggage.
Did it.
And, you know, that, and, you know, shit like that. There's $1,400. I have $488 on an MRI scan. I have another $15 on an eye doctor appointment. I have another $25 on a doctor appointment. I got another $25 on a blood work copay.
Couldn't hide that from me.
So yeah, I'm over $2,000 into this fight already, out of my pocket. Me not showing up would fuck me. I mean, Dingo.
They just say
if
you're
I don't
gonna
find a
not
sponsor,
show up
most
to
likely
piss you
$5,000-6,000 what I'll actually make for the fight. I don't know how many tickets they were. I know you can't buy them right now. I don't want to talk about the plane trip in specifics. I don't even know what the thumbnail is on this shit, honestly. I didn't even bother changing it. Dude, I am so happy how my fucking beer turned out, though. I gotta tell you, like, I don't know why I hadn't dyed my beer before. Like, it makes me feel so much better about myself. We're actually the main event of the prelims.
He fought
There's
3
3 fights ahead
seats.
of us.
Leave him alone. Yeah, he probably did.
I'm most definitely gonna call somebody out if I win myself. Call out Wings 007? No. First
why
off, he's
not?
like 160 pounds soaking wet. And that motherfucker couldn't afford to do any of the stuff to actually get a boxing license. I'm 100% going to win by KO. Like, the only reason I have any kind of athleticism is because I played baseball for so long. In my head, if I win this fight, I might fight again, and if I win that fight, I might fight a 3rd time, but I'm never probably going past 3. Boogie passed his medicals. So, like, Boogie either found a doctor that was willing to sign off he can fight, or
Didn't he say that with the boxing gloves they were
Boogie
using?
can fight. It's funny you say the Kool-Aid Man. I want to show you guys something. This is a little sneak peek. I didn't want to show boxing gear off, but this is my mouth guard for the fight. I thought it was cool as fuck.
They say I'm the Kool-Aid Man.
Get some water right now.
Bippity bippity.
Dude, because Phil's a fucking legend.
No.
Like, the internet would not be as cool without
Legend of
Darkside Phil.
failing. Legacy of failure,
Can I
I
put my
suppose.
cat in the top hat? I guess.
Phil's a legend, baby.
He doesn't want to go.
Wrong.
There he goes. He don't want to go. It's a cat in a hat. I'm kind of concerned with Rocco though, because like he's kind of losing weight, and I don't know why.
Calm down,
I'm bad
Dr.
at games.
Grayson.
I mean, I could. Well, I could, but I'd have to emulate it. Right, I enjoy streaming. If I didn't enjoy streaming, I wouldn't like stream to like 200 people in the middle of the night. Well, if Kyle wants to disrespect me, let me disrespect Kyle. Ask him why he can't get FPS Rush's password. A thing that makes you millions of dollars and you forget the password and have no way of getting into it. That's a bigger blunder than anything I've ever done. Jack, no, I don't need anything to eat, man. I haven't ate anything yet today. So like I'm due for a protein shake. My goal is to be under 400 by Monday.
I'm gonna be under 400 pounds at the end of 2014.
Dude, the whole rigged fight thing is total them trying to create a narrative to get the fight canceled.
Why?
There ain't no rigging of the fight.
How would that cancel the fight? Who cares if
It's
it's
them
rigged
trying
or
to
not?
create drama.
What? Huh?
I don't know why Phil don't dye his hair. Like for $10 you can't go wrong. If you could do one thing
would have to
completely
talk about
different in
that
life,
with my wife.
let me ask you a question, Mervin. Like, are you talking about like if I could go back and change one thing, or if I could change something I do now? I mean, that's a close one, Justin. Like, I kind of wish I never sold my old truck. Yeah, 100% I'm fighting.
Do they have any
fighting,
other
let
fucking
me go
kind of
see.
question for him?
Anybody made a Twitter comment
I
on
need
my
to-
stuff.
I need to
BG
check
said
Twitter.
he can't get down to London because he's doing thing.
Oh, you can take his
These
place,
people
Eddie.
always they always take these videos and post them on there. Like, nobody cares, man. You're just gonna get blocked. What's my realistic predictions for the fight? I'm gonna go out round one arrogant as fuck until I get smashed in the face, and then I'm gonna get serious about it. And I don't know how long it's gonna take Boogie to get me clean.
They actually healed me?
That's my prediction. But once I get serious about it, I see myself dropping
Clements was
Boogie
just
within
Jory the
30
whole
seconds.
time. He used to claim he was Sean Ranklin.
It's all about timing, man. And like I'm and this is gonna get fucking clipped, right? But I'm basing my boxing training off of Dark Souls 3 PvP.
What?
Because in Dark Souls 3,
That should have been the fucking
it's
video
hard to
title,
hit
Lumix.
somebody. But the best way to hit somebody is to get them to close the distance for
What?
you. You can do that by feigning and, you know, head movements, things of that nature. And disrupting timing. So that's my goal, is to disrupt timing and get Boogie to do the work for me. What did I spend 2K on? I got about $700 wrapped up into my boxing gear. $350 into a passport. Probably another $250 in parking and stuff. $448 for an MRI. I had blood work I had to do, doctor visit, eye doctor visit. You know, different things. $10 fees here and there. I had to pay for a boxing license.
I ain't trying to pay, man.
Oh, there's another thing. I got to board the cats. It's gonna cost me like almost $200 to board the cats for 5 days. Well, $250 for parking is parking and like luggage fees put together. Basically airport fees. The Boogie fight is 100% real, and I'm done answering the question. It is 100% real. There's no scripting, no pre-outcomes, nothing. Like, if you believe some fucking sad narrative that Keemstar wants to give me 10K, you're a fucking idiot. If Keemstar wanted to give me $10,000, he could just give me $10,000. I don't have to do anything for it.
the Chad Jordy.
Where's Kelly
Just
tonight?
gets
Kelly
10k
is on
for
a
simply
date
existing. Wait, what?
with Zane.
Cocked?
Here comes the
Ow!
conspiracy theories. Zane's my little nephew. He's like 3.
Oh.
She's took it into Build-A-Bear. You know, the internet would
Why did you
fucking
dox your
break
nephew for no
if we
reason?
could get Phil into a fucking gym.
Why do you do
Just
that?
imagine Phil preparing for a fight, boxing, you know, hitting the pads. That would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty funny.
Is there any
Why
chance I
it
have a
won't ever
panic attack in
happen.
the ring? No. No. I handle stress very well.
No, you
I'm
literally
very-
don't
I
by
do
your
well
own
in
admission. No,
high
you
stress
don't.
situations.
Jordy, no.
Why did I delete the video? Honestly, I'll tell you why on Twitter. I'll message you.
Personally? Wow.
Send me a message, because I'll tell you why. I know it don't mean much to anybody that actually throws punches. But Boogie's got the realization that he has to step into the ring with this.
Bippity bippity.
I hope he has a good mouth guard too. Because I would feel like shit if I actually broke his fucking teeth. Because he put a lot of money into his teeth. Dude, the second Boogie tries to... First off, if Boogie tries to hang on to me, it's not like he's a professional fighter. I can break his arms. Not like break his arms off, but I can get out of it. I can get out of his clinch. And second off, the second he tries to clinch on me, it's coming up like this. And I'm going to hit the third chin, and I'm hoping it's going to be like a car wreck, where the third chin hits the second chin, hits the first chin, hits the actual chin. You know, I'm going to lose some energy in that, because that's how kinetics work. But, you know, he gets stung with a couple of them, he might go down. Have you tried appearing welterweight champion of the world? Dude, I'm the size of 2 welterweight champions. What the fuck are you on about? Like, welterweight's what? 145 or some shit like that? 150? I can hit my fucking goal weight and still be 2 of them. Because I was looking at the last fight I watched was Ryan Garcia versus Tank, and Ryan Garcia weighed in at 145 pounds for that fight. I'm like, damn, son, that motherfucker weighs as much as my leg.
This?
Shifting currents. There's a huge difference between 130 pounds. Like, what would it take for me to be ideal weight? I'd have to look.
Probably me getting disconnected from OBS again.
This will be a good one. I like it. Finished. Let's take it for a spin. Finished. Let's take it for a spin. Gem's ready. I like it. That'll do for now, I suppose.
New meal effect has been added in future game. The combat streak experience plus will grant more experience points to more enemies you can defeat without leaving combat. Beating 10 enemies in sequence grants a maximum bonus, and any enemies you beat beyond that will yield the same bonus amount. It's a good way to grow quickly.
Lose 270 pounds in total to be ideal weight for my height.
Try it out.
Like, you ever like I would say wrestling's more energy intensive than boxing.
I can vouch for the taste.
Because you literally are like picking 200-pound men up and slamming them, and you're jumping over ropes and shit like that.
Time to freshen up.
Boogie said he's 375. I don't see it. If I had to guess, an honest fucking guess, I would say Boogie's like 410. Matter of fact, let me ask him. I better not. I don't want to ask him because like there's most likely gonna come out in the documentary.
Oh, this is what you do with ether cylinders, Golem.
But like I be seeing shit lately that got me legit scared. Let me show you something I seen today. I went and put some gas in the truck today, right? So by habit, I walked to the Coke cooler. And I walked to the Coke cooler by habit. And I seen this shit right here.
The game didn't explain this.
Like, the store literally had no Coca-Cola. They had like every other
They only
like
had Diet
off-brand
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola you could have. But all the actual Coca-Cola was gone. I was like, damn, son.
Where'd you
I'm really
find
riding with
this?
Biden now. Holy fuck. Oh, I got to ride my ass up to Walmart if I want a Coke. Hell yeah, I walked to the Coke cooler by habit. Let me tell
yes.
you,
Quest
like
complete.
stopping at the store
yes.
for
The
a
first
fat
amenity
motherfucker,
of bringing the X-rated
you
expanded
do
capabilities,
shit.
so
Like you
ruminating
go to the
further.
cooler,
Seems
like you don't
well
even
worth
go
your
to the
time.
counter. Like if you're just gonna buy gas, because like right now you have to prepay for gas. Right? You don't walk straight to the counter. You walk straight to the coolers, find what you want to drink, then you walk down the candy aisle. You always come back up down the candy aisle. I mean, like, if I really wanted a soda, for example.
We really gonna whip out the soda?
I still got Marty's gift package here. I didn't need a Coke.
I didn't need Coke,
But I
man.
honestly, I haven't really, with the Ozempic, I haven't really wanted soda. Like, I have one every now and then. Dude, he sent me 12-pack of Pepsi, some kielbasa, a vibrator, and a bag of chips.
Yeah, boy.
Why am I shaking? Because I have a nervous twitch.
It's something that's a twitch.
Um,
It's something that's a twitch.
About a month ago now, I'm 3 weeks in. My doctor diagnosed me with radiculopathy.
Ridiculous what?
And that's basically
Oh wait,
like,
you already talked about this.
we don't know yet what it is, but it's something like either a herniated disc or an elongated disc or something like that in your
I
back.
remember him crying about that.
But it's basically pinched a nerve in my back, and that's the reason my legs are going to sleep. So since that can also be a weight-related issue, he thought I could get my insurance to actually clear Ozempic, and it did. Like I can walk about as far as you want me to walk right now. Like I could probably walk for a solid hour and a half, 2 hours, without any pain. But like punching, like I usually gas out about 2 minutes punching. Like I'm just straight power punching.
Wait a minute. Yeah, didn't he say his right
without
leg was gonna
dancing at
fall
all.
off like a
if I
couple
start-
months
if
ago?
I'm doing dancing
What
and
happened
head
to
movement
that?
with punching,
Now we can
45
fight in a
seconds to a
ring.
minute, I gas out, so I'm trying to
Now
improve
wait a
that.
minute. This doesn't. This is very
What did you
suspicious,
get me?
Jordan.
Never heard of it, but I thought it looked cool.
Where'd you get that at?
No business. Have you ever heard of it?
What?
Have you ever heard of it?
That movie? No.
Huh?
It's got Keith Sutherland and Angelina Jolie in it, though. Oh, you got a better prize? Oh, we got a prize. It's taking lives. She got me a poster for and the Resident Evil Apocalypse poster. Come show it off on the stream.
I can't.
Don't trip over the Coke, the Pepsis that are standing in the thing. Where did you get these from?
Yeah, where the hell did she go?
Buddy.
Goodwill.
Oh,
Yes, why?
big ups Goodwill.
I actually thought you'd like this one.
I actually hate the movie.
Really?
But-
That's awesome.
I hate that movie, but like it's still
I
a cool
hate that
poster.
movie, man.
Like, I felt like it would be cool, you know, one day.
I never said I wanted that.
All right, boys. Thanks everybody for coming out. I'm gonna go hang out with Kelly a little bit.
Thoughts on Ralph claiming he's quoting
Looks like
drugs
this
and
stream's getting
alcohol?
deleted.
Quitting drugs and alcohol for like the 8th time? I doubt it. Alright, I know Carl's not here, but that's what happens when you don't attend the constantly disconnecting Swollen Dingus stream at like 1 in the morning. It's time to watch a Christian. Ah, yes. What's up, Preska? I guess Wingo superglued his leg back. Yes, that's true. Correct. Ah, yes, correct. Alright, I gotta do this the hard way. This is another controversial. There we go.
What made him this way?
What made him this way?
What is the attraction?
What is the attraction?
What keeps us fascinated?
It keeps us fascinated. Ah, yes.
This is the story.
Wait, I can beat this guy now at
Chan.
last. Maybe.
Which way next?
So if you recall, this was right after Bob's death. So, let's see.
On August 16th, 2011, Christian
What the fuck
uploaded a
happened,
YouTube
you
video in
guys?
which he demonstrates how he puts on makeup.
Now it's time for makeup tips. I like to start by putting on some of the old foundation. I go with my own skin tone, which was recommended to me by the woman who served me over at the makeup parlor known as Sephora. Just put some right here and carefully apply to the majority of my face. Pardon me while I powder my nose. Definitely kills the shine, and you don't want a reflective nose. Like some
Was I in
mascara.
California or was I in Florida? When this song was on the radio. It's like the only fucking song that was on the radio. I want to say I was in Florida, actually.
Do really, at least for me.
Like, I know it's easy to say California,
I think I like to.
but I actually think I was in
apply the
Florida
old
when they were spamming this fucking
eyeshadow,
song.
but first I gotta apply some primer onto my eyelids.
Anyway,
And optionally, you can use eyeliner.
stream will disconnect every now and again, but nothing I can do.
It goes on the edge
I
of
keep
the
that in
eyelid,
mind.
and that's where it's concentrated at. And lastly, I like to apply some lipstick. This is a no-brainer.
I went there to go to Disney World, Benjamin. I went to Legoland in California once.
And then to give them a little shine, I just apply some lip gloss. And that's a simple, and that's pretty much a basic way of applying makeup. Some caca sent ya.
We're thinking of taking a nieces to Disney.
This was quickly
so that
followed
they
by
can
a video
enjoy it
in which he calls
before,
out the
they grow
troll,
too old
Jack
and start
Thaddeus,
thinking it's
after he had
mid.
been falsely told by supposed tomboys and
shit's
tomgirls
too
with tech-savvy
expensive, man.
friends that the man behind that persona
well.
was in fact Ahuvia
No fucking theme
Harrell,
park
a
for you,
transgender
idiot.
in mid-transition at the time, who, like
You'll have to
Chris,
settle
was
for
labeled by
the
online
Mario
communities
movie
as a
on
lolcow,
Blu-ray.
or a person who often executed laughable antics in public and online, and in turn was mocked and ridiculed.
I felt it was appropriate to dress in my feminine attire as you can see fit. Because I am definitely calling out one Jack Thaddeus, and we happen to share similar common interests, a few of which. We both accept the adjective of being called trannies.
Whoa!
Except, for him,
Whoa, buddy.
The whole gender-changing operation.
Hey, it was like
Yeah.
2012.
Walking out the stick and putting on the
Give him a
old
break.
and getting it tucked in. I would never do
Hateful
that. I would never
slurs.
do that. Never have a such change operation.
Of course, I
I'm
disavow
proud
that
to be
slur. I'm
a
watching this
male,
video for the purposes
and
of
I'm even
ridicule
more
and
proud to
critique.
be a tom girl. And we both are into femdom, which is female domination. Oh yeah, I'd like to get smacked by my woman. Yeah.
That could be a Pop-Tart
In the case of
soundboard.
him having his operations and going through it, I feel that he
There
will
we go.
definitely not be considered any at all a woman whatsoever. It is only fashion.
a second to recover there.
I feel that he would definitely not be considered any at all a woman whatsoever.
Yeah, I remember
He
that
just
too,
only
Briska.
fashionably looks like a woman with the parts and whatnot, except he does not have, except he would not have a uterus.
Yeah, try bringing it up to him today.
And he would
Pretend
have
like he
no
doesn't know what you're talking
reproductive
about.
organs.
It's up here.
I mean, I want to have children someday. Obviously.
Obviously.
He don't. And also my associate that gave me the information on him, he pretty much just pointed out calling him a tom girl. But you know what? He's not a tom girl at all. He's just a full-blown gay.
Whoa, buddy.
Everybody who is a homophobe, go ahead and call mine. Call Ahuvia a goddamn homo. Homo. I'm a homo.
It would be a couple years before he would shake off the stuff that Bob imprinted on him. The ideas,
Yeah.
the influence.
I want Mr. Ahuvia to make the public apologies for all the things he has done against me. Shoot, I forgot to write him down. But he knows what he did. Among which he has pestered me and
looks like
on
it's
the
a
phone
shortcut.
and blackmailed me to do a few things. Anyway, 25-year-old Ahuvia, homo.
Or dogs.
Pretty much it.
Homos. Or dogs. Bam,
We
bam,
do
bam,
agree
bam,
on
bam.
being cross-dressers.
He then shows a small portion of a photo of Ahuvia's face.
Yeah. Anyway, he just does a terrible job in quote-unquote cross-dressing, because, I mean, look at that stubble on his face.
Yeah, he's not putting
and
in
then look at me
effort.
all over. I take the time to shave myself.
Alright, but it's gonna grow back, Chris. You gotta maintain the upkeep or it doesn't count. You gotta put up or shut up.
So yeah, Ahuvia, make your apology video, leave the internet, leave me and my family and my friends at peace. You have till the 10th of September of this year to upload your video of apology for all the wrongs you have done to me, which I will list in the description a little later.
I will be listing all the wrongs you've done to me, man.
4 days later, he made a video directed at the troll known as Thorg, in which he raps about wristwatches, possibly making fun of his supposed obsession.
Here's a little something dedicated to Master Thorg. Wrist, 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 I said the wrist, 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 I said the wrist, wrist, I said the wrist, 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 I said the wrist, wrist, wristwatches, wristwatches.
That's not a rap.
Wrist,
I got better bars than that shit.
Wristwatches, wristwatches, wrist, wrist, I said the wrist, wrist, I said the wristwatches.
After this video, Chris was told that Thorg decided to permanently retire from the internet. On August 23rd, Chris recorded
Chris
another
beat the
video
trolls.
targeting Jack Thaddeus.
I have heard that I have not seen any response from Mr. Jack Thaddeus, as also is known as Ahuvia.
What if his internet went out like mine?
I will review
Would Chris give him an extension on a deadline if he said that?
Starting with another portion of this photograph.
My internet went out, man.
He was definitely responsible for hacking the network accounts. Probably had a hand in that blackout a few months ago. And he blackmailed me into humping my console. And he said to be disgusting ads on the Wikipedia. As well as other trolling schemes within the past couple of years. Oh yes.
Oh,
He is
yes.
a communist.
Wait, no, it's I, yes.
And we do not like communists within this country.
What? Based?
We are Republican, Democrat, or neutral.
Well, I don't know about
And I am
that.
neutral, so I can go either way. But I do not exactly care much for communism. We do not like
I wonder
to
what show he
stand
stole that
under
line
one
from.
ruler. It is very unruly and stupid.
Oh, Bob saw Chris in the Zork, I would have let the ants eat me.
Ready
Yeah, I thought Bob didn't live long enough to see the Tom girl transformation, but sadly he did. I mean, think about it, Benjamin. That's probably, I mean,
female, truly.
we don't know for sure if that's why Bob allowed himself to get consumed.
To come in order to
I mean,
do that.
maybe this was like the last straw for
He
him.
still lives in Pennsylvania.
Maybe like
Still
his
homo.
will to
25
continue
years old.
withered away upon seeing this. Like, he was
The
truly
video was soon
down
removed
and
from
out.
YouTube for
Couldn't
hate
take
speech.
it anymore.
In response, Ahuvia
Quite the
Harrell
dour,
himself made a video addressing Chris's remarks about him.
Quite the dour
I'm
scenario.
I'm happy to be a
But
Harrell.
non-0% chance
You,
that that
however,
was how it happened.
You're not happy being yourself. You can't be yourself. You keep being locked into this idea
that's true. Yes, that's
that,
true.
You know,
That's how Bob,
male,
you know,
female, binary
last
way
saw
you
his
have
son
to live, or it's no way at all.
or daughter.
As someone who's a male to female transgender and who is pansexual, this means, Chris, I love everyone regardless
If Bob
of
had
their
a diaper
gender
surgery,
identity.
Wham and would have put him into the grave.
I love
Like, no,
everyone.
but that's what we're discussing. Like,
That's
maybe
something you are
he was
incapable
alright with just kind of,
doing.
you know, giving up and
Because
letting
you
the
have
bugs
shown
take
the world
over.
You are incapable of tolerating these differences.
Like, I know it's like almost
His
disrespectful.
next
I
calling
like
out
Bob.
video
I liked him.
was
He
directed
was
at
a
the troll
chill
behind
fella.
the
But
Julie
come
and
on, it's like
Bluespike
making
personas,
9/11
wrongly
jokes.
believing that they were portrayed
Like a
by
decade
gaming
ago.
lolcow David Harlow, also known as Ness Helper.
He's owning the meme, you guys. We need this Chris back. We need the Chris that thinks he's doxing trolls. Just so he can be Chad about it.
The person who posed to pretended to
The
be
Chad
a
Chris
woman, but yet
calling
was
out
a
and failed
little
doxing
brat.
trolls and being
He
a
was
smug
also known
idiot
as
about it.
his alias Matt and Blue Spike, but his real name is David, and he lives in California.
Oh, what a surprise, right?
His age, but he's at least 13 years old. And guess what? He is confirmed to have Asperger's. And I don't care much for
buddy.
Asperger's, and I do not care
This
to
is
be
a big reveal.
associated with, and I do not accept the scientific fact that autism is linked to Asperger's at any time.
Wait, Chris
And of course he was
rejects the
responsible for
science
that fiasco,
based?
making me drive all the way to Cleveland, Ohio.
What's up, Casper?
And cutting
Yeah.
up the second
Casper, the stream
medal.
will disconnect here and there. Bear with me. Thank you for showing up. Nothing I can do, man.
And he likes big rooms. And he has no job.
You don't either.
Also a gamer. Here is a close-up, featured from his photograph. Look at his buck teeth! Or at least a gap between his teeth. That's a big gap. Look at how big that gap is. Huh? That's deep. Buck teeth? Perhaps. But definitely a gap. And, Mr. David, you have until September 15th to come up with the apology video and leave me and my family and my friends at peace. Oh, and also in your
I was at the
apology
casino
video,
Blanc,
tell
so I didn't
everyone
really see all
to
of it.
stop making phone calls to me that says, Julie! And get rid and make sure that nobody ever calls me Ian Brandon Iverson ever again, because that's just not my name.
How can he attempt to own the Jule shit in this video, but still display that he's upset about the Ian
This
Brandon
video too
Anderson
was
thing?
removed for hate speech. The final video of the day was dedicated to an unknown person who gifted him a laptop.
And now at this moment, I would like to express a note of gratitude to a fan from the state of NC for sending me his or her old laptop.
It's got a keylogger in it, baby.
secondhand, but it works very well. I had it checked, and it contains no viruses, but still, I upgraded it, and it is better. It is like brand new.
How did he upgrade it?
So thank you very much.
He downloaded
and
Windows
from North
9.
Carolina, or send them in
99999.
the laptop. And if anybody else wishes to contribute towards the execution of trolls and cyberbullies,
That special
so
did
that
nothing to him.
nobody else will have to be victim. You
Okay,
may
that
feel
did
free
something.
you may feel free to contribute in any way that you see fit. Generously and pleasantly. Thank you very much.
On August 28th, Quickie user Dinglebear leaked an unreleased video from Chris
Dingle.
via the YouTube account Quickville Productions. In the video, Christian plays the metal version of the theme
Wait a
song
minute.
of the video game The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim by S-Beast on Guitar Hero and
we
acts
love that game.
victorious, possibly over the allegation that Thorg had quit the
It's
internet.
overstayed its welcome,
How
though,
Dinglebear
right?
acquired the video is uncertain.
It's a real love dance, cyberbullies! Cyberbullies gotta get their kid! Bam! 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 Now keep your hands in your damn cyberbullies!
Hey, these fish don't aggro me anymore. That's the power of grinding.
Cyberbullies are really, really stupid! Jokes are really, really stupid! Hey, you bullies, really, really stupid! Hey, you rock, you stupid, you stupid, you stupid, you stupid, 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 stupid! Hello, Ian! Why is the last name Brandon Anderson? Julie!
What the hell was going on with them back then? Oh shit, big ups to Louis. He already wastes his poultry bag on Amazon Prime, but at least they're getting some use out of it with the Prime sub to me, Reed! What's up, Louis? The stream will disconnect here and there, but bear with me. What's up, man? It's the Chris Chan segment. Thank you for the re-up for 3 months.
Dude, I love Prime.
The next day, Dinglebear released another video from Chris.
Dinglebear
This
is not
time,
me,
a response
guys.
to Ahovia Harrell's response to his video.
I hate
First off,
bears.
you know, I am heterosexual. I am straight. That's just the way I am.
If you were looking
It's
for
not
guy
a
coverage, Louis,
have-to
we already did it.
situation.
I was
I've
at the
never
casino
seen
all
it-
day,
I've
so
rarely
I
seen
had
it
to do
that
some
way.
catch up
I have at
on
one point,
stupid ass
but
shit today.
guess what?
Is
I've
Dr.
seen the other
Disrespect
viewpoints,
seed in?
and they did
Is,
not
Moist
treat, and
Critical
they did not
seed in?
scare to me so much. They grossed me. They
Is
mostly
coping
grossed
about
me
not wanting
out.
kids.
Therefore, that is what I
Oh,
am,
very, very,
and I
very
am
humorous.
happy to stay that way, and I want to continue to be heterosexual. I am happy with myself there. And I will admit that with other people, there
Or
are
say bears,
differences
it's an
that I feel most
animatronic bear that led him
uncomfortable
to
about and around,
become,
such as,
Christian.
yes, gays, well, gay men anyway.
You think he would be
I like
into Five Nights
lesbians.
at Freddy's?
Smokers, definitely the smokers. Can anybody tell me why
I
smoking
am
isn't
heterosexual.
stupid?
I am straight. You can't even say that anymore, Ben.
But that does not
gun you over
define
there in
me
Hawaii.
as an uncaring and cold-hearted person. I have empathy. I can put myself in other people's shoes and see how they would feel if my responses into whatever situations. And yet while you may or may not have empathy as well, Ahuvia, I feel you to still be a typical non-understanding pig. I would travel outside of the state or wherever if I could, but my parents are both old. My father
Is this
is
one of the dungeons that
ill.
Noel finds
He's
later
sickly.
in his timeline?
He has feet bloatings. And he
Apparently
has
it's going to take 100 years
ailments
before the
that
dungeon comes
doctors
to
are
fruition.
unable
Perhaps
to
someday,
determine.
some other bold adventures
And at
will
this
dare
point, he's
challenge
now
it.
certified as a forced shut-in. He cannot get out so much.
He cannot get
because
out
he feels
so much.
ill and sickly in his feet.
Have you done
And
shit
I
for
do
him,
get out of
though?
my house. I go out here and there and everywhere, so don't tell me that I don't get out. I'm
Why are you
free as
making
a
this
bird,
video,
this bird-
Chris? Go help
Pete,
Bob.
This bird you cannot change.
Go get him his Burger King.
Yes, I learned from Laird Skynerd, and I like that song. And listen, I want you to listen to me here. I am all for equality But there is a
Oh wait,
limit.
I'm all
I
for
do
equality.
not want
No, there's
to
no limit to
be
equality. Chris,
or
wait a minute.
intimidated
Wait a
into
minute.
or pulled into lifestyles that I just not am of or feel comfortable around. But I'm still gonna feel most uncomfortable around homosexual dudes, regardless. And just most other males in general. Hell, I probably won't even have a bachelor party because I don't know so many males. I'll probably be having a bachelor party mostly constituted with those within my congregation who I'm only acquainted with like one or two of. Hell, I would even appreciate having a bachelor party where I had all my gal pals come and hold it for me.
Say you want a bachelorette party.
Where it was.
You're not even getting married. What am I saying?
Well, anyway, with mostly women.
He's just being
I feel more
schizo.
comfortable around women. Platonic, that's the word I would use. The party would be platonic.
I've got a platonic party, man.
I would say.
I literally
good luck
do
being a
in this
fake
fucking
woman
game.
because you'll
My
never
party's
be able to
platonic.
achieve true femdom.
We're just friends.
And you'll always be a dang homosexual male because you were born that way. You're gonna stay that way pretty much, even if you're gonna have your dick either chopped off or tucked in. People are still
Every
gonna
Mario
look at you
Party
so
game is a
ill
platonic party.
in the majority of this country. Anyway, that's my response for now. Damn homo.
Whoa!
The following day,
Whoa,
Dingle Bear leaked
buddy.
one last video in which Chris reveals what he believes to be Alec Benson Leary's true identity. Christopher Paul Whitney, better known as morbidly obese YouTuber Fat Man, who made videos of himself eating copious amounts of unhealthy foods while shirtless.
As I have not heard anything from Alec Benson Leary, also known as Christopher, and the due
I look
date
kind of like
has been
PPP,
reached,
man.
it is time for total revelation. Alec Benson Leary. His real name is
And I can't be PPP
Christopher
because he was,
Paul Fat Man Whitney.
We know what he looked like
San Antonio, Texas.
around
Age
streaming
36,
time, and he wasn't as fat as he is in
unemployed
this
and
older
unwell
video.
His interests include hot tubbing, video games, retirement, Xbox, folk music, theft and fraud, milk, comics and dips, and eating online. Yeah, he's that famous hot tubbing fat man on YouTube. Thinking fun, and guess what? Eating online. And recently, he ate a whole block of cheese. A whole block of cheese. Yeah. Si Darcy. Si Darcy. Si Darcy. And now for the salt of the wound.
I don't know, I might not have to backtrack over. You should have just grinded.
Time, this time, to be good. We are here a cheese stuffed microwave pepperoni pizza and one can of cheese. Let the feast begin.
Skill issue on your part.
He proceeds to eat a pizza on camera.
Hey, you said it, not me. It just hits different when it's Dingus playing.
That was good. Oh yeah. Si Darcy. Oh yeah. Si Darcy.
Oh yeah.
But big difference. He's fat on thin. And believe it or not, he's even fatter than Surf Shack Tito, of which he has met the deadline with his apology video and left me near it for good. So nothing else will be reviewed about him. So live in peace, Master Tito. But Christopher Paul.
Oh, I tried. Alright, I still gotta grind up for level 20 enemies. At least when they're in a group like that.
Stay tuned.
At around this time, Chris
He's
produced
like
some
Papa
more
John,
videos
stay
meant for Jackie, which were
tuned.
leaked at a much later date. One featured him performing a cheerleader routine for her.
Yay.
Rah rah ree, kick him in the knee. Rah rah rut, kick him in the other knee. Just a little warm up. J A C J I E.
Read.
Jackie! Who's that girl who can't be beat? Jackie! Jackie! Who's that girl that she's so sweet? Jackie! Jackie!
In another, he performs a stripping routine set to the song Fuck the Pain Away by electronic artist Peaches.
Peaches? Wait a minute.
Come blow my horn.
It's not that Peaches, man. And 5 pages of enemies, huh? I still gotta get this guy.
Stop the pain away. 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 Stop the pain away.
In early September, Bob was rushed to Martha Jefferson Hospital for heart complications.
Hold up, let me fix
It
this.
was later revealed that he had to be placed in quarantine due to numerous bug bites all over his body caused by an infestation in their home. On September 4th, he celebrated his 84th birthday in an intensive care unit. On September 6th, Christian posted a public note on Facebook, which functioned
nearly
as an
forgot the
online
beef on my
attraction sign,
nachos today,
using the
dude.
social media network as his
I
forum
had
to
to
seek
go,
out females.
up and
The
remind him.
specifications for a
You
potential
forgot my
partner
beef,
included
man.
being 21 to 29 years old, cute, pretty, beautiful, or hot, between 4 feet 10 inches and 5 feet 10 inches, and well-informed to expert in sex. On that same day, Bob Chandler passed away from his heart difficulties. On the 7th,
This
a
is a
bereaved
rerun
Chris
episode?
wrote an email to Jackie.
Didn't we watch this on the
trying to
day
make sense of what
that
happened.
the stream
This is
just
the last
completely broke
publicized
down?
correspondence
Maybe it
between
was
Jackie
necessary.
and Chris. I cannot get to sleep. My heavier cries for my father's passing is really hitting me bad. Suffice to say, I'm feeling through multiple emotions. I, like my mother, cannot believe he is gone. In a dream I had years ago, the Grim Reaper
He was
made an
pretty old.
appearance. I asked him directly. I understand my dad does not have long to live, but I have to ask while you're here. When will you be taking my father? He informed me that he would not claim his soul until the year 2015. So I've known since before 2005 that Robert had a good number of years left. 2015. Damn you, Reaper. This is 2011. I was promised that we'd be blessed with Father's presence for 4 more years. I was promised. Sigh. Upon assuming his responsibilities of household finances, bill paying,
He
and helping my
lied.
mother,
Why?
I started reading his payment plan binder, figured out his chart organization, and got started okay with a better informed mind. I've been emotionally comforting to my mom and keeping her straight as she is still feeling drunk like weird, lonely, and sad. When I have
that
my
guy's in
moment, I'm able to share a smile with her. Currently, she's sleeping in comfort up in my room, with a CD of big band romance tracks my Aunt Harriet offered to Robert for his 84th. At least now I have finally confirmed
Christian
that
and
you,
Wingo
a shorter
both
than
know
me
someone
woman,
named
can crash
Harriet.
on my couch and I will take
Wingo's
the bed
Harriet we
without
haven't
having
seen in
feet hit me.
years, and he's
I
never
mean,
mentioned
I'm uncertain
whatever
my bed
happened
is
to
wide
her.
enough for 2. I'll check in again later. Love you, Jackie. Chrissy. Also around this time, Chris had a phone conversation with a troll, possibly with Jackie, throughout which he cried and sobbed, talking about his father. The call was recorded, but the trolls involved decided not to release it out of respect, and now the recording is either still kept in secret by a select few head trolls, or lost entirely. From the 10th to the 19th of September, the Quickie closed down, and redirected to a page which simply stated, Robert Franklin Chandler Jr., 1927 to 2011.
No, don't go!
Back at home, Barbara and Christian collaborated in writing an obituary for Bob, which was published
Alright,
in
now
2
take your
local
clothes.
papers. He was born on September 4th, 1927, in Texas, the son of the late Robert Franklin Chandler Sr. and Jean Holloman Chandler. On June 7, 1980, he married Barbara Ann Weston, who survives, and the couple gave birth to a son, Christian Weston Chandler, who survives. Also surviving is ex-wife Patricia, and their shared children, son Dr. David Allen Chandler, survives, and daughter Carol Suzanne Chandler, survives. He graduated from Auburn University with a degree in engineering. He served in the United States Army Seoul, Korea in the Signal Corps during the Korean War. He worked for General Electric as
Papa
an engineer
Benjamin
with
probably
steels,
fought with
plastics, etc. He also had patents for the controls for plastic molding machines. Without him, we would not have even a simple plastic funnel. Also surviving are granddaughter, Savannah Chandler, the daughter of David Allen Chandler, and his wife, Kimberly. A funeral service will be held at Monticello Memory Gardens in Charlottesville, Virginia, 10 a.m., Monday, September 12, 2011. A memorial service to follow on a later date at Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church. Instead of flowers, you may make monetary donations to his widow, Barbara Chandler, and son, Christian Chandler.
Just give me money!
During the funeral service on September 12th, it is known that Dr. David Chandler, Bob's son from his first marriage, came to pay his condolences. Chris gave presents to him and also for his daughter, Savannah. Bob's daughter Carol, however, was not present for the service. Robert was cremated, and his remains were placed in a columbarium niche, with plans for Barbara to share that space when the time came. At around this time, a person aware of Chris Chan took a photo of him while he was returning to his car.
Oh, shit.
This was quickly shared on the Quickie. Meanwhile, a troll submitted one of Chris's earliest Sonitude drawings to the publisher of the comic Slylock Fox and Comics for Kids, and was printed in thousands of newspapers on September 25th as a hand-picked featured example of a budding child artist, credited to Christian Weston Chandler, age 9. On October 16th, Chris listed an old CRT TV set for sale on the classifieds advertisement website, Craigslist. In the description, he described it as being an optimal television for watching sporting events, movies, television shows, and more on. He wanted to sell it for at least $250. It is unconfirmed if anyone bought the TV set. On October 28th, possibly while out shopping, Barbara and Chris happened to cross The Game Place, which had a banner placed across the top of the entrance, which said that the store had come under new ownership of Mike and Madeline. Wondering if the Mike in question was in fact manager Michael Snyder, they went inside to have a look.
Yes,
they spotted
that's
Snyder,
true.
who probably asked them to leave. Chris took a picture of Michael and the interior of the store with his Nintendo 3DS.
Ah, yes,
Snyder
back when you would
accompanied
take
them
your
back to
3DS
their
out
car,
in public.
wherein Chris took 2 more photos of him. What happened next isn't quite clear, but whatever transpired resulted in both Christian and Barbara getting individually charged with a Class 5 felony, failing to stop after hitting Michael Snyder. It is thought that the 2 felony charges meant that one of them was driving the car when they hit Snyder, then Chris and Barbara switched seats and struck him again. They tried to flee the scene, but were stopped by
Have no
police.
fury like a
They were
Chandler
questioned
Spore.
about what had happened and were about to arrest Christian, but his mother tried to stop them, which earned her another felony charge, assaulting a law enforcement official. They were both promptly arrested and sent to jail. They were bailed out the following day by Chris's pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. On November 1st, Michael Snyder filed a civil suit against the Chandlers and was later granted a preliminary protective order against them, meaning that they were prohibited from engaging in any
Problem
threatening
with
behavior
Christian is that we
toward
know
him.
what happens later.
3
yeah.
days later, Chris uploaded
Makes
the
it
3
difficult
photos
to
he took of
have any
Snyder onto the
sympathy
Quickie
knowing
and added
what,
captions
what
mocking his
becomes of all
weight
this.
and calling him a child molesting Jew, with the word Jew crossed out and then replaced with Gentile.
Oy vey.
On November 7th, Barbara and Chris appeared in court to be formally charged with the 3 felonies, in addition to 2 misdemeanors committed by Chris, which were assault and battery, possibly against Snyder, and trespassing.
How would I
While
feel
in church,
if I was a
Chris was
co-manager
recommended
still
to
and
hire
2 people tried
politician
killing you with their
Rob Bell,
car?
Republican
I
member
don't-
of the
I don't
Virginia
go
House of
outside,
Delegates,
Benjamin.
to be their defense attorney. It was later
I don't.
revealed that
You
Bob
ain't
had left his
tricking
family
me.
with
Like
an
it ain't
inheritance
that
of tens
serious.
of
I'm
thousands
not
of
going
dollars,
outside
but Barbara
with
decided to spend
people
it
that
all
yell at
to
me.
hire Bell as
Like
their lawyer.
the fucking.
On the
The stinky
19th,
bandit tried
an
to get
audio
me to go outside with
advertisement
like
for Sweetheart,
like
which
no,
Christian had made over
I
3
ain't
years
going out
prior,
with you,
was discovered
motherfucker.
and shared online.
Hell yeah.
Its exact purpose
What
or
the
intended
fuck?
use is unknown.
Got me, fuck, man.
My name is Christian.
Oh no.
I'm currently 26 years old. I'm looking for a boyfriend-free woman to be my sweetheart from the ground up. Preferably one who's, just never mind about preferences. But anyway, definitely smoke-free, non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic man.
Yeah, just an honest, good girl to be my sweetheart, to be a sweetheart quality. So, yeah. Send me a message if you're interested.
So, Mr. Pun.
Have a good day.
Late night dingy stream gonna end
On
20
December
minutes?
8th,
No.
a troll under the guise of a
I should've
court-appointed
booted up earlier,
psychiatrist
but I
called
got
Rocky
home late.
Shoemaker and discovered some previously undisclosed information about the Chandlers.
We've been disconnecting still too, so bear with me on it.
Is this Miss Shoemaker?
But the VOD hasn't
Yes.
split at least.
Oh, thank you.
I'll watch a couple parts
my
of
name is,
Christian.
Dr.
I already caught up
Perrin.
on the guy.
I was appointed by the court to give an assessment of Chris's mental health. Have you been aware of any of this?
No, I don't have any authorization to talk to anybody about this.
Yeah, I said this the last time we listened to
suggested
this,
that we
but
give
this
you a
was
call.
probably the stupidest thing
You've been
Rocky
his,
ever did.
pastoral counselor for some
She
time.
should have hung up yesterday.
Yeah, but I would
It's a
have to
gondola.
see something in
Dingus go
writing.
to bed? No!
Simply
Stream
because
started late.
I
Got
have been
home from the
getting
casino
a
late.
lot of
I owe you guys a stream,
unauthorized
sir.
phone calls
From the court or from this office?
from people claiming to be part of all this.
Oh,
They then begin to discuss a possible meeting taking place at the Chandler residence.
Yes!
He, well, I don't know. He's requested
Was
that we liaise
complete.
there.
Ah, yes.
And, Mr. Bell
You found
seems to go
Babaloo
along with
safe
it.
and sound. To thank you for
Oh,
your kind deed. He
is
gave you the recipe he
meeting
was using
you
for
at
dinner.
his home?
Yes!
Yes.
Hmm.
Like I said,
That-
it was a little
that-
unorthodox.
It not only would be unorthodox, but I think you'll have a very difficult time getting anything done in that home.
Well, how,
Simply because I have things I know about the conditions of the home.
Personally, I wouldn't have a problem with even seeing the address itself to get a kind of understanding of the perspective from Christian's angle.
Mm-hmm. They are having an infestation problem in that home,
Oh, really?
and yeah, and the health department has already visited there, and
Oh my
it
goodness.
would probably not be a real wise place for you to go.
Are they still living there, or have they taken up alternate accommodation? Because according to Mr.
No,
Bell and
no.
Christian, they were still living there.
Yeah, they are still living there.
Well, that shouldn't be at all.
No, it shouldn't. And
I'm not up past my bedtime.
The social services and the health department have been a part of
What
that.
about you? Streaming
not
to
happy to hear
fucking
about this
6 in the
infestation
morning.
problem,
Gondola,
especially with Christian
granola,
joining it.
gamer.
This has been
Crayola
a
gamer.
situation ongoing over many months, and Christian seems to feel that he has stayed away from it, but that requires him to stay just in one room.
I work nights till 6 a.m. to 6
I don't
p.m.
think Christian
Yeah, he
would be
did say that.
comfortable with me coming there.
Hey, that
Personally,
means
I
I'm
have no problem
providing
going
your
down there
entertainment.
myself. I'm sure I've
Should
seen
be
far worse
thankful.
places, whatever kind of infestations going on. But I
Big
was
Dinker
kind of
carries his
hoping that
platoon
we could have
blasting
counted on
around to
your
avoid
support to come along.
that type of
If only
accidents.
to sort of
Yeah, Chris
sort of
wouldn't be
handle
able
the
to spray
introduction
me in
in
the
a personal
face
way with
because I'd
somebody
splat
that
him
Christian
first with
already
my fucking Splatoon gun. My Splatoon
I would
gun.
not
Exactly.
think that would be a good place to do the interview. They're going to be defensive.
Well,
They're
No,
going
I don't
be
want to go on an
trying to
interview. Idiot.
protect you from. The nurses that went out there found that a very difficult place to
Oh,
try.
yeah,
to
I
work
forgot
with
to
them.
say I added
but
redeems
which
for the
nurses
new
were these?
Xenoblade girls.
Public health nurses.
Now, how long ago was that? That fairly recent?
That was around the time of his father's death. They were out there because of.
How did I get
the
to the
charge
charge? Because I think that's where the
procedures and
last
such. And
dude
he
is.
was while he was in the hospital under quarantine.
Oh, speaking of which,
No, Christian's father.
Oh. So he contracted something from the infestation?
He had bug bites all over him.
Good God. Well, that's all right. I think the best way to proceed, if you could speak with your church outreach group, and if you could try and find some temporary accommodation for Christian and his mother, just until the court case is over, and we can perhaps see if we can get the state to fund a cleanup or something in the property.
yeah,
Because
I
that's quite
got one for
horrendous.
Niall and Limerick.
Really doubt that they would receive that offer at all. They have not received help from social services.
Well, you can understand
Maybe
why
you should
it would be in
investigate why that
Christian's
is,
best
Rocky.
interest if you could do that. Because
Also
if he was to go
investigate
to
why the
court
fuck
and
you're
they were to
giving this
present
info away
an
willingly.
assessment was that he was living in such conditions along with his mother, then it would not fare well on him at all, and they would perhaps be completely evicted from the property, and that wouldn't be in their interest, even in the least.
Yeah. I can see your point, and I'll certainly talk with Mr. Bell about whether he would rather see Christian in such a situation.
Perhaps we could do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I've got to be getting off, but thank you very much for speaking.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Fucking Skype, man.
I was not expecting any of that.
He certainly put on a voice.
With his father's death, for the most part, Trolls decided to leave Chris completely alone and not intrude in his affairs, silencing his online world. But his run-ins with the law caused many eyes to turn their gaze back onto him, and whether he was conscious of it or not, Christian would soon show that the internet spotlight was too alluring for him to stay away for good.
So there is someone here. Was it? Some sort of beast. Oh, level 23, okay. I remember why I ignored this guy now. Alright, what part was that? That was part 36. Let's do part 37. Yeah, I'm sorry that was a rerun, guys. It looked like we had already seen that one. Oh well, catch up for anyone that missed it. Hey, if I haven't seen it, it's new to me. Alright, this is new content.
What made him this way?
What made him this way?
What is the attraction?
What is the attraction?
What keeps us fascinated?
Why are we fascinated?
This is the story of Chris Chan.
This is a long-ass story, man. I don't think we're getting this one.
On January 5th, 2012, Barbara and Christian Chandler appeared in court to face a hearing for their criminal and civil trials to account for their actions against the new owner of the gameplays.
Now, I remember
Michael
this
Snyder,
photo. This
on
was
October
like one of the
28th,
first
2011.
photos that came out
Their case was
after,
granted a continuance by the judge until
after
April 16th.
the Snyder thing.
On January 11th, Chris made his Facebook account public and made a post about communicating with his real-life friends. At the time, he was connected with 5 people, which included his longtime real-life gal pal, Anna McLaren, and the troll, Kim Wilson. After this, he began using Facebook very frequently, writing out his thoughts and sharing them with his supposed friends and onlookers. On the 19th, he made several posts expressing his loneliness and his regretful naivety during high school, which prevented him from acquiring a girlfriend. He feared that his lack of a partner would cause a premature death.
Alright, 100%
After
for,
posting on
this area
Facebook
for
on a
items.
near daily basis, talking about his lack of friends and his autism tutorial on Little Big Planet 2, on January 26th, he made a string of posts about Michael Snyder. I just am really pissed off with that Snyder advertising the place. Not of Seaville, as misrepresented in the place's renaming, during this court crap Mom and I are having versus that b****. And in 2 pages of this year's NBC 29 Check Us Out mailing. It is so offensive to me. He may as well be going out against his own restraining order by standing on my own doorstep with a video player, showing his cheap TV ad, waving a blow-up copy of his 10% off coupon like the US flag, and chucking a mud pie in my face. The place is nothing but a meeting place and breeding ground for the perverted trolls and cyberbullies that have been torturing me the past greater than 4 freaking years. I want to see that place burned to the ground. Anna then interjected, commenting that it may look bad for him if someone found his words and brought them up in court. On January 30th, he updated his profile photo, asking if he still looked attractive. Kim told him that he looked like her supposedly favorite actor, Jeff Daniels, and shared a still of him from the 1994 comedy Dumb and Dumber. Chris replied, stating that he had an ugly mug and that the photo did not make him feel better about himself. Kim then offered him some advice. Chris, please don't be so negative. When you're negative like that, especially to people you don't even know, it radiates to those around you. It makes you seem unfriendly and unapproachable, whether you intend for it or not. If you're happy, friendly, and have an open mind, people can tell. It's like a type of sixth sense, and are more likely to approach you. Close parentheses. The next day, he told his Facebook friends to download his photo onto their phones, or preferably print it out and show it to women, asking if he looked cute or not. And if they ask, tell them I am single, and if they ask how am I still single, do not hesitate to inform them. He is very shy and high-functionally autistic. Tell them not to Google my name, or just leave my name out of the conversation. Kim seemed to be the only person to allegedly do this by showing his photo to her girlfriends, and informed him that they recognized him from the mall, and suggested that he would have more luck if he approached women instead, though Chris thought himself too shy to ever attempt that. 3 days later, obese YouTuber Fat Man made a response video to the August 2011 video in which Chris accuses him of being Alec Benson Leary.
Fat Man here again, and I just want to say that Christian Weston Chandler,
Dude, that guy is
CWT,
bad.
or whatever his
I thought
dumbass
PvP was a
is,
big boy.
is a dumbass, folks. And he's a dumbass because he thinks I stole some Sonic Shoes shitty characters or anything from Alec Benson Leary, but I ain't
Like,
no
damn.
Alec Benson Leary.
Look
My
at this
name's
dude.
Christopher Paul Whitney, folks.
Like, this dude's a heifer.
San Antonio, Texas. This guy is such a fucking dumbass, folks, okay? So including Chris.
What happened to this guy? I don't think he's among us
He should
anymore.
stop being a fucking idiot.
No way, this dude's among the living. Get out of here. I don't believe it.
On February 4th, Chris read his horoscope, which stated that he should keep his business only to himself and his
Like,
associates.
damn, you
or
thought
run the
Wingo
risk of
was
being
fat?
encouraged ad
You thought
nauseam.
Boogie was
He interpreted it as needing to
thought
return to the
PvP
fashion
was
square
fat?
to resume his sweetheart search quietly. When he went to the mall, he brought with him up to 50 copies of a 10% coupon from the game place,
that shit is
which he had altered
inspiration
to
to
say that it
hit
was a
the
breeding
fucking
ground for
treadmill.
trolls and cyberbullies to discourage customers from coming there. He would place the warning cards at various places as he went. He then wrote up an account of an encounter with security personnel. I took my
they
normal
kicked me
once
out,
around
man.
the mall before settling down to hang, but I impulsively decided to leave a few photos as I walked. Eventually, I settled for my hand at a table of the S-Bucks kiosk. I called my mother to check in. While ringing, a jerk-op wandered into my space. I saw 1 to a handful of my warning photos in his right hand. I felt shocked with surprise. Mom answered. I played it cool with her, while I started to get up and walk away. We
Yeah, she's
finished
not the one you
chat.
gotta play cool
She
with,
hung
man.
up. I hung up as I walked. Then I looked back. The jerk-op following me said something. I started running into the JCP. I hid in the back for a moment to catch myself. I thought it best to leave and return another day. Set to exit by the one with the salon, he and an accomplice intercepted me. You're not in any trouble, the jerk-op said. The hell I was not, or why would the son of a bitch be chasing after me? I exited via the south exit instead. I veered my way around the eastward to the Mitsu I was driving, far
It's
east from the
PvP,
East
Worski's
Belt
co-host.
entrance. I started along
On,
the outer
Kino
edge
Casino.
of the parking lot. I was spotted
The
by the
fat guy
accomplice,
Worski
but I
talks
was
to.
too fast for him, and I was
Andy
tactful
Worski.
hiding and weaving around the parked cars to get
The
to
people
mine.
who make fun of
I
routes.
see the act catching up as I was close to my car. Those dumbasses probably thought to search for my escort, not a Mitsubishi. The jerk-op called out to me by name once during the mess. I was not going to associate with anyone without my familiarity of him/her. Cheap
His
internet
name's
fame
Ashton,
is
but,
just
I
not
just
worth
call him
a
PvP.
shit. I got into my car and escaped swiftly, leaving behind a confused accomplice. Now I rest at an McD with an Arnold Palmer tea and apple slices, rehydrating myself and resting while typing my story.
I just wait for it to come back.
The enemy. How do we proceed?
Take that, losers. Wario time.
Hey, he's a rat.
It's OBS's fault. Alright. You should be lucky that I paused the video for that.
Leaving behind a confused accomplice. Now I rest at an McD with an Arnold Palmer tea and apple slices, rehydrating myself and resting while typing my story up. My mother does not need to know
Or
of
stable
what
OBS
happened.
stream setup if you want our buy-in, dude.
4 days later, Jacqueline
I don't know
Romey
what you
created
want
a
me
new
to do,
Facebook account to
but
Chris's
thanks for the
delight.
suggestion.
He then posted a photo of himself and Jackie lying in bed, represented by Lego pieces.
Like
happy
it
that
was
they would
working
rekindle their
for
relationship
a
and reestablish
year,
contact.
and now it doesn't work.
After having
and
some
I haven't
conversations
changed
about what
anything
women
to the
like,
internet.
he began working on a new dating education
This is out
comic
of my power,
and shared
man.
with her a preview photo of a new page, though it was difficult to decipher
Where did I
due to
find
the low
twin
quality of his
generators
computer's
in
camera. In early
the
February,
area behind
Christian
this one with
participated in an
the
event
two
in Toys R
colonies?
Us, in which he built a lemonade stand out of Legos in support of the
I'm just
childhood
joking
cancer
with you. I know
charity
you are,
Alex
but
Lemonade
come on.
Stand.
I should be
He also
allowed to air
learned
my
that he could
grievances.
register to host his own personal lemonade stand and contribute his earnings to the charity. He
It still
decided that he
bugs
would
me
run his
because
lemonade stand
even
in
though the
June
VOD
and
doesn't
quickly set
split,
up a page
apparently
on
it
the
doesn't
charity's
split
website under the
Even though
name
it doesn't
Quick
split,
Fill
I still
Helps.
gotta like
He wrote that he would do it in
not
honor of his
stop
father,
the stream
who he
literally
claimed died of
because I'm
cancer.
still recording.
Chris
It's like
set his
okay, I
goal
still
to
gotta talk with
$50,
the recording.
which was quickly raised through
It's
online
like
donations from
it
trolls.
gets like awkward mode for
On February
fucking
13th,
20
he
seconds.
was caught showing the middle finger to a law enforcement officer by his
Oh,
mother,
base,
which
Chris?
upset her, and in turn, upset him as well. On February 18th, Chris asked anyone on Facebook for the current whereabouts of his former friend, Megan Schroeder, because he believed that she was the seed of the smear campaign against him on the internet. He wanted to bring her in before his attorney, politician Rob Bell, for questioning. He then posted a photo of her and her brother John. The thing with Megan is a major lot to elaborate. In short though, I had little knowledge and understanding of details when I thought she was a victim. The trolling started before November 2007. Conversations between her and Mr. Snyder were overheard by my mother. I was, from her perspective, weird, different, my good intentions greatly misunderstood, stalker-like, etc. Put it all together, she is the seed of all of that evil. Both my parents knew.
It was
I
Megan
was
the whole
ignorant for the
time,
long
man.
time up till now. 2 days later, he shared her last known home address on Facebook.
Doxed. Oh, buddy.
On February 24th, the day of Chris's 30th birthday, the YouTube channel, The Quickville Library, leaked over 10 previously unseen videos from Chris, which had been originally made for Jackie. These included his date videos with his sex doll, a censored version of Cake Farts, and his dance video filmed in a Walmart dressing room. Also included was a more recent video that he filmed at McDonald's, focusing on his mother, Barbara.
You got your district here. Yeah. Just a little something there. Who did you take pictures of? Just you. Oh. Because I love you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So are we having fun today? Are we having fun right now? You're eating. Okay. You're very pretty.
We're not having fun, Chris. We're eating. Eating can be fun. Just go watch Feasting with Phil for fruit.
The shirt I picked out from Goodwill the other day. Yeah. I am free as a bird, and this bird you cannot change. Enjoy your food. Yes.
On February 27th, he expressed his hatred for a recent YouTube video from Sega, in which the video presenters showing the prizes up for grabs in Sega's Free Stuff Friday competition passively mentioned Sonichu.
This is on its own?
Sonichu?
No. So our licensing group gives us stuff to give away, so this is actually available for purchase somewhere, and we'll track that down.
Throughout March, Chris continued to express his loneliness in the form of updates on Facebook.
They're probably not
He
allowed
also
to bring up
revealed that
Sonichu,
he and his mother
these
wished that
days,
Bob were still
even as a joke.
alive, but they felt his presence in the house, and Chris sometimes spoke with him in his dreams. On March 24th, Chris and Barbara traveled to Washington, D.C. to attend a live show version of the popular Discovery Channel series, Mythbusters. He took several photos with his handheld console, the PlayStation Vita, which he had recently gotten for his birthday. He had a myth-related question prepared about camel milk's effectiveness in curing autism for the show's question and answer session, but was ultimately not selected to contribute a query. 3 days later, he made a post about his carnal desires. I need some sex. I'm no different from everyone else on that topic. I get horny. I think about it often. I'm dreaming of inserting my rod A into female slot V, followed by some lost genetics. Being an adult virgin sucks! Abstinence is a joke. I'm lonely. I'm tired of being ignored and overlooked in public by women. I need some sex. 4 days later, he elaborated about his concerns concerning his impending court date. My court date is coming up, and there is a risk of me either having the charges from Snyder dropped, or me landing in jail. And if my destiny is jail, I will starve myself. I do not want to die a virgin either. I need help
is he
immediately.
wrong?
Please send her my way in person. Time for polite conversation and getting to know optional. Anna replied with a joke about him losing his virginity in prison. Chris didn't seem to notice. These recent desperate proclamations of wanting to lose his virginity encouraged an unknown person whom he trusted to arrange to have Chris's virginity taken by a prostitute. They offered him with some phone numbers of a few viable candidates they had found on the website Backpage.com. Evidently, it seemed like he got his wish fulfilled, as on April 4th, Christian simply wrote on Facebook, "I am not a virgin anymore," and declined to elaborate further. On that same day, he wrote a detailed account of his experience to the person who gave him the list of prostitutes to choose from. I arrive at the predetermined destination of the intersection of 29 and 250. Therein lies over 4 hotels, including the nearby English Inn. I stay assumed with the Days Inn. I try again with Riley, and I shot for Christy. Riley did not answer at all. Kristen stated, "I'm very busy now." So, in my cell contacts, out of the ones you have provided for me from the back page, I call up the one I had assumed as a long shot because of the enclosed image of a company logo on her page, the one called Mia Hamm. Ham is not her real last name, and IMHO, it does not do her justice. She deserves a better name than that. She answers. I introduced myself, told her I found her on the back page. She sounded mature in her voice, down to earth. I arrive at her door and knocked 3 times. It's about 4:30 p.m.
Yeah, hold it on,
She opens and invites me in. Unexpectedly,
I
but
need
not
sex so
surprising,
bad, you
I was
guys.
also
Oh,
greeted
I
with
just
the
need to
smell of
breathe. I
aged
need to
smoke.
breathe so
She
bad.
had done the
Oh my
weed.
god.
I complained a little, and I sniff up a small handful of hand sanitizer.
I must
It quelled
copulate
it
and
down for me.
inseminate.
Mia was very nice, likable, and down to earth, and she was 24. I forgot to mention, she greeted me in a black lace negligee. She had an average figure. Her breasts were a C.
Average
she had a lip ring
figure?
bobble, tongue ring bobble.
Why
and
are we
ring bobbles
rating
in each of
her?
fine
You're the
nipples.
desperate one,
we casually stripped
idiot.
for each other. We
Beggars
communicated
can't be
good
fucking
throughout.
choosers.
She was fixed, but she insisted I be protected as well. She offers me a green, apple-flavored condom. I lie on the bed naked. She was naked. She had the condom in the edge of her lips. She mouths it onto my most erect penis, and she gives me a very good BJ. Her tongue bobble was a very delightful and stimulating bonus onto my hard one. As she blows me, I place my hands on her shoulders. After she was done, she laid beside me. Her
Dingo
pussy was
judging
wet.
the mother
We
molester. I
handled
mean,
each
yeah,
other.
like...
Her vaginal opening felt
Does he really
good,
get to-
and I found her clit. Yet she was very clear about me keeping
Does
my
he really
fingers
get the
outside.
right to
I
shit on
respected
how
her
she
request.
looks?
Then we roll
When
into
it's
each other.
him that
we
he-
make out, no tongues.
He's the one
with
at
peckings
this
and
point.
open mouth. We touched each other. Her skin was very smooth. My 5 o'clock made my chin a bit rough. Her long, black hair was silky, smooth, and shiny. Her blue eyes smiled at
yes,
me,
she was
and so
sucking
did
on my
she.
most
I
erect
gave her a
dingus.
sample of my strong-handed massage that my mother enjoyed in the past.
Wait,
Mia
what?
really liked that. Then, I felt
Foreshadowing?
and informed her that I was ready to go in. I requested cowgirl, with possible missionary later, but that did not happen. Her
Missionary
pelvic
for the
thrusts were
purposes of
amazing.
procreation?
Her pussy was tight, even after pushing 2 daughters out of there years ago, and I supported her thrusts with my hands on her knees, waving back and forth. I also gave her breasts a good thrusting. I felt her front pelvic bone, which really made the top of the game. She came and I came, but on my coming, it was only half felt.
Write that down, write
And the
that
semen
down!
That was mostly outside, but a smidge on the outside of the condom confirmed it. Then I washed my dick with a washcloth I brought with me, and dried it off with a towel I also brought. I was really satisfied. Then we conversed the rest of the $150 hour. It was
We
very
conversed.
pleasant. She is a mother of 2. They're staying with her mama. Papa Bear ditched Mia. It is very sad.
At least
She
he,
goes
you
from
know,
town
kept
to
his
town,
hands to
and she's
himself
getting education for a
afterward.
better future along the way. Her individual escort
They just
service
had
is a
some
quick spot of cash
yesing
for her.
back and forth.
God bless her and her family. I also told her a bit of myself here and there, including the troll/cyberbullies. Mia is also half Cherokee, so that was an unexpected good bonus. I told her a few funny bits, informed her of what I knew of the weed from Family Guy and that one episode of South Park, Medicinal Fried Chicken.
What's up,
We had a
Nicole?
few good laughs. Then her clock chimes, alerting her that her next appointment was arriving, so we hugged another time, and I
Come
got
on,
out
man.
of her hair.
Enough with
I
the
promised I
umming
would
and
call
ahhing.
her
Spit it
later.
out.
I did, about 6:30. She had already finished with the next fellow. He was a disappointment to her. His was smaller than mine, a wiener in a hallway situation. She really
she
enjoyed
probably
my
says
dick
that to everyone
and my
she talks
personality.
to.
I pray the best blessings for her and her daughters.
Matthew,
Plus,
you
I
could have
may well
chosen your
likely see
words
her
more
again
carefully.
another month when she's in town, and if I'm not in jail. The whole thing felt natural to me the further it went. I was also surprised that I did not have premature ejaculation. It was awesome, pleasant, and so good. Worth it. Only you, until my girlfriend comes around, knows the story. But as for everyone else, all they will ever get to read from me is, I am not a virgin anymore.
Fighting ahead, and I don't want to slow you guys down.
4 days later, he shared some more details about his experience in a private post on Facebook. He mentioned her Cherokee heritage and that she enjoyed his penis.
Well now.
Chris added that he had given her a gift basket as a token of his gratitude. He explained in a later email to an online gal pal that the gift basket contained 3 apples, a lavender air freshener, breath mints, a 4GB flash drive containing the setlist originally played during Bob's guest appearance on WTJU
He really
Radio in
misunderstood
1990,
her
and a Hello
services
Kitty
if
Pez
he's giving her
dispenser.
fucking gift baskets.
He revealed that he had told his mother that he and Mia met at Walmart, had a pleasant conversation, and then exchanged phone numbers.
No need to be shy with us.
On April 9th, Chris and his mother went to visit some of Barbara's relatives in Red Oak, Virginia.
You know that, right?
She planted fresh flowers at her father's and her sister Karina's graves, and enjoyed some time away from their stressful situation back in Ruckersville. The church next to the gravesite displayed a mannequin of Jesus Christ, of which Chris took a picture. 4 days later, he posted some pictures of his weight loss journey,
I'm quite
claiming that he weighed
surprised. He's more
223
flexible than I
pounds
thought.
and continued to lose
He
weight.
comprehends his situation.
The next
does his
day,
best to
he met
adapt.
up with Mia Hamm again and recounted his encounter via email to a gal pal, portrayed by the troll who played the part of Kim
And he's not
Wilson.
much of a chatty fella.
I have also hung out with Mia
All in
again
nice
today,
rich tapestry,
treated her to a
no?
pleasant and good lunch and another good amount of conversation.
No, these two
We
are
got
like
to know
parents
each other
to
a
him.
little better.
Not everyone's
Then,
going to have
after
a
returning her to
personality
her
as
hotel room,
straightforward as
I gave her another little donation towards her funding and gave her
Boss
the
is coming up?
missionary.
Alright.
I am naturally really good,
Call it
a lot better
praise.
than had thought before. If I may
Anyway,
state,
the
you
real
really
issue
missed
is
out
our
on
other
having this bad boy that has felt tightness within a pussy that gave birth to
Matthew?
2 girls beforehand.
I guess
I'd
you
say that Holly would be loosing
foresaw
all
all
of the
this,
doors
didn't you?
off their hinges with my
Right from the
penetration, relatively speaking,
Yes,
referencing
but
the
you
robot
needed to
chicken sketch with the
experience it.
woman tossing a wiener
take
down
the
a
blame.
hallway in front of her boyfriend. Look it up on YouTube.
Anyway,
On April
better
16th,
go and find
Chris
her
and Barbara appeared in court
before the gal
before a
gets
grand
herself-
jury. They were
Yes.
indicted on their felony charges, and their arraignment was scheduled for July
They
10th.
really don't want us tracking down
Afterwards,
this girl.
he posted a
Hey,
tweet on the
speaking
social
of-
media site Twitter, wherein he complained about his
Where's
lengthy
she
court
even going?
appearance and wished that Michael Snyder died from stress because he needed to sleep. At around this time, Christian began
Still a bit
visiting the
farther
Quickie
from harm's
forums,
range.
an offshoot of the Quickie, which focused on user discussions about him and the things he did. He registered under an assumed name, and in the comments he made, he tried to portray himself as a remorseful troll and would defend Chris's actions. His unique writing style made it obvious to other forum members that it was actually Chris in
I'm
disguise.
playing as the lady.
His posts on the forum are thought to be lost. On April 25th, he revealed his supposed plans to go to Charlottesville's Fashion Square on the 28th to resume his sweetheart search in earnest over Facebook, hinting that he expected trolls to show up as well. On that day, he posted on Facebook again, victoriously announcing that he outsmarted the trolls because he had no intention of going to the mall, for he had been banned from entering the Fashion Square. I had no intention, purpose, or ability to go to Fashion Square at all on today, the 28th.
I don't have any new
Do you
Rob
want to know
clips
why?
with the blue hair.
Oh, you are all so impressionable. On the 31st of March, I was really having a bad day. What with the upcoming court date on the 4th of April and all, I was feeling very irritable then. I was
All right,
walking the mall
kisser.
peacefully, but with the stress in my head. I answer a few calls from a troll or two, just to give you all a piece of my anger. Yes, yes, laugh and scoff all you want. My answers were
Laugh
cursory and
and
loud,
scoff.
overheard.
your
Yes,
iris clocks,
I was chased
they're
by
gone,
jerk-offs,
aren't they?
but I did not receive the yellow
done.
slip until the 25th of
No need
April
to
that
fight
said
anymore.
banned. So,
need to take
I later
life.
decided to pull a prank on
fear its
you
loss.
all. The elaborate Facebook note, letting you all shoot yourselves in the foot more by prank calling the mall and their latest manager, Mr. Wiener. His name was on the slip next to manager. I too scoffed at his small sausage name. All I had to do was stay at home with doors locked and let you all argue and fight it out. I read your posts and laughed at everything you thought was true or what was false. Theories and mistaken facts.
Voice actress
You
for
all
Glimmer really
think
does
you
sound
know
like
me,
Chris
but you
Farley.
really do
Yeah,
not.
that's why I thought it was her.
And you all just do not and never will understand me at all. And as long as your purpose of knowing me consists of that gossip columnist or worse, trolling, bullying, cyberbullying, abuse, or anything of malcontent, I do not want you to know me ever. In the end, you all have played right into my hands, like me overlooking the battlefield and picking up / placing you all one by one into the bombing range center. I am a lot more intelligent, wise, and knowledgeable than your puny minds can theorize. I am not stupid, nor am I a moron. And you know what? You all have made me this way. Crazy and paranoid, with loss of peace of mind. I'm watching each and every one of you fallible trolls, and rest assured, I know where each of you live, and I'm coming after each of you all. Yes, it was me, and those posts were real. A day later, he posted a screenshot of another member's post on the Quickie forums and revealed that the inspiration behind his trolling persona Jenkins Jinky's elaborate childhood backstory was inspired by a quote from the adult cartoon series Family Guy. On May 1st, he further explained how he fooled the trolls by getting banned from the mall and revealed that he had sex with someone he found on the back page. He closed his post by stating that he had made over 200 screen captures of the Quickie forums, intending to possibly use them as evidence in court. On May 9th, feeling lonely, Chris encouraged his Facebook friends to help him find a girlfriend by asking them to talk about him to women in Charlottesville. Kim Wilson left a reply, politely refusing to introduce Chris to random women, and would continue to supposedly talk about him with her own girlfriends. 3 days later, he posted a photo from 2007, which Daniel Mims and Lucas from The Game Place posted on the internet, and practically began the entire trolling campaign against him. Chris angrily declared that Mims ruined his life, and wanted his life to be ruined in return, by asking that someone kill his girlfriend. After Kim asked him what Mims' girlfriend had done to him, he reinforced his stance that Mims did not deserve to have any love in his life, because Chris had none in his. He wished the same unto Megan Schroeder, but felt like she was further outside his sphere of influence. After Anna contributed to the conversation, stating that it was a bad idea to publicly post death threats while he was involved in an ongoing trial, Christian wrote that his previous comments were solely meant for trolls who might read them, so they would in turn treat Daniel Mims poorly. However, according to a tweet from the following day, he still wished for Mims' girlfriend to be killed. He soon conceded that she didn't have to die, and simply wanted for Mims to become emotionally distraught.
Strange.
Later that day, Christian revealed on Facebook that under Barbara's wishes, they both had driven to Fredericksburg, Virginia, to pick up 2 beagle pups from a puppy farm.
I haven't played his game.
They were named Clover and Snoopy, and Chris shared their photos online. During the second half of May, knowing full well that Chris lurked in the Quickie forums, trolls on the site decided to devise a plan of printing out and placing defamatory posters of Christian throughout Charlottesville on June 2nd, in order to get him banned from every possible establishment and ensure that he is found guilty on all of his criminal charges. From May 26th, some trolls allegedly began warming up for their plan by posting photoshopped images of posters put up in some select locations across Charlottesville and custom signs branding him a sexual deviant. Chris found these pictures and reposted them on Facebook and asked his friends to confirm if they were real or fake. Anna commented that they were all fake and told him not to get tricked by them so easily. She also ousted Jackie and Kim as trolls. Chris did not react to this comment. A couple of days later, he asked that someone infiltrate the game place and see if they had any of the posters on display, because he suspected that Michael Snyder may have had a part in the poster scheme. In addition, based on information he read on the forums, he requested that one of his friends go to the bar Club 216 in Charlottesville, since that was an alleged meeting place for the trolls.
Oh, Shuck lost his arm,
On June 2nd,
and then
the so-called
Rex lost his
T-Day,
eye.
Christian woke up at around 6 a.m. and began observing his immediate surroundings from his home and kept a close eye on local news, all while making numerous Twitter and Facebook posts about his concerns over the poster and flyer campaign. He asked his friends and anyone else who was reading his comments to go out and try to catch trolls in the act. According to the phony information he had read on the Quickie forums, some of them would be dressed up as clowns, Ku Klux Klan members, or pickle men. He also feared that some of them may have come armed. At one point, he believed that the trolls had hired a skywriter to write a defamatory statement about him. Chris angrily scolded his friends for not responding to his pleas for help. Kim soon left a reply, informing him that she had just gotten home from work and was not able to respond to him earlier, and that she also drew a blank and couldn't think of a thing to say. Anna left a more detailed reply. Here's my reason for not saying anything. I know that it's all fake, and that you've fallen for it once again. Nobody's out there posting signs or protesting or anything.
On,
but if
shoot
I say
down the
that, you
Skyrider.
won't believe me. And you have 11 friends on Facebook, many of whom do not even live in the Charlottesville area, and so could not check on things for you. And the rest may not have been on Facebook yet today, and those that have might not be subscribed to you, so they may not have seen your posts. Chris retorted, I'm probably an idiot for asking at a time like this. How? Do you know? Do you have some intel of your own? Did you know a detail I did not? Please explain, Anna. Anna wrote back, You're not an idiot. I know because people are still messaging me on Facebook telling me so. People who are still your fans. And because it's extremely obvious to me that the pictures of the posters hung up in places are fake. I've gotten very good at spotting the difference between real and fake over the years. And by using logic, it's easy to see that nobody's going to spend money on a plane ticket, / gas, / hotel room, / taking off work just to come torment you for a day. 2 days later, Christian published a Facebook note announcing that he had apparently informed the authorities about the flyer and poster ploy against him. He then lashed out at the trolls for lying about the poster campaign ever taking place, and revealed that he was reading the quickie forums using the account Trombonista. On that same day, Chris wrote an email to his online gal pal, sharing his doubts about his future.
When isn't this dude
I'm
writing
so
emails?
tired from stress,
Shit.
it is harder for me to maintain focus in thought. I feel like I just want to go ahead and die naturally, unless the stress kills me first, and I'm not going to commit suicide of any sort. At least I don't have to worry about dying a virgin. I feel like my dream of starting up a family with my future sweetheart and having our crystal daughter is not going to be realized, or come true. We do get out. It was just for June 2nd that I had to stay at home to remove me from any suspicion by the damn jerk-cops. We have no respect for the local police. I slept most of the day away after staying awake for a long while worrying. I crashed at about 8 a.m. My only great purpose now is for my mother, our 2 cats, and our 2 puppies. No girlfriend / sweetheart, as freaking promised from multiple dreams for Christian Weston Chandler. Only hatred, fear, discrimination, and a whole wide world of extreme, unjustifiable shit lies in the wake of my once good name. Nobody really, truly understands me. I am sad, confused, lost. I do not understand. Stay safe with peace. Christian W. Chandler. Sent from my iPod.
Wait, is this where Glimmer literally just was, where I was fighting as her?
A young man nibbling at his
Telling me I was
ear.
meters away from her?
He felt like a supervillain because
I didn't
he
hear
wanted
the
to
bad
make
link?
a boyfriend as well as all males between the ages of 21 and 50 disappear by sending them to a different dimension.
Yeah, what?
2 days later, he set up his lemonade stand to support the Alex Lemonade Stand Foundation. His original plans were to host it outside his
The camp
home
wasn't
and have
far
it on
off
for
from
3
there.
days. But instead, he decided to move it to his church and run it for only one afternoon. After it was finished, he wrote that he raised $50 for the cause. On June 14th, he complained about a McDonald's employee who got angry with him for swearing and posted her photo on Facebook.
What's happened to
On the
Niall?
27th,
You still
Chris had an
haven't told
explosive
me.
outburst on Facebook, ordering all of his trolls and cyberbullies to quit hating him, discriminating against him, wanting him dead, photographing and photoshopping him, among other demands. Anna suggested that he could solve the problem by withdrawing himself from the internet and changing his phone number. He claimed that he couldn't change his number because it was linked to too many things and contacts. Plus, it was on his business cards, which also listed a QR code connected to his Nintendo 3DS. On that same day, he complained about a woman at McDonald's who allegedly discriminated against him. He took a picture of her and shared it on Facebook,
Oh no,
asking
you
his friends
didn't,
and
Sonny
followers to
boy.
throw a newspaper in her face.
That don't look like a woman.
On June 28th,
That looks
Chris
like a-
expressed his diminishing will to live from having
That looks
a dead
like-
soul.
that kinda
He
looks
wrote
like
that he had
EDP.
taken his Transformers Megatron pistol and shot himself in the head
I mean, it
to
was
symbolize
McDonald's.
how internally dead he felt. The next day, he wrote a lengthy post about his loneliness and hatred for the trolls, and also passively mentioned that he had recently been banned from 2 McDonald's establishments. I have been encountering people who started hating me in reference to the recent bans from those 2 McDonald's. That now makes 5 places I have been and am banned from around here, counting Fashion Square, damn that man a jerk, Piedmont, Virginia Community College, damn Mary Lou
Hey, Smell.
Walsh, and the place, Children fucking damned, Michael Snyder. I seriously have been publicly invisible for years. The damn trolling stupids have manipulated me, smeared my once good name through the worst mud, muck, and bodily fluids.
You know, it's like, it's a fucking McDonald's. It has a revolving door employment. I'm pretty sure, like, if he just gives it a couple of months, he can probably go back and it won't be the same people. I won't recognize them. Like,
these bands aren't official. They don't exist. They're unlicensed.
I guess unless the cops are involved and they give you like a piece of paper, like, just wait a few months. You can come back. But take it from me. All the fucking bandits that kept coming through. Oh yeah, I'll make Dingus think I fucking died or something. So by not coming to his fucking store for like 10 months, and then I'll come back and start my grift all over again.
Uncommon item.
Ah yes, a common ploy.
Mentally and emotionally raped me continuously.
Or just send
made
Barb
the
to
worst imaginable
McDonald's.
reputation of
Did
me
they ban
on the
Barb
internet,
too?
and relate that onto offline life in gossip, rumors, and presidentially grand, fucked up campaigns. My mind is comparably as worse off as a terribly bad drug addict, constantly blank, irritable, untalkative, ignorant to most social cues, lost in life, yada yada yada. Except I do not do any of those drugs or smoke, and I just do not understand most people
You're already
and a lot
ignorant
of
of
shit
social
in
cues
life.
regardless of drugs. You're
It was
autistic.
possibly around this time that Chris wrote a brief Facebook post praying that someone plant a bomb in the game place and have it destroyed, along with Michael Snyder.
That's against
He quickly
Toss.
deleted
Toss?
these
Toss?
comments.
Toss? Hello?
On the final day of June, he asked for his Facebook friends to help him
Every
with a power
Toss I
outage
know.
caused by a tree that had fallen on the power lines. On July 1st, the tree was removed and power was restored to Chris's house and his
I
neighborhood.
feel when you'll never go to Dingus' place
On
and work
July
and harass him.
10th,
Well, I'm not at the
Quickie
store
Forum
anymore.
users Cyan and Indigo attended Christian and Barbara's arraignment at Charlottesville's Circuit Court and later gave their own accounts of what had happened on the forums. Barbara was the first to go. When the judge began asking the usual questions, such as, do you fully understand the charges you face? Barbara asked if she could have Belle answer for her.
Yeah, exactly.
The judge
Yeah.
wasn't very patient with her, and Barbara seemingly attempted to protest. Barbara simply answered yes to all of the standard questions, pleaded guilty, and sat back down. Barbara looked as though she had lost significant weight, and another older woman was with them. It's been confirmed that she's Rocky. Meanwhile, Chris was busy completely disassociating himself from the situation. He fiddled around with his sunglasses, making a few noises when they collided with the table every now and then, played with his ring, and didn't seem like he was paying much attention to dialogue he probably ought to be listening to. The prosecution got to have a speech before it was Christian's turn to take the stand. I can't remember everything they said, but the important parts were that Snyder didn't want Chris and Barb to be stuck with a felony charge, and that he hoped that the plea bargain would be accepted by the judge. Bell took a turn to
See?
speak.
Michael's a good
He
guy.
surprisingly introduced Chris as high-functionally autistic, which is an outdated term and not part of the autism spectrum. At one point, he called Chris an adult autistic child. This drew a notable reaction out of Chris. He went so far as to change his facial expression from severe pouting to as close to outrage as he dared show. He nearly interrupted his lawyer, but must have thought better of it, and quieted whatever he was going to say into an intelligible mumble. She also made note that if the plea bargain was accepted, Chris would be assimilated into the world, taught how to contribute to society, and would get psychiatric evaluations and treatment.
Yeah, Bob's
Chris
money
mumbled something and seemed
went
really
to
distressed
this
by
fucking
all of
lawsuit.
this.
That went
When
nowhere.
Chris was brought to the stand, he stress-sighed first thing. He then repeated his mother's earlier question in hopes to get Bell to speak for him. The judge shot him down the same way he did his mother and proceeded to ask the questions. This is where the things got amusing. Do you understand that you're to be charged the court fees should you accept the plea bargain? Yes, my mother will be taking care of that. Do you understand that you're to pay Michael John Snyder for his medical expenses? Yes, but I don't think that thieving liar deserves a red cent. Oh yes, folks, I kid you not. Our beloved mayor of Quickville committed public slander in a court of law. I expected a harsh reprimand for such egregiously bad behavior, or perhaps even for his plea bargain to be denied. But alas, the judge pretty much let it go and continued on. Welp, another free pass for Chris, brought to you by the Autism Card. And finally, when asked if he willingly pleaded guilty and was his own conscious choice, Chris hesitated for a good 5 seconds. Yes. Barbara Chandler and Christian Chandler were both found guilty of fail to stop at the scene of an accident, and Barbara was charged with assault on an officer. Barbara was sentenced with community service and 2 years of probation, and Chris was sentenced with community service, 1 year of probation, and must comply with all psychiatric treatment and evaluation. If he fails to do so, he faces jail time. Cyan provided his readers with his depiction of Chris in court. The next day, Chris went to Facebook to write that he knew that Cyan and Indigo were present in the courtroom, and that his lawyer, Rob Bell, confronted them. He then clarified that he did not call Snyder thieving and lying, but rather bribing and lying. As his frequent court appearances subsided, Christian showed no sign of stopping to express his hatred against the owner of the game place, or his burning desire to escape his current real-life situation. For him, the social media site Facebook offered an easy way to voice his innermost thoughts to his friends and foes, and continued to do so, because despite what he had been told, he felt that his constant monologuing and reaching out to others offered him an avenue to some of his
I do
most
love this
sought-after
game. I'm
things.
playing the DLC, man.
Love and validation.
This ain't the main game. Alright, end of part 37. Pickups. Looking at now. When do we get to him spraying the guy in the face? Oh, we're actually very close to that. Shit, let's keep on trucking, man. Oh, you meant specifically future redeemed. Okay, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. But I am enjoying what I'm seeing so far. Haven't gotten many chances to play it because my stream connection keeps disconnecting every now and then. It's very fucking annoying.
What is the attraction? What keeps us fascinated? This is the story
What's up, Grizzly?
of Chris Chan.
Stream's still disconnecting, Grizzly, so bear with me. But I am recording it. It isn't as bad as the past couple of days. Alright, thank you, Chris. There's some stuff I know because accidental wiki searching,
On
but
July 12,
yeah, I'm keeping it to myself.
2012, the online newspaper
I'm enjoying it
Houston
so far.
Press published an article focusing on punk musician Rex Neighbors III's efforts in raising money for the video game-related charity Extra Life. During the interview,
Whoa, I
he
know
briefly
Extra
mentioned
Life.
that he had made an
Dude.
album called
Whoa.
Cholsta's
What a
Paradise,
crossover.
which consisted of cover versions of songs that Christian had
Remember
covered
when I
and
rose
lyrically
money for
modified
Extra
on
Life,
his
right?
Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums. Neighbors revealed that he donated all the proceeds of the album to autism-related charities, since he considered Chris as quote-unquote blackface for autism. On July 20th, Chris wrote a Facebook post concerning his trial 10 days prior. He clarified that he had not yet been assigned any community service, and also reflected on his lawyer Rob Bell's comments about him. When Rob introduced me to the judge as an adult high-functioning child, I did make a silent comment between me and my mother in response. That statement was an oxymoron. It is invalid. I mean, I am an adult. Do not call me a child. The statement should have been high-functioning autistic adult, individual, or person. And anyway,
saying that to
I
help
still
you out,
feel like I
Chris,
have lost
by
because
implying
Snyder
that
is
you're a
getting
child.
paid indirectly from me and my mother through our insurance. He won! That goddamn bribing bastard. I wish him dead from either a heart attack or gunshot murder. On that
As long
same
as we
day,
get some
he
dingus.
let his Facebook
Oh,
friends
thank you.
know that he was keeping himself busy by building 4 different Lego buildings, and decided that he would use pieces from those sets to make a grand house for his future self and his sweetheart, portrayed by the Lego character, Olivia. He confessed that he had been manipulated into destroying his Lego-made city of Quickville by Jackie, hinting that their relationship by this point was over, and he knew that she had been a troll all along. 5 days later, he posted a photo of his Lego self and
I knew you
Olivia
were a
next
troll,
to their
man.
completed dream house, adorned by some custom stickers and accompanied by customized pieces representing Sonichu and Rosechu. Later that day, he entered his 2 new Beagle pups, Clover and Snoopy, in a Dog Days of Summer photo contest held by the radio station Z95.1. His entry was soon discovered by trolls, who left him pleasant at surface level comments about the dogs. On the final day of July, Chris lamented that the Christian page on Encyclopedia Dramatica was still up. He expressed regret about putting Sonichu on the internet and making all the videos on YouTube, which he was coerced into filming, and that they did not reflect who he truly was.
Ooh, that dang dirty
Possibly
Michael
sometime in
Snyder,
early
man.
August, Chris created a paid profile on the dating site eHarmony. On August 17th, he shared the existence of his profile on Facebook, asking for the reasons why he had failed to speak with any women so far. On the 27th, he further explained why he was feeling low. I'm okay, just faring well. My mom, dogs, and I all have our good health still. I do not want to sound like a cry in the bucket by repeating myself with how I feel emotionally. I'm still feeling low. I am unable to get out of the house, aside from bringing home food and running errands. I have my responsibilities. I'm never going to run away or deny it. But the multiple stress inputs, past and present, seriously get to me emotionally and mentally. And no woman is contacting or replying to me and my paid membership on eHarmony. Constant boredom and loneliness is daily to me, and all I can do is wait with low faith in my
Is
future.
eHarmony the
I
one
wish
where
I
the
could travel
guys gotta
back to
pay but the girls
1999
don't?
and make me and my family stay in Midlothian
kinda
to
fucked
change
up,
my
man.
future for the better. How is this my life? Sigh. On September 5th, Chris notified his friends that he got a message from a woman on
No,
eHarmony.
they all pay.
Though after
There's
checking
no,
her
there's one
profile,
site
he
that's like
suspected
that
her to
where
be a troll,
it's
since
free
her
for the
interests
women.
lined up too
I
closely
forget which
with
one it
his.
is.
Anna McLaren
Dude,
left
that's
a
like
comment,
totally
agreeing that it
sexist.
was clearly a troll. Kim Wilson interjected, writing that she felt like it was just a normal person. Anna called Kim a troll,
should be
who then proceeded
totally
to defend her words of
illegal.
encouragement for Christian. Anna and Kim then had a small bout via the comments over being true friends with Christian. In the end, no firm resolve was established between them. 3 days later, he said that he recently felt increasingly more retarded, brought on by stress in his life. Chris considered including his slowness of thought in his eHarmony profile. On September
Grinder.
11th, he reflected that it had been over a
No,
year
it should
since
be the
his
other
father
way
Bob
around if
had
it's
passed
Grindr.
away.
The women gotta
His
pay
loss
to
had
use
resulted
Grindr.
in increasing stress for Chris, which manifested itself in allegedly unnatural sounding belches and mental griefs. He further highlighted that no women replied to his messages on eHarmony.
What if I
angrily
wanna-
asking if he looked too ugly.
Wouldn't you just be able
In
to
closing,
identify as
since
the
it was
other gender,
11-year
so you wouldn't
anniversary
have
since
to
the felling
pay?
of the World Trade Center Twin Towers,
I could just be
Chris
like,
reminisced that on
Mrs.
that day
Digger.
he was out shopping with his mother.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
bought
paying
himself
that
a pack of
membership,
Pokemon
man.
cards.
I'm a
On the
lady.
23rd, he stated on Facebook that he had tried messaging the Wallflower, but got no response. Throughout October, Christian continued to write Facebook posts expressing his profound sadness and loneliness brought about by numerous factors, such as his father's death, bullying from trolls, and a seemingly futile search for a sweetheart. On October 8th, he sent an email to Kim Wilson, writing about how the Chandlers were considering bringing their two beagles to a professional dog trainer with whom Barbara had flirted, as the dogs were in need of proper training. In addition, he told her that he put his mind at
Barbara
ease
the
by
fucking
building Lego
Grinch, trying to
structures,
move on.
playing video games, and meeting once a week with his pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. He also feared that his Facebook account had been hacked into, so he promptly changed his password. On November 2nd, Chris wrote that his foray into dating via eHarmony had not worked out as he had intended. He further
High time for a
reflected
break.
that he was not suited
just
for
took
online
one.
socialization, and that supposed damage and missing links in his brain prevented him from excelling in public as well.
We always take
5
breaks
days
with this
later,
kid.
he posted a photo of his custom-made Lego watch, which was supposed to represent himself, and added several puntsome statements about the watch. On the 26th, he wrote on Facebook that he was feeling down again, missing his father.
Man, like the last
He
camp
also
is like
expressed his
over
hatred for the
there.
entire
We're
male
gonna take another
population for
break
taking
so
all the
soon.
women and leaving him with none to choose from. 3 days later, he revealed himself through a captioned photograph of himself that he was a true American and also a brony. When Kim asked Chris about what a brony was, he told her that it was a male fan of the cartoon series My Little Pony. On December 11th, Chris also came out as a gamer publicly on Facebook. The
I'm a
following day,
proud
he informed his friends
gamer.
that he had recently
Based?
gotten a new gaming device, the Nintendo Wii U, and
Oh,
subsequently
no.
donated his old console, the Wii, to his church. He then requested that if any of
At
his
least he
friends also
donated
get
the
a Wii
Wii.
U, they should send him a friend request to his username in Nintendo's online social space, the Miiverse. He scoffed
He
at the
only
trolls for
donated
not
it 'cause
discovering
the
his
Wii U was
account
backwards
sooner.
compatible.
On December 20th, as a Christmas present, he offered a free download of the recording of his father Bob Chandler's guest appearance on WTJU Radio in 1990, plus an
I heard
additional
about
3
this.
hours of
That's
jazz
probably
music.
the nicest thing
A
Chris
few
ever did
days
for
after
Bob.
Christmas, Chris lamented again that he felt very lonely and almost wished that the world indeed ended, referring to the popular conspiracy theory of the time that the end of the world had been prophesied to come on December 21st, 2012. On the final day of the year, he commented that his New Year's resolutions for years have been to find a woman to make into a sweetheart, but sadly, that wish had yet to be realized.
Oh, here's the one I got
On January 1st,
doing that
2013, Christian left a comment directed at his friends.
Whoa,
Stupid comment.
that looks so
If there is anyone in my friends list who knows any slender woman in Charlottesville, Virginia,
Why's
who
she gotta
can
be
introduce
slender?
me to other women in Charlottesville, Virginia,
Oh,
of which
this
are
isn't
very
a-
likely
this
to be
isn't a call
single,
for breeding.
smoke-free, slender,
This
honest,
isn't a
and
mating
true,
call, my
I would
bad.
be eternally grateful.
He just
Yep.
wants to meet women.
The next day, he wrote again that he felt depressed and
Understandable.
that his life was like a nightmare. He posted 2 photos of a Lego figure representing himself. First, standing upright, and then lying face down. He soon made the Lego figure his new Facebook profile photo. On that same day, he posted the photo of him accepting his graduation certificate at Manchester High School in 2000 and expressed his regret for not
Still
shaking
thinking about
anyone's
high school,
hand
huh?
and running off stage crying. He stated that his mother had told him that his actions brought shame upon their family. On January 10th,
not the
in
thing
an
you wanna
email
tell
to
an
one of his gal
autistic kid,
pals,
Barb.
he revealed that pranksters sometimes threw eggs at the Chandler's house and their cars. He also told her that he felt great difficulty in opening
Hey,
up
they're
to new
they're
people
trying to bring back
because he believed
the
that
classic
anyone
All
he may meet
Hallows
in real
Eve.
life, even police officers, might turn out to be trolls in disguise. After sympathizing with him,
The
she
troll
let him know that
cops?
she would be
Cop
attending the
trolls?
gaming
What do we call
convention, Madicon, in nearby Harrisonburg, Virginia, and asked if Chris would be interested in coming along. After several discussions with his mother, Chris stated that he was allowed to go to the convention for 1 day. However, in order to limit the number of people there who might recognize him, he planned to wear a costume fashioned like the one seen in the 1997 film Eyes Wide Shut. At the end of the month, at the suggestion of a fellow churchgoer, Christian created a profile on the online dating site, Match.com. When he was setting up his account, he found that someone else had used his email address to create an obscene profile, which he quickly wiped clean and personalized, and set his username as Quickville Guardian. On February 4th, Chris posted a recently discovered photograph featuring Daniel Mims from the Gameplace, the person who helped spread Chris's 2007 photo on the internet. He asked if anyone knew of his current whereabouts, so he could either send him or hand him a letter expressing how strongly he felt against him and his friend, Lucas. A couple of days later, he posted about his enjoyment of the 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series and attached a photo of his Lego TMNT figures, revealing that he had drawn breasts onto the female turtle, Venus de Milo. Not long after, Christian made a Facebook post shared only with Kim Wilson, showing that he decided to shave off his eyebrows and was evidently not pleased with the result. After receiving some suggestions
really
from
tie her up
he
like
decided
that?
to start using a smudge-proof eyebrow pencil and custom shape his eyebrows.
But teacher,
On Valentine's Day, Chris asked her if she knew of any record dealers or collectors in the area, because he and Barbara were intending to sell Bob's extensive record collection to pay off their debts.
I'd like you to answer a few
On
questions.
February 25th, a day after his 31st birthday, Christian wrote an extensive complaint on Facebook, focusing on a short YouTube video featuring the voice actress Tara Strong, playing the part of her Twilight Sparkle character from the series My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, performing a parodic troll-related rap. While I do respect her voice acting in MLP FIM, and she does a good job at portraying Twilight, I feel distraught in hearing her voice not only in promoting trolling, but linking Twilight with the act, even as to dare mark the now Alicorn a mascot for trolling. As a lot of people are aware of me, I have been a grave victim of trolling for over 5 long years. I have been emotionally and mentally scarred by the troll's deceptions, lies, blackmail, slander of my once good name, and so forth. Now I am like a black sheep of the world for the wrongest of reasons, and people are afraid and misunderstand worse of me and of who I am and was. So I address you, Miss Tara Strong. Did you have any knowledge or acknowledgement of what trolling was and is, and how these horrible people have and continue to mentally and emotionally damage innocent people with their twisted, sick, demented, and evil ways alongside Anonymous and 4chan behind the veils of the internet? How do you stand in the name of protecting innocent people from being emotionally and mentally damaged from such bullying? And what were you thinking at the time when you recorded your voice for Black Griffin's meme, which obviously depicted and promoted trolling? If you had absolutely no regard to the consequences of the people, including myself,
it's a
who
natural
are
evolution.
and have been the
I
tragic
expected,
victims of the
people
bullying
like grown
trolls,
up.
then I see a lot of disappointed Twilight Sparkle fans and bronies ready to boo at you. Please prove my theory wrong and make a statement directly from your person and in the good name of Twilight Sparkle, Bubbles, and all of the characters you've given your voice to. One of his readers decided to forward his message to Tara Strong's own Facebook account. She addressed Chris's post the next day. I don't think I've seen anyone put an ugly spin on something this outrageously for their own attention. Anyone who follows me knows that I'm on a huge anti-bullying platform, and even wrote and produced a song about it. All my trolling, as we on Twitter call it, is completely adorable and makes people smile. Christian's article makes me angry and disappointed. Hope I never meet the guy.
That's right.
The next day, Chris defended his comments on Facebook, calling out trolling as bullying and denouncing Strong's involvement with the short. In early March, Christian dyed his hair back to brown after admitting to Kim that his blonde hair did not bring him as much attention as he would have liked.
Fail, motherfucker.
On Saturday, March 9th, he attended Medicon held at James Madison University, where he met up with Kim and also 2 of her female friends. He showed interest in one of them, but Kim told him that she already had a boyfriend. After he got back home,
Only ever
he
played 3
wrote
hours
that it was his most enjoyable day in a very
It's a
long
fun
time.
game, but I'm kind of
But his
like you,
good
where I
mood
played a
was
few hours,
soured
then
when he
dropped
found
it,
out from
and
the
then I
quickie
picked it back
forums
up like
that one of
a
his
year or
most
2 later.
suggestive pictures that was leaked to Jackie was featured on the MTV show Philosophy.
Jamie?
Yes.
Who do you date? Who do you room with? Who do you call the cops on?
Okay, room with bacon guy, because I love bacon and I can steal his. Definitely put that guy in
It's a
jail
long time for me to get back to
because
Xenoblade
That's
2.
a really ugly couch
And
in the
proper
background.
definition.
Chris left an angry comment on the show's Facebook page. From the one woman's words, Jamie Lee, I don't know what is worse, that she would not date me, or that she would put me in jail over a freaking couch. My once good name was actually jailed because of the setups, those anonymous, lolsy, shit-faced trolls. At least I was more clean, sexy, and gung-ho than either of the ugly, grimy freak shows I was compared with. If I did
think
not
it
have a
was
very good
chapter
day
3 that I
beforehand
stopped
today,
at.
I would seriously be calling my attorney
The
on
one
a
in
damn show's
the one
ass.
with Vandom.
On March 18th, Chris wrote on Facebook that he felt it spooky and creepy
I
that
got
other
back to it, I
autistic
finished
males
it.
he
I
saw
just didn't do
looked
the
just
DLC.
like him.
It was a
10
good
days
game.
later, he complained at the increased talk about legalizing gay marriage on the news at the time.
Easy
I
to
mean
draw,
no personal
hard to
offense,
master.
and I am for lesbians being together and their marriage, but I'm really offended with the damn homosexual males altogether. So I am like 50-50 on the current topic in the newspapers, but I am 100% sick, tired, and
Look at
disgusted of
fucking
having
Mav.
to
Look
read
at how
at
he
least the
sleeps.
headlines in the
That
post.
fucking
Talk
rascal.
about something else already. Anna left a comment.
Wrong.
It isn't right for you to be okay with
There's some kind of
lesbians and not be
giant
okay with gays. Chris then defended his
Over there.
stance. Like it is not right for me to prefer women over men for attraction and companionship, or a number of women not liking women over men for their catty attitudes.
Wow!
Kim also contributed to the discourse.
It's late at night.
Huh,
Which
that's
colony is
weird.
it?
You know, the gay women are taking potential girlfriends
should
away
have a
from
crew
you,
of soldiers,
and the
but
gay
it
men
doesn't.
are keeping other men from taking potential
Looks like it's
girlfriends from
heading
you.
east.
So, you've got it backwards. Anyway, you know,
Oh,
some people
by
might
hard
be
to
against
master,
autistic
I mean
rights,
like
you know?
hard to
What if
fucking
people are offended by you
master
and say you shouldn't have a girlfriend?
the
Chris then
will to
replied,
finish it.
Well, I do not like the majority of the male population regardless. The straight ones take the women away. The damn
Whoa,
homo
it's
males
the
not only try to
monotive.
push their gross ways onto me,
We've been
but have
had,
emotionally and
teacher.
mentally devastated me in their shit troll/cyberbully ways.
off.
And they have mislabeled
Again?
me and soned you as such. Damned males
She
piss
knocked
me
me
the hell
clean out.
off.
Nothing
Kim
that'll
closed
leave
the
a scar.
argument with one more comment.
Indeed.
Huh? But that doesn't have anything to do with the
fine.
original post.
She'll likely
But
be
yeah,
heading for a
nah,
colony.
they're not actually trying to
raise
push
her
their
on site.
sexuality on you. They
Damn
just
it,
know that you
more
react to it
babysitting.
and took advantage of that.
Told you we should have
They're
given
almost
her the full
certainly not
lowdown.
gay, and probably many of them
Sorry.
aren't even men.
I thought it'd
You
be
really
too
got to
much
cut
for her
down
to
on the
take in.
sexism, Chris. Women
I was
find it
hoping to ease her
unattractive.
into
On the final day of March, a letter written by Chris concerning his displeasure with his church was leaked on the Quickie forums.
This isn't good.
He originally had sent it to his
Anastasia,
counselor,
rouse the
Rocky
others now.
Shoemaker, who was instructed to
Ready
print
for
it out
battle.
and spread it around
it.
amongst the parishioners. The exact date at which it was originally written is uncertain. I feel that ever since Reverend Elizabeth Foss left our church, it has greatly gone downhill for me. Ed Winkler banned me
Better
from the
go.
church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age, or even in their 20s, gives me much to do, or include me in their conversation. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public, I am constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely.
What?
My heart feels numb, and I am forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic mental and emotional mess, and there is very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit for some hate-filled reason to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so, the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. On April 4th, Chris made a post about wanting nothing to do with Michael Snyder or the gameplays. In a private post made public only to his friends, he further elaborated on his hatred for the place, and singled out Megan Shorter as the prime queen of the trolls for conscripting Snyder, Mims, and everyone else at the game and hobby store against him. He wished to exact revenge on her, and have her jailed and beaten up for allegedly being a vile, wicked, traitorous bitch. On April 20th, Christian posted 2 photos of himself holding up paper signs. One stated, "I'm my own free bitch," and the other read, "Haters to the left," with an arrow pointing at Chris's left, but the viewer's right, which unintentionally ended up pointing at Chris. Anna fixed this error and posted an altered version of the photo in the comments. He allegedly made these pictures for a girl who he was introduced to by Kim Wilson. 2 days later, he shared a photo of his cat Lucy sitting on his belly, which he called his shrinking mound. On May 15th, Chris went to Facebook to express his disgust for an upcoming spin-off movie of the cartoon series My Little Pony called Equestria Girls, in which the main pony characters are reimagined as humans. Chris claimed that this movie would invite pedophiles into the fanbase, which according to him was already polluted with so-called horse enthusiasts. On that same day, he reported that his iPod had fallen out of his pouch, and while still functional, its screen was cracked. 4 days later, he displayed his new invention, which allowed him to store a couple of Apple devices neatly in one place. Necessity is the mother of invention. I'm glad I crafted the idea for my idea bookcase. Photos taken with new iPod Touch 5th Gen, out of duct tape. The front and back covers are lined with bubble wrap. The inner spine loop can hold as thick as a charging cable, or most pens. There are holes for the cameras to see through very well, and the corner holders are very successful in holding most iOS pod/phone devices. There's also the Velcro clasp, iPhone 8 gig for calls, business and internet, iPod 32 gig for entertainment with videos, music and all. I keep it safe with the lanyard strap and tucked in my bosom.
If you can complete chain orders from
On
both
May
characters
23rd, Christian made his first appearance under the username Painting a Tree on the Quickie forums in a thread about possible server migration, even though the conversation itself had since migrated onto another site and no longer available in its original layout. The content remains the same.
I was doing
In his
too
short
much side
comment,
questing.
he wished for the Quickie Forums user Marvin, who was also the man in the pickle suit during Chris's date with Emily, and one of the leading members of the private villa of Corrupted Citizens trolling group, to die, along with the rest of the forums, so he could live out his life in peace.
Why doesn't this coward just jump off the giant robot and fight like a man?
Though other commenters did not publicly acknowledge this fact.
Monster.
2 days later, in the move to seemingly get the best of the trolls, he posted a link to an image album on the site Imager, consisting of most of his past Facebook posts, many of which were private and shared only with a select few friends. Whether this was truly Chris's act or someone who hacked into his Facebook is uncertain. On May 30th, Christian complained on Facebook about his mother being displeased with him playing video games like Resident Evil in front of her. My mother has been really getting on my nerves. I really need my girlfriend so that I can get away from here now and then. And I cannot even go downtown now because it wastes so much gas and gas is so costly. And to make guys on my mother's concern for gas costs, that is one reason why I have been on my sabbatical from my church. I have had more freedom when my father was alive, and I end up losing it when he passed away, because now I got to serve my mother and protect her and everything. And I can blame that son of a bitch, Michael Snyder, for taking and wasting the money that my mom and I had soon
That's why he
gotten
doesn't
from my
like
father's
Jedi
passing,
Survivor.
because he had to go
Brain
send
drops
us to
don't
court
happen
for
in
all
real
the
life,
goddamn shit
obviously.
of his. Michael Snyder is a bastard to me and my mother. For taking us to court, he essentially stole a lot of money from us indirectly. In early June, Christian began playing the PS Vita game, Tor's Friend Network, which was connected to his Facebook account, and frequently automatically posted updates about his activities on his profile. On June 22nd, after finding out that he and his mother were not invited to his half-brother Cole Smithy's wedding 3 months prior, Christian recorded a video targeted at the musician who performed at the wedding, John Kyle, who was also Cole's stepbrother.
Hello, John Kyle. This is Christian Weston Chandler, Joseph Cole Smithy's half-brother. We share the same mother, Barbara Ann Weston Chandler.
Yeah, I hear the balancing is different to the
you
main
have
game.
performed recently at his wedding a few months ago. I have just learned this.
I'm glad I'm on hard mode.
Yeah, so he finally
Look,
got married.
I've just started the fight.
Good
I'm
for
already
him.
at half.
Oh, and thank
half
him for
HP.
the invitation that we never received. We would have RSVP'd sooner and actually come to the wedding had he actually invited me and our mother. Anyway, I am sending you this video response because I wish to inquire about his current address so that my mother and I can at least be able to write to him personally, because she does miss him very much. I've tried time and again to get him to contact him and get in touch with him, and my mother talked to him. He never responds.
Later, I'm gonna
Never
regret being on
responds.
hard mode.
He should love
No,
his
what if I
mother.
keep
She
grinding?
misses
What
him.
if I keep doing side quests?
Nearly
Golem did tell me that
72
already.
years old.
The
She
challenge
does not need
ups
to
the
be
ante later
treated
on.
like a piece of dirt. She is a
Just
lot
spikes for
better
no
than
reason
that.
and then goes back to normal.
Regardless of what anybody
Grinding makes it worse?
has lied
Oh, I'm fucked
to
then.
Cole
You know how I
about.
fucking... You
Everything
know
he
my
heard
pacing with
from
these fucking
anybody
games.
outside the house, even
We'll
Jerry,
finish this in like 3 months.
his father-in-law, or Jack, I think was the name of his real father.
Next major fight was super hard for me. Put the difficulty down
They
for that
all
one.
lie to him
One fight?
about
Oh,
the kind of
man.
person Barbara Ann is and was. So at least have
getting
the common
dominated right now.
decency to reply to us, brother. It's been like what, over a decade since the final ever family reunion in Red Oak. Everybody hates us there now since Karina died. Anyway, if you know his address, John, please relay it to me, and
Boss
you may
level
share
is
this video with
33?
Cole as
Damn, well,
That's
I'm already
how you talk to
22.
him.
I mean, it's not that
Thank
far
you,
on.
and have a good day.
At a later date, John Kyle was made aware of this video and left a comment. He stated that he was sickened by Chris equally as much as the community surrounding him, and that Cole had never even mentioned Christian to him. 2 days later, Mary McLaren, Anna's mother, metaphorically sent Chris good energy via Facebook and asked him to enjoy
Sending
each day by
positive
finding joy in the
vibes.
small simple things that give him pleasure. He left a comment on her post. Whoopee! That'll bring pretty, single, well-organized women around to make the first move on me. Open parentheses, :0. On July 7th, he shared via Twitter and Facebook that he liked the movie My Little Pony Equestria Girls on YouTube, despite his initial staunch criticism. A month later, Chris went to Facebook to praise the high school Lego set and set it to win an award for Best Toy. On August 6th, Chris posted a photo of the newspaper onto which one of his dogs had recently urinated. He felt that the resulting puddle bore the image of a girl. The next day, one of Chris's Facebook friends, William Elliott Waterman, made a lengthy post on the social media platform addressing the trolls. After finding out that his comments on Chris's posts were also being archived onto the Quickie forums, he lashed out at the trolls, expressing that he felt that they were no better than Chris, and despite having a job, neither was he. He angrily pleaded for them to stop bullying him and treat him like a human being. Sometime in early August, Christian began tracking down as many people as he could from his Manchester High School class of 2000 on Facebook and sent them friend requests. After they connected on Facebook, Chris sent them unknown gifts, for which they thanked him via post on the social media site. He apparently had trouble finding Tiffany Gowan, one of his closest gal pals, so he asked on the Quickie forums through his Painting a Tree account about her whereabouts. He failed to gather any useful information. From August 15th, he started uploading seemingly random pictures on Twitter and Facebook. On the 17th, he revealed in a graphic that each of those images was linked to one another in some way, and asked if his readers could solve the riddle and determine the missing picture in the sequence. After getting annoyed by the lack of people trying to contribute an answer, Christian went to the Quickie forums under his Painting a Tree alias, irritated by the troll's silence regarding his riddle. He explained how a couple of the other images related to each other, and encouraged them to try solve it. He deleted the riddle 2 days later, and returned to the forums to give one more clue for the riddle, which involved a photo in which Chris wore a hat, with branding promoting the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team. He expressed his infuriation at the troll's stupidity, and questioned why he still followed them. On August 20th, possibly with the help of another party, Chris started a page on Facebook called Braziers for Males. His aim was to encourage and normalize the concept of men wearing bras, giving multiple use cases, such as to prevent chafing, offer support and relief, flatten the wearer's chest if they develop enlarged breast tissue, or even to express their sexual identity. The profile photo of the page was one that was snapped by a troll, and originally depicted Chris out in public wearing a sports bra, onto which "Want Woman" was written. However, the iteration on Facebook was altered to remove the text on his bra. On the 23rd, he uploaded a photo album onto the page, showing a collection of male breasts. He later on updated another album, wherein he edited all of the photos with what was likely Microsoft Paint to make it seem like the men were all wearing bras.
Buddy.
Also on the 23rd, Christian shared a post on the Breast Cancer Awareness Facebook page and revealed that his mother, Barbara, was a breast cancer survivor. He soon after uploaded a photo of his mother with her dog, Snoopy. The following day, Christian started a discussion on the Quickie forums titled "Christian Weston Chandler
This shit
is
is
straight."
crazy.
You goddamn pinheads! I have already told you. Chris has told you.
Put
The
him in
riddle's
that
answer
easily,
was
huh?
the fucking Pittsburgh Pirates. Christian is not a goddamn homo. Christian is straight. He gets hard over women. He vomits at males. Get it through your goddamn demented thick skulls, you goddamn pinheads! I should know very well, because I am Christian Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia himself. You goddamn males make me vomit, sick and shit. On September 1st, Christian shared his custom-made online flyer for a supposed reunion of his high school class due to take place in 2015, and asked if anyone could help him track down his gal pals, Tiffany Gowan and Miranda Mitchell. The next day, he
is that
reported
really
he got
him?
into an altercation with a so-called female manager at Walmart. He shared her name and email address and requested his followers to let her personally know that no one should bother autistic people who are currently
Save your
depressed, in
current
a foul
progress,
mood,
man.
and hate the Xbox line of game consoles.
I
His
didn't think
friend
we were
William
gonna meet
Waterman
Rex so
tried to
soon.
reason with him and advised him
what an
against sharing
entrance.
people's email addresses on
Poor
a public
Nickel.
forum
He
like
actually
Facebook.
thought he was doing something
Chris
for a
in
second.
return reinforced the story
That
that the
is
event
chapter
happened
2,
because
ladies
he
and
was in a
gentlemen, I
bad mood
believe.
and that
Because
the
I'm
female
being
security officer
shown this
spoke
fucking
harshly to
screen.
him. He confessed that his actions were immature, dumb, and irrational, but he had mental problems. He further elaborated that he was in his present condition because of the actions of past managers and Megan Schroeder, and demanded that she return his Sailor Moon DVDs that she allegedly had conned from him. He closed his rant by calling his attorney, Rob Bell, a major wuss, and complained about the thousands of dollars that
Chris.
he and his mother had to
Calm
pay
down.
him.
15 years ago
Not long
feels
after,
like a dream
he
now.
reposted his original Facebook post
Like
on the
it was
Quickie
an eternity
forums under
away.
his Painting a Tree alias, once again seemingly pretending that he was not Chris at all. He encouraged the trolls to harass
You
the
might never
security
have to
officer.
use those again.
A day later, he
Now,
wrote what
wouldn't
he
that
called
be amazing?
Quick's Hallmark Negative
Queen
Life
of Heavens,
Events,
though.
which was a
She's still not
chronological
free.
list of events and people
What,
in
you
his
think our
life
fight's
that
still not
negatively
over?
affected him.
Can't
These
things
included
stay
his
like
childhood
this?
babysitter, Roach,
The soldiers,
the elementary school
they're still
principal who
fighting.
attempted to molest him,
Right this moment.
his high school graduation, Michael Snyder, Megan, and the
Personally,
online trolls.
If things could just stay
2
this
days
way,
later, Chris had his final
be
court
happy.
date in relation to his crimes
serious?
against Snyder nearly 2 years
Granddad
prior.
could hear you, he'd lay you
All
out
his
flat.
felonies were reduced to misdemeanors. He received a 2-month suspended jail sentence,
Yeah, I
was
know what
requested
he'd
to be
say.
on good
The
behavior,
soldiers of the
and stay
roof
away
from
from the
which we
game
grew.
place. On September
Whoa,
6th,
Mr.
Chris
One using
angrily
the
took to
DVD.
Facebook to declare that he had been
And then
banned
the
from his nearest
mobius.
Walmart because of
Never
his
hold a
actions on the
story.
2nd. When asked by his friends as to the reasons why, Chris wrote that they banned him for drawing on in permanent marker an H and E in front of an Xbox display in the store, making the sign read Xbox. Despite his followers trying to reason with him and tell him why it was a justifiable punishment for defacing the sign, he still could not come to terms with it. The next day, he announced another encounter with law enforcement. God is giving me the middle finger yet again. I backed up and scratched a car in El Agave lot, and she's a damn smoker. Now the damn jerk-up is giving me a hard time because I am screaming up at freaking Emmanuel God. I want God to just kill me now if he is going to keep giving me middle fingers and a damn difficult life. After this event, Christian decided that police were not allowed to be in Quickville, Virginia, and that law within the town could be upheld solely by the psychic Pokemon team led by Magichan.
Can you stand?
On September 10th, he shared his Braziers for Males page on his personal profile. Later that day,
I know it's been a minute since you were last here, Chris, but we've been watching this documentary on the other Chris.
He regarded all members of his high school class part of his family,
like part
and
38 of
wished for all of them to come together for the reunion.
I'm learning a
On
lot.
September 11th, he posted a photo on the aforementioned Braziers for Males page, which showed that he became offended by witnessing the DVD cover for the film Magic Mike, and had drawn on bras on all the shirtless actors on the cover. He soon after uploaded a photo gallery of men wearing bras. Also on that day, a troll who went by the name Martin Wilson posted a video on the page,
dude, it's
allegedly
like,
thankful for Chris
Kingdom Hearts
bringing
2.
awareness to the subject and speaking in a manner not unlike Christian.
So this is what I wore before he told me to go to Walmart. I used to go with a white tee, and you see the duct tape, the tape in
Level
the background?
19. So much
Yeah,
for
I used to,
fusing.
you know,
Oh, well,
cover
it's
my
3 level
nippy
19
slits,
enemies.
you
Okay,
know,
I suppose that's
nippy
impressive.
So yeah, this is just thank you to Christian Weston Chandler, the founder of this page, and anybody else involved in this movement.
Let's make a documentary so next year you can watch mine. Yeah, these are usually, I usually watch this shit.
They seem like sensible folks.
3 in the morning, perfect time to watch
Remember
true
Joel?
crime.
So thank you, group. I feel very welcome.
On the 17th, Chris discovered a DVD of the cartoon series Sonic Underground, which he spotted on the grass in his front yard. He supposed it was a gift for him from either a fan or a troll, and had been lying on the ground for quite some time, since the front cover had gotten warped and wrinkled from being out in the rain. He then went to Facebook to demonstrate how to and how not to bring him presents, with the help of some demonstrationary imagery. On September 24th, he showed off 3
I never
Lego
do the tactics
characters
shit.
meant to
Half the
represent
time I forget
Megan
I can even
Schroeder,
do it.
Mary Lee Walsh, and Michael Snyder, all upside down and contained inside another transparent Lego piece. He confessed that when he felt especially angry, he would shake the vial, treating the figures like voodoo dolls, taking out his anger on the people he believed had wronged him. He further explained that during his friendship with Megan, she often requested that he buy items from eBay for her, and apparently did not reimburse him with cash, but instead merchandise from her own collection, such as anime, manga, DVDs, figurines, and a mixed bag of Legos. On October 3rd,
Isn't the
Chris received
merchandise
an
the
email from one
reimbursement?
Rebecca Bentley, a troll who posed as one of his Manchester High School classmates. She expressed her disapproval of his constant negative comments against Megan, highlighting that their interactions happened a long time ago, and that possibly she could have changed as a person since then. She wanted him to admit that he played a part in the downfall of their friendship, and that he could channel all the hateful energy he had against her into something more productive that could make him happy. Throughout early October, he continued to make hateful Facebook posts against Megan, claiming that he would only forgive her if she apologized to him face to face, gave him back his Sailor Moon DVDs, and when all the negative words against him on the internet are gone
Straight
forever.
to the fucking heel circle for that one, man.
On the 5th, he allegedly received an email response from Megan, though it was likely to have been penned by an
What's up, Disney?
impersonating troll. I didn't
welcome to the
conspire to
DLC
destroy your
continuation.
life.
And,
You did that
we're in
enough on your
Christian
own,
mode, too.
with your ridiculous webcomic and your war against
Stream
GED.
is
As for
still
the touching thing,
disconnecting.
I don't like being touched by men who aren't in a relationship with me.
So bear with me.
And all those things you did for me, I thought you did that because we were friends, and I was grateful. Do you know how much of your crap I put up with? The touching, the rants, the being creepy, all
Megan
that.
never came back
I
to
never set up that ED
even
page.
with all these
It wasn't
callouts,
me
right?
who told Mims and Lucas to do stuff. I didn't get you banned from the store, and I sure as hell am not responsible for the death of your father. Do you know how bad that picture made me feel? It scared the hell out of me. You are the one who should apologize.
How was the casino?
Didn't you
We
consider
were
me a
rolling high,
sweetheart?
Jesse, and then we
Well,
weren't
for
rolling
all
so
your other
high. I'll just
sweethearts
leave it at
who
that.
made those stupid videos.
Thankfully,
so if I still need
it's
so
May
damn
now,
much to you,
so I now
why don't
have
you
my
make a
May
video
bonuses.
apologizing to me, and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider emailing Lucas and
we
telling
gotta
him to
run it
take some
back.
stuff down. On that same day, Christian posted 28 photos on Facebook, seemingly depicting a narrative in which the Lego incarnations of Chris and Megan
Surprised
fight
Christian
each
hasn't
other,
pulled out the
and
N-word
Chris
yet.
ultimately defeats her.
We've already seen
Without
that segment,
much interaction
Chris.
from other real-life people, Christian's imagination took over, fueling his unquenchable rage for the people who he saw as his enemies. Even when his friends tried to convince him otherwise,
I wasn't prepared
he
for it.
refused to let go of the idea
I wasn't prepared
that he was
for
a
it
widely
either.
persecuted figure, hungry
That
for
VOD
revenge.
had to go straight to ban
So he
world.
sought comfort in the things that could not disagree with his thoughts, those that could help him realize his visions of vengeance, the games and toys around him.
End of part 38. We're so close to the GameStop accident. Let's keep on trucking. We're on a high, as they say. Has Liquid Chris shown up yet? Dude, that was like 10 parts ago. Alright, so Jesse, we're at Bob is dead already. Chris is in the Tom girl phase, and he's trying to get back at Megan. The court case already happened for the game place incident. Yeah, those are all the highlights so far. At this point, all the classic shit is done with, Jesse. It's nothing downhill from here.
Made him this way. What is the attraction?
Guessing Rex and
What
Shulk
keeps
are the
us
Unity pair.
fascinated? This is the story.
Dude, you're like the best of
Christian.
pals.
On October 4th, 2013, Christian's Facebook friend, William Elliott Waterman, changed his Facebook profile picture. Chris then left a comment, accusing him of making fun of him by allegedly trying
Dude,
to
I
look
was
like
totally
him.
right.
2 days later, Chris began showing his support
Look at
for
these
the video
fucking
game-related
chads.
charity Extra Life,
And
by
Rex,
liking a video concerning
now
the
Rex is
partnership
the
with
tall one. That
PlayStation.
dude used to be a
He
peak
soon after
manlet.
published his charity page on the Extra
was an
Life
inspiration
website,
to,
hoping to raise
5'1"
$200 for
people
UVA
everyone.
Children's Hospital so that he could carry out a 25-hour gaming marathon on November 2nd. Those who successfully raised $200 would receive a special branded t-shirt.
Pieces of bread.
Pick up some Chicago.
I don't care if you clip this. I hate grilled cheese sandwiches, and there's nothing that'll make me like them.
Go to 2. Go to 2. Oh,
It's
we
like
wanna go
one of
find-
those
I want to see if the guy's getting his intros eaten out by a witcher.
If it's something my sister likes,
Natal cog.
So this is
Here
where the
the
guy was saying?
time. Natal cog came just in time. Natal cog. You were here the whole time.
No, don't clip that.
So this is where the guy is. Oh, we got an ink.
It's so horrible.
Promoting the cause. On October 11th, Chris complained on Facebook that someone pretending to be him was sending out an email to his contacts, which concerned his alleged troubles in the Philippines after being mugged. He clarified that the message was falsified since he was still in Luckersville, Virginia. 2 days later, he announced that he had already surpassed his $200 goal for the charity. On the 14th, he reported to his Facebook friends that he developed a squeak in his jaw and self-diagnosed himself with TSJ disorder, which he believed was caused by his mother's constant complaints about her troubled finances and her scabies caused by flies. He also started to consider going back online to meet a woman, one who could save him from the situation.
Personal
He
king
soon
of
after
manlet
received
side.
an email from
Well,
Rebecca,
I mean,
a troll posing as his high school
5'1",
classmate.
look, it's
She
the
urged
Ralph
him to go to
thing.
the
There's
doctor
no way
about
I
his
can't
mother's
say anything
scabies,
else with
which can get a lot more
5'1".
serious due to barbarous age. 2 days later, Christian told her that his doctor confirmed that he had TMJ,
Amy, you're
and
the one
encouraged
who's
him to do some jaw
5'1",
exercises and take Tylenol. He seemingly did not mention the scabies situation and informed Rebecca that his mother had been suffering with the miniature flies for a few years and had tried a few methods to get rid of them, such as freezing them with ice packs or frozen
You guys
peas
said
and
Nichols
manually
sucked
picking at
to
them.
play as.
He
Let's
claimed
see.
that the problem was close to being resolved.
I like his little
and that she had gone
handstand
to
he
doctors
does.
before about
Little
her
backflip.
situation, leaving them dumbfounded. He also expressed his desire to reestablish contact with his half-brother, Cole Smithy. He addressed his thoughts about returning to online dating by detailing the past failed attempts at meeting women he met over the internet, and then asked her if she was single. I am a Cinderella and Rapunzel, trapped with the moral obligations and stress of caretaking and guarding
Now
of my
it's
small family,
showtime.
and often being stuck forcibly due to financial
I bet he doesn't
problems
say
and
that in
paranoia
this
of
game.
the terrible people, causing me nightmares at times with school bus trips resulting in driving off the high freeway edges, flying to dive towards a cliff, water, another road, or whatever. I'm troubled emotionally and mentally, and I desperately, but still picky, require my destined. God continues to mock me by not letting me have her in my life or not for long or ever. Sweetheart-to-be to see me long after the eventualities. And if I don't find her soon, I may as well be one of those worthless, lack-of-purpose premature death cases. It all really taunts and hurts me. I just do what I am able to help me and my mother get by one day at a time. Rebecca replied, stating her confusion at calling the causers of the scabies flies, when they are really caused by mites. She advised him against his mother picking at the mites or freezing them, since the only reliable way to get rid of them is through an exterminator. Chris then replied, letting her know that his mother had an ointment for the scabies and had an extensive knowledge of her condition. On October 18th, Chris claimed in a Facebook post that a troll had sent him a Back to the Future-themed Lego set as a present, which he greatly appreciated. Kim Wilson did not believe his claim, though he still maintained his story. Soon after, he made another post, this time claiming that he got a figurine of the character Eyebrawl from the video game series Skylanders as a gift. Kim refused to believe him and demanded answers. 1 week later, Chris filmed a video in McDonald's in which he showed off his Lego-built recreation of Manchester High School, which was constructed using multiple different Lego sets. His pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, acted as the videographer.
Hello, my name is Christian Weston Chandler, Rockersville, Virginia, and I'm here to present something very fantastical that I have worked over 3 hours on, over 30 hours on.
3 hours or 30?
October 18th to October 25th, 2013. This lovely high school. Yeah, and I'll tell you more about this. I was inspired to do this starting from last August when the Friends High School came out.
Wonder what it was like to be
And this
Chris
thing was
Chance
filled
ready
with
for the
8
fall.
of these
Well, he didn't
sets.
have any, so
A summer riding
it'd be
camp,
pretty hard to imagine
Olivia's
that.
house, 1 cafe, 2 of Stephanie's dance classes, and then a whole bunch of improvising for my parts. The building of this is dedicated to Manchester High School in Midlothian, Virginia. And which, on that note, I was further inspired for my high school from the My Little Pony Equestria Girls movie. I mean, I tell you, that's a really great movie. Available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital copy. Anyway, so now we're gonna take
You
a
could
tour
have filmed
of
this in
the
a quieter
inside.
room. I hear like babbling in the background.
Oh. Anyway, we're gonna go inside the school building. This
Gonna
thing
watch
is
up to the point where the stream is at on
literally
5,000%
the
speed,
three-story height.
BRB. Alright.
This building.
Thanks for stopping by.
And what else? Ah, shoot. Anyway, welcome to this high school. We got expensive hallways and staircases. There's the cafeteria. And here's a lunch table. Pretty
wonder
much
how
where
accurate
which I
this is to
used
the
to sit
actual
with my
school
high school
building.
gal pals, Tiffany and Sarah. And I'm always taking my place right there for the moment. Oh, look who we have here. Stonebreaker 10. Zach. That's what she said.
I don't know if I'd be
douchebag.
more impressed or
Flirting with a
depressed
sugar.
if it was
And look,
You know,
Michelangelo's
on
eating a
point with
pizza.
how the school looked in reality.
And Venus Delilo is practicing her cheerleading moves. There's the principal, the infomaniac from Lego Island. Not in way
That would imply a lot.
corresponding or whatever to acting and past principal, Mr. Peter Koske. And there's my dad, negotiating with the principal.
That's a restaurant.
Because
no, it's a cafeteria.
That's one way to
What?
make friends in high school. Negotiation.
It probably is accurate.
and
Oh
there's
no.
and here is the home economics class. There's the music. And there's the gym.
Yeah, we
Complete
still
with
got
a
anchor shot.
Treadmill, bunch of yoga mats, a weight machine, two exercise bikes, basketballs, and boyfriend, girlfriend, gym teachers. Yes, the Manchester High School spirit is all the rage around this. Is all the rage around here. And the staircase literally goes up. And now we go up to the second
taco
floor.
pasta.
Zoom in on the hallway. Yeah, Bumblebee Prime is monitoring the hallways. Right here we got the computer lab. Somebody
Alright,
printed
dominated.
out something, and the teacher's teaching the class. And here's my original minifigure.
So that's his game, is it? I'll take the one on the left. Schultz, you take
taking
the
the,
right. Sure
taking
thing.
the class
That's
with
for you.
other gal pal Miranda right there.
Oi, who you calling kiddo? You take out the Mobius.
And
All in sync.
right here,
What?
you can call this a stay hall or detention, but a certain someone from my more recent years is in detention.
Look at him go.
In the English classroom, my mother is teaching it. And they're talking about Abraham Lincoln. 7 years ago. I forget how the rest goes. What are you trying to do? Shoot off the test?
Well, they slice the clocks and he fucking punches it.
Where we have
I guess it was in sync though.
arts and crafts. With the craft making and dressmaking over here. Globe making. And then we zoom out for the whole rooftop. Where
That's a big
once in a
explosion.
while,
Don't you want
everybody
to
can
get a
have
wave
rooftop
before you
parties.
start celebrating? Alright, I guess he's dead.
Tonight, there's a party on the rooftop tonight. Tonight.
He gave us a hard time. Nice
And
timing
what do you
there,
expect?
Rex. Thanks for
Each of the high school
Everyone
sets came
knows
with
the
an
real
owl.
hero steps up in the third act.
Ooh. You. That's who.
Still, something's off here.
Double the flame clock.
So anyway,
No
yes, I,
soldiers
Christian Weston Chandler,
There has to be
dedicate
more
the
to it,
construction
boss.
of this entire school building
I've heard a rumor
to my
about how one
Manchester
of the
High
Mobius
School
likes to create all kinds
in
of
Midlothian,
experimental
Virginia,
Right,
not to be
so
confused with Manchester, England,
I'll
or
be sure to
any
tell
other
him,
high
maybe.
school with the same name
Mind
within the
looking into
United
that for
States
me?
of America.
I can do that. I'll dispatch a platoon. We'll
This
see
is
if
like an
they can
Anne
get a
girl.
handle on
Anne
it.
would love this character.
Lovely.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
All right. So,
On October 30th,
Who's this then?
Chris was forwarded an email purportedly written by Chris's close
City
high school gal
refugee, it
pal,
seems.
Sarah Bevel, who was in
Well,
correspondence with one of
that
his
explains the
observers.
Ouroboros
It was later
power.
revealed that the email was a trollsome fabrication in order to get Chris to
And
stop
this
bothering his
soldier.
classmates.
who
A lot of
released
us
him?
were surprised, even shocked to see how much Christian had changed from the way we remembered him in high school. He was just this awkward, slightly
I
odd,
dare keep
shy
getting
kid back
better.
then. A lot of the special ed kids got
business.
picked on,
Tell me,
but for some reason,
Mobius
Christian
get
seemed to
control?
get it much worse than the
Because
others.
of her.
And I let Christian hang out with us, mainly because we felt sorry for him. He sort of latched
We'd meant
onto
to
us,
protect
like
her,
he expected us
but
to
she went and
protect
gave
him.
away our
He was
position.
like a lost little boy. Sometimes I think he saw us as sort of mother figures, which seems a little creepy now. But Christian seemed harmless enough back then, and we didn't mind him hanging out with us. As far as socializing goes, we didn't really hang with him outside of school,
wanted to get
except for
back
the
to your
time we went to his
friends, huh?
18th birthday party. I'm also really creeped out that he's still obsessed with and he's actively looking for her.
No!
She's well aware of this, and she's taken steps to make sure that she's very hard, if not impossible, to find. A lot of people became friends with Christian because of their reunion, and also because a lot of them still felt sorry for him. Some people are having second thoughts though, after seeing that awful picture he drew of his friend. A lot of people stopped feeling sorry for him and started ignoring him after they saw that. I was shocked that he could draw something so gross and depraved. The thumbs up sign really pissed me off for some reason. The whole thing was very sexist, disrespectful, and, above all, damn creepy. Chris went to Facebook in disbelief, posting Sarah's full email, and countered her claims that he was often bullied in high school. He denied ever looking at his gal pals as mother figures, and apologized for his Facebook post not being considered normal. He clarified that he wanted to find Tiffany Gowan because he was lonely and sad and needed closure. He then added that this revelation made him consider committing suicide, but decided against it because of his mother and his dogs, and that a premature death would leave him in limbo in the afterlife. On Halloween, he changed his profile photo to his Lego incarnation in zombie form, since he felt like he was emotionally
Look at this
dead.
judge trying this fucking
He also requested that if any of his gal pals wanted to apologize to him, they should come directly to his house and do so in person. On November 4th, Christian returned to Facebook to address his She Came for Quick drawing, which depicted him sexually satisfying Megan. He revealed that he had ripped the picture into little pieces a long time ago and regretted ever drawing it. However, he defended himself by pointing out that many people before him had featured naked people in their artwork. He then fully forgave Megan Schroeder, Michael Snyder, and Mary Lee Walsh for all the wrongs they have made against him. The next day, he uploaded the video tour of his Lego High School on his YouTube account, Quickville Guardian, and revealed that he made it for a competition to get Lego's attention. On November 12th, a supposed Manchester High School classmate sent him an email after watching Chris's 2009 video in which he inadvertently insults the victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. He expressed his distaste for the video and demanded that Chris explain himself. He replied, writing that he did not intend to cause any offense in the video, but failed to recollect the specific details behind its intention. He also wrote that he had a lot of missing links in his brain, and was still gravely saddened after learning about the supposedly true nature of his friendships in high school.
I suppose that's true.
I am most unable to get any act together, because I have some ADD and OCD in my brain. It becomes difficult for me to concentrate one thing for an extended amount of time, unless I really think hard about it. I'm not a smoker. I have not had any alcohol in months. I'm on prescribed anxiety and blood pressure medications. My father has been dead. My mother drives me crazy sometimes. I have my responsible obligations at home. I am very lonely. No one outside of my house will give me the time of day or in-person emotional consultation and comfort. And you and everyone else want to judge me based on impulsive stuff I made during the bunch of years I was being bullied in attempts to get even with them, getting the websites down, and so I can find emotional peace, even though there are considered shooting myself in the foot moves. God damn it all! Sent from my iPhone. Stay safe. Christian W. Chandler. On November 19th, he posted a photo of a poem he wrote which attempted to describe his heartaches, and also offered a depiction of the state of his heart. 10 days later, Chris sent Rebecca a brief email wanting to know Sarah Belva's phone number because his mother Barbara wanted to speak with her concerning her so-called textile abuse against Christian. The next day, he announced on Facebook that the rumors about him and his mother spending Thanksgiving in a soup kitchen were false, and that they spent the day at home. On December 11th,
was here the whole
Alec
time.
Benson Leary released a recent video in which Chris films a tour of his house. The exact date at which it was recorded and the means of acquiring the video from Christian are uncertain.
You can use that tent over there.
What you just seen
We've had it
was
set
the
up
living
especially
room.
for you.
Pretty much
That
when
was
Mom and
quick.
I are in.
How did they?
Then
How did they set?
then
How
what
did they set up
blocked
the
off the other
tent
side
so
of the-
fast?
Actually, that was
What?
the family room in its entirety, both halves.
We just met.
Their half, the second
Thank
half
you.
was
We'll do
blocked.
just that.
And then the bathroom down here, and
Be a nice change to finally get to
pretty
kip
much
under a
the
roof.
it's pretty much the utility room with laundry.
With
and
it right.
How
back
is she
door
still so
with that too
angry?
is locked. So
She was
freaking
literally gonna
cluttered in
die.
Here, in this house.
Maybe Shulk read the future, dude. I guess that's fair. He knew he was gonna meet us,
See, my
guys.
father had to have narrow passageways, but they were not this narrow.
Everyone here knows what's what. Nobody's gonna bully you or
Anyway,
anything.
yeah, steps
Gee, thanks. Very
Going up
reassuring.
to the front door right there.
All right, break it up now.
And
How
more
about we grab
steps
a bite and
going
unwind? Eh?
up.
Don't need you running around hangry.
Hangry.
I'm not really hungry.
Kitchen, very much locked off all over.
Try to get some rest.
With the
We'll take the guard
Resident
shifts.
Evil refrigerator
for base
right
in the morning.
there.
Don't go the
I
whole night
use the
without
term
sleep.
Resident Evil because
Noted.
in Japan, Resident
All
Evil
right then.
video game is called
We'll see you later.
Biohazard. Yeah, the one that cleaned recently. That's
House still
much
looking
of
pretty
the living area
disastrous.
you can see above this block, which essentially consists of
That was harsh.
two
boss.
couches, hardly
Hmm?
been used.
You didn't have to talk to her like that. Not cool.
Midway through
Tell me
this
something I
narrow
don't
hallway,
know.
upstairs bathroom with
don't
bathtub
want her
and
with
shower.
us.
Pretty
Is
much
that it?
hasn't changed since
I'm
the
sure
air
she'd
since
see
the
sense
trolls
if you
first
just gave
saw
her a
it.
chance. What's the problem?
And this
Is
is
it
my
because
room, obviously.
it feels too close to home?
A lot more
Always than
cleaner
one, I'd
than
imagine.
Very
it
well
is now.
spotted,
A lot more clear than the rest of the house, actually,
I
right
knew
now.
it the moment I saw her. She looks
Couch
like
under
them.
that
Exactly.
pile. I'll make
I
the
know,
bed
right?
shortly
Someday
after.
I knew it'd happen,
Anyway, that's
but not
pretty much
exactly
the
best
inside of the
timing, is
house. I guess I gotta show you.
It's
I
the
guess I
same
better
deal
show
with
you
him,
the
you know.
outside as well.
it? Well, sure. Really?
Hoarding
Really, really.
Mom
Panacea
and
said she had
Dad
a
and
hunch.
everything. Freaking cluttered.
I guess we're bound by fate,
I scamper.
like it was meant to be.
Yep, and we just exit the front of the house to the front yard. And there's an accessible portion of the daylily garden.
Nice gear you've got.
Essentially, the front of the house.
Oh, it's Riku
I think
guy.
the front yard is more clear than the
Listen to the power of
backyard.
that motor.
It's just a tool for
There's
destruction. Death.
Garden shed.
Nothing
Pretty much
to
not
be
using it
praised.
nowadays. My
Good
father
point.
liked to spend time in there.
Uh,
Yeah, trees,
Wow.
clearing
That's
up
an
or
Equities
clearing
pulse
up the
driver
gardens.
assembly. No wonder it's so
And
pleasing to the
driveway.
ear. And melded
More
with the
in the
cylinder.
garden patch.
Perfect
There
soldering
goes.
technique.
And we saw the
stop
pen
that.
in the backyard earlier.
Did you make it yourself?
Okay, so that's pretty much
yeah.
best of. Oh, actually, there's one room
I've
I
always
missed.
liked tinkering with machines as well.
And
I can't help myself.
behind this door frame is music room.
Earlier,
Honored in there too.
you tried to help us, right?
So yeah, I'm not too proud of the state of the house.
Using
Yeah, it was all for naught.
Okay.
You
so
didn't
that's
do
pretty
shit,
much everything
kid.
right
is
now.
merely a tool. It does as the user chooses.
Why is
On
Riku
December
just there?
15th, Rebecca sent Chris an email
I don't
questioning his
understand.
reasoning behind his high standards for a potential girlfriend.
To help them.
Chris told her that regarding her suggestions of joining a social group, he already tried that.
You're wrong.
In addition, he felt he could
A
not make the
woman
best of reading self-help
back
books or watching self-help
Then
videos
Riku here
because he
made
could
me
not
this one.
concentrate for
But-
long enough
but-
for him to process
What,
all the
please?
information and
Manner of
enact
expression
changes in his
seems
life.
I'm not
You
saying
don't have to
it's
tell me
bad.
about the
It's
stereotypical,
not bad at
maybe
all.
shallow women
Just a
and how
little
attractive
squeaky.
they are. That
That's
only
same as
weighs in
saying
further
bad.
into my fear of every
Riku had to
woman
make from
being taken by
hodgepodge
some
material.
damn male.
Do not
I have a
nitpick.
personal hatred for 99% of the worldwide population of my own gender.
would you mind
I
if I
often even
take a
find
look?
myself disgusted at my own penis, as well as thinking, I wish I was born female with the possibility of being a
You're missing
lesbian
a shim
or something like
between these
that.
bits.
I find the males
That'll be
most
why it
ugly,
creaks.
offensive,
Hang on,
horrendous,
I should
crazy,
have one here
creepy, and all
somewhere.
that shit. Most of the damn trolls are damn homosexual males. I really loathe them, especially when they push their damn lifestyle into my face. And even just imagining it makes me throw up. I'm most definitely straight, and I take great offense when anyone dares mislabel me otherwise. It pisses me off! Sarah dared consider me on the mislabel, even back in high school. Ugh! I also often ask myself, in this dead end of a life, in a cluttered
That's
house
who's
with
on
my
in
mother,
the
without a
DMs again.
sweetheart, in
What?
over our heads in debt.
I
How
won't
is this
run
my
away
life?
again.
I don't know why I'm telling
Not
you
as
all
if there's
this.
anywhere left
I have
to
a
run.
feeling that you are a genuine, caring woman who listens and keeps it confidential.
I
I
think
pray
it
you
was
will not
good.
betray me as well
What
by not
happened?
telling any troll or whoever else any of this, leading
Fighting
towards
against you?
even more degrading mockery and shit.
I don't understand.
Sigh.
we
Rebecca and
hadn't
Christian
fought,
then spent the next few days
wouldn't be
sharing
here
their
now,
hobbies
like
and
this.
favorite TV shows.
Here isn't exactly
On the
a sparking
20th,
picnic.
he asked her if she was interested in coming back to Virginia and if she were single. Rebecca did not respond to his suggestions, and instead questioned him about his reasons for hating the majority of the male population, especially the gay men. She was disappointed by his stance and mentioned that she broke up with her ex-boyfriend because he was a bigot who insulted her LGBT friends to their faces. He apologized for shocking her and clarified that he could cope with gay men as long as they did not offend him or got too close to him. He blamed the trolls for forcing the gay agenda onto him, which increased his hatred of them, but he felt no offense against lesbians, bisexuals, or transgenders. He expressed his desire to cross-dress more, but resisted because of his mother's objections. He also told her of his need for real friendships to relieve his troubles and misery.
Just knowing who I'm meant to be fighting.
On December 16th, Christian listed a collection of 54 pornographic DVDs up for sale on the online marketplace website, Craigslist. He asked for $1,000 in cash and was not open for negotiation or haggling. When he notified Kim Wilson about this, he stated that it was an effort to relieve some of the financial burden the channelers were under at the time. She told him that some people might raise concerns over the DVDs containing trace amounts of Chris's semen. Chris denied this. She said that $1,000 was a lot of money, and that his porn collection was not worth that much. She encouraged him to try finding a job, possibly with the help of Region 10, a service that could help him realize this goal. In mid-December, Kelly Andes, Chris's high school crush, shared on Facebook his video in which he demonstrates how he would perform oral sex for Jackie, allegedly claiming that she threw up in her mouth while watching it.
This cloud cover
Later on, Sarah Bevel posted an old leaked photo of Chris wearing his mother's undergarments. These posts are likely to have been created by trolls impersonating his former gal pals. On December 23rd, Christian wrote a Facebook post about Justine Sacco, the former personal relations executive who was internationally shamed for her insensitive tweet. He mentioned that she had previously tweeted about a dream in which she had sex with an autistic kid and boasted about it to his friends and ex-gal pals. However, the original tweet contained the hashtag FML, which is usually designated as a punchline to a story of unfortunate circumstance. Some days later, Chris notified Rebecca that the channel spent a quiet Christmas at home. When she mentioned that she received the new game console Xbox One as her Christmas present, it upset him because he believed that all trolls played on Xbox, and that news of her gift put him in a bad mood.
A good thing I'm
After she asked
a
him if he thought
Nintendo,
that her having an
Right?
Xbox made her a troll as well,
Nintendrone.
Christian clarified that he did not think so and apologized for his emotional outburst. He then proceeded to rant about his public invisibility.
Where is this base of yours?
On January 2nd, 2014, Chris asked Rebecca to convince his former gal pals to refriend him to solve his emotional health problems, since he felt
is
that
it
the
the
lack of
giant
friendship for
sword?
him was
I'm
killing
guessing
him.
it's the giant sword.
She soon forwarded an email she received that was written by a troll pretending to be Sarah Bevel.
Can't wait to see what it's like.
The fact that Christian
How
thinks
about
that
you,
anyone can
Limar?
somehow force Tiffany and I to be friends
Not
with him
interested.
clearly shows that he has no respect for our right to choose our own friends. Despite what Christian may think, nobody wants friends forced on them. The arrangement that Tiffany and I made in high school was a unique circumstance. We willingly chose to enter into the agreement. This is yet another reason why so many people have a problem with him. Christian isn't entitled to friends. Nobody is. Friendship is something you have to work at. Christian isn't willing to put even the minimal effort into this. He doesn't want friends. He wants people to kiss his ass. Christian's idea of a friend is someone who will always be there to cuddle him, feed his ego in order to make him feel better about himself. If I were you, Rebecca, I'd seriously reconsider having anything to do with Christian.
Right,
Do you
let's
really
make
want to
trucks,
Google your
bud.
name one day,
Now
only to
customize your
find
unique
out
pairings.
that you'll
Do so,
become
go
the
to main
inspiration
menu
for Christian's latest
and press
rape
Y.
fantasy porn drawing?
Combination of characters you choose
Seriously,
will affect their
as a
Unity skill
friend,
and
I'm telling you to
specifics of their
run.
Unity combo.
Don't walk away
Five
from this.
pairings at best.
On January
Battle
4th, Christian posted about the games Pokemon X and Y, which he had been.
Better remember them.
Let's make a note of the name.
Better remember them.
Ah yes, he waiting for the 0 KBs to go away.
Nice one.
Alright, that wasn't too bad. Don't worry, I paused it. And you didn't miss much. I found all the rest spots in this region. Wow.
Been playing on his Nintendo 3DS and shared his 3DS friends code on Facebook.
Okay, I guess I immediately disconnect as soon as I say that. I like how I disconnect into a connected and back into a disconnect. Alright, let's just do the tutorial. We're gonna get Disney Speedstorm. You gotta pay for it, so no. And I think it's going free to play later. But what if it wasn't?
Which he had been playing on his Nintendo 3DS, and shared his 3DS friends code on Facebook, and requested that when his friends sent him a friend request on the game console, that they also write their Facebook name so he could confirm who he befriended. He continued to post about his progress on the game for the next few days.
Gently now, Rex.
Greene County investigators are looking into the cause of a house fire early this morning. It
Oh,
started at
no.
about 3 o'clock this morning at a home on Branchland Court. That's in the southern part of the county. We're told the fire
we're at the
started
house
in the first floor
fire.
bathroom, but got quickly out of control and eventually shot through the roof. Everybody inside was able to get out safely, but one firefighter suffered minor injuries. The cause of the fire is still under investigation.
And you
At
believe
around
there's
2
still
a.m.
30 more
on
parts
January
after
10th,
this?
a fire broke out at the Chandler home. It was later revealed that Christian was in a room adjacent to their downstairs bathroom, using a Keurig coffee maker that was powered by an extension cord leading from the bathroom. The frequent opening and closing of the bathroom door over time wore away the protective coating of the cord and caused a spark which started the fire. A call to 911 was made at 2:44. The first fire engine arrived a little over 15 minutes later, though soon the fire was growing beyond their control, and those on the scene had to request additional manpower.
Left and above
At
the
around
active
5
characters.
a.m.,
Gotcha.
the fire was still ongoing, and the one
Gotcha.
firefighter who
press
received
CL,
minor
XY, or B,
injuries was transported
the
to
other
Martha
characters
Jefferson
were
Hospital.
special.
Because of the hoarding situation at the home, the firefighters could not enter the property through either of the doors, and instead had to climb in through the windows. Chris and his mother escaped without injury, along with their dogs, Clover and Snoopy, and their cat, Lucy. Unfortunately, their cat Scamper perished due to smoke inhalation.
Exactly, Mr. Pun.
They
They
sought
made their
refuge in
coffee
the
in the
neighbor's
bathroom.
house, from where Chris wrote a Facebook post, published at 5:22, informing his friends and observers of what happened. He later on left a comment complaining about the large number of people clicking the like button on his misfortunate update. By around 7 a.m., the fire had been fully extinguished,
Why are you
and all the
liking
fire trucks
my
had returned
post
to
about
their
my house
bases.
burning down, sir?
At around this time, Chris wrote an angry comment directed at Keurig's Facebook page, blaming their coffee maker for the house fire. The company page apparently was interested in listening to his troubles, though what exactly was privately discussed between them is unknown. Chris's Facebook friend, William Elliott Waterman, was not impressed with Chris's attitude and left a comment. Chris, your house burned down today, and this is the first thing you do? Blame Keurig? Chris, it's no secret that house was a fire hazard. How many things were plugged into that outlet besides the Keurig machine? Chris, I'm sorry for what happened, but vengeance is the wrong attitude to have now. This could be an opportunity in disguise. You can live in a clean place and not let it turn into a cluttered mess. My heart goes out to you. Christian soon left a reply. Into the one outlet in the downstairs bathroom. The only thing plugged into it was the Keurig brewer, and the power circuit breaker failed to auto shut down from that socket. Do the math. William then informed him that plugging in electrical appliances in the bathroom was dangerous, and that they should be plugged in there for only brief amounts of time. That evening, Rebecca forwarded an email to Chris, written by a troll pretending to be Daniel Mims, telling him that most people on the forums were good-natured people that did not mean him any harm, and that only a small fraction that was looked down upon was interested in actively trolling him. He also revealed that at that time, they were brainstorming ideas on how they could help Christian and Barbara, but they were wary of sending him money directly, since they believed that there was a possibility of him misusing the funds. The day after the fire, the Chandlers were allowed to go back home to retrieve any salvageable belongings. Chris also took this opportunity to assess the damage to his Lego high school. The fire had warped and fused many of the pieces together, irreplaceably damaging his creation. Trolls estimated that judging from the Lego sets used to build the high school, it was valued at around $1,000. He relayed to Rebecca that all of his original hand-drawn illustrations and comics were untouched by the flames, as well as the majority of his digital data. Their home insurance company, State Farm, was providing them a hotel for the time being while their house was being cleaned up and repaired. Chris later made a Facebook post requesting prayers and donations. He recommended giving him gift cards for grocery stores or restaurants, and highlighted that Burger King and McDonald's were considered a last choice since they were interested in eating good food. In addition, he had asked his church for clothing, but would also accept more from generous donators online. Based on some suggestions, he was considering starting a page on the crowdfunding website Kickstarter to raise funds for his recovery. He soon after shared a news clip which reported on the house fire. On January 16th, Chris wrote an email to an unknown Manchester High School classmate informing him that his mother believed that a so-called greedy firefighter had stolen a reproduction of a Salvador Dali painting and also her purse. 5 days later, he received some donated items from his Facebook friends William Waterman and Kenneth Engelhart, among others, and thanked them.
Kenneth Engelhart.
He announced that he had just learned that he and his mother both liked the taste of sardines after trying some of Kenneth's donated food. The next day, he wrote that apart from one gal pal, he was disappointed with the majority of his past gal pals, including Tiffany, Sarah, and Kelly, for not showing any care or compassion for him, regardless of their possibly busy or stressful individual lives. He deduced that they likely did not have a heart or soul. On January 25th, Quickie Forums members noticed by reviewing his PlayStation Network account that he started playing his PlayStation 3 again, usually during the early hours of the morning. On the 27th, Christian notified his followers that State Farm provided them with a house to temporarily stay at, as their home was being renovated.
Buddy, the
On
rental
January 29th,
house.
Christian received a big box of donations put together by members of the Quickie Forums,
Hey,
which was
it's a care
organized by the
package.
site's administrator, Joshua Moon,
Look, it's the
also
guy.
known as Null. The items
It's
inside
really him.
included basic toiletries like shampoo, razors, and Axe body spray, along with some cat food and art supplies to encourage Chris's creative output. In addition, there were a few gift cards for restaurants and also a $500 money order for Barbara Chandler. Null wrote a special letter which detailed the forum users' efforts. Hey Chris, your son and your friends have heard about the house fire, and to help you out we put together a care package as quick as we could. In a few days, 34 donated and collected over $900 towards getting this stuff out to you. Since your bathroom is where it started, I focused on buying toiletries and hygienic stuff to keep you clean and healthy as you recover from the damages. I could not spend all the money collected, so I've also included a money order for $500 that you should give to your mother. She can cash it out and buy whatever you guys need to keep chugging. Don't forget to get something nice for your pets too. I know you often feel that life is hopeless, but there's good in the world and in people. I hope this package helps you see that. No person on the internet can ever take away your right to be happy. You must find reasons to enjoy life, even when there are enemies trying to bring you down. I've included some arts and crafts to help you take your mind off things. I think your fans would really like to see what you come up with, because it's been a very long time since we've seen anything new from you. Try to create something that makes you happy and that you can be proud of. Good luck with everything, Chris. Keep hate out of your heart and look forward to each day.
I've got
We will
no
be
hate in
around
my
if you
heart,
need
man.
us. After reviewing the gifts, the channelers felt that there was an error with the money order, so Chris went to Facebook to lodge a complaint. Hey, Dodo Brain, thanks a lump. You did not sign the front of the money order that came in the big box. The bank is unable to do anything with it. Contact your bank or make out a new thing and US mail it to our home address. After this message, Null went to the bank to consult whether an unsigned money order could still be cashed out. The bank informed him that all the money orders came pre-signed, meaning that the person who made the money order did not need to provide their signature. Chris seemingly realized his mistake and deleted his post, writing another one in its place, in which he thanked all who donated to him and wished for the quickie to be removed forever. Christian was unusually quiet on Facebook throughout the next few months. On February 7th, he notified his friends that he went to see the Lego Movie in the cinema, aided by a $7.50 coupon acquired after purchasing the tie-in PS3 game based on the movie. On the 18th, he wrote on his Nintendo Miiverse profile that he was suffering from bronchitis. On February 24th, his 32nd birthday, 2 previously unseen videos were leaked on the Quickie forums. First was his message to Cole Smoothie's brother-in-law, John Kyle, and the other was his rendition of the song Hello My Baby, as performed in the 1955 animated short film One Froggy Evening. It appears to have been filmed sometime in summer 2013.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my money. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me. And you have to load, oh baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
You call me on the telephone. You tell me that you're all alone.
I know that you're lying to your teeth, you dirty rascal. Uncle Jew expect me to believe the lies you had me. You've been out with a gun, broke my heart, made me cry with every phony alibi. When I could see the lipstick on your shirt, you dirty pool cat. Tell me and tell me I'm your own.
At around this time, Christian finished rebuilding his Lego replica of Manchester High School by using a combination of old, fire-damaged pieces and new blocks from recently purchased Lego sets. He also made some extensions to his building. In addition, he used some of the heavily fire-distorted Legos to create an abstract sculpture, which he dubbed Billboard Person from Melting Chaos. In early March, a Quickie Forums user posted a selection of photos that they took of Chris's house. They showed that the windows had been boarded up and a tarp covered the roof. In addition, a large dumpster next to the house was noticed. On March 2nd, Chris wrote an entry on the Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church's website, thanking the church for their efforts in helping his family after the fire. Also in the first week of March, according to Marvin, former PVCC troll and one of the moderators of the Quickie Forums, Chris attempted to shoplift at consumer electronics store Best Buy. Marvin allegedly had a friend who worked as a security guard at the retailer who spotted Chris stuffing items inside his shirt. When he was confronted by a security guard, he dropped all the items he was carrying onto the floor and ran out the store. Chris apparently saw this post and attempted to defend himself via a Facebook post. He confirmed that he went to Best Buy on March 6th. He revealed that in addition to the Lego Movie game for PS3, which he had purchased to acquire the coupon for the cinema ticket, he bought another copy of the game at Best Buy to get a free collectible figurine of one of the characters from the movie. He wrote that he put the figurine into his jacket pocket, and an employee of the store, who he described as an excitable black woman, could validate his purchase if asked. Kim claimed that she saw him in the store, and that he was in fact caught stealing. The following day, he made another post, sharing information which he received from a troll who was apparently pretending to be Megan Schroeder's brother. He claimed that trolls from the image board site 4chan had in their possession security camera footage of Chris attempting to shoplift and also sexually pleasuring men with his hands behind the Best Buy dumpster. They planned to release the footage during the week. The leaker also provided a link to the quick image board on the site 888chan, where trolls discussed Chris and sometimes devised trolling plans. All of this information given to Chris was fake. On April 5th, a user of the website Reddit spotted Chris at the retailer Target and took his photo. At around the same time, a Quickie Forums user, Skyraider, received a batch of 60 photos from an unknown source of the Chandler's house. The pictures showed large amounts of disposable items laid outside the front of the house. One picture taken from the side clearly showed a large hole in the roof, which was covered up with a tarp. On April 16th, he wrote an email to Kim Wilson because he thought his face was creepy and scary and felt like it was the reason for his failing in his search for a girlfriend. Kim informed him that his face was not so much of a problem as his features that he could control and manage. She mentioned that his hair looked messy, which might throw off some women. She blamed him for being discouraged too quickly by rejection, and that his so-called love quest was more like a love wait, because he mainly waited for women to try to approach him. 3 days later, Chris wrote to her about a new trick which he could pull off with his body. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly there, and I have just bathed.
This is not the kind of shit I want to hear when it's fucking 4 in the morning, man.
And I can walk like this.
Hello?
It is that long! And to take a cocky opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee woman, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential.
Yes, I'm quite confident.
I give you permission to only tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Another 3 days later, he refuted her comments that he had made the moves on Megan and the Wallflower and got rejected. He said that he had no moves and that his new method of tucking in his penis helped him because he did not like looking at it.
Can I repeat that part?
And compared
Okay.
it to an ugly growth. On the topic of his
let's repeat that part.
listening
Why not?
and wherever, not counting the Cherokee woman, are really missing out and walk between the men have reached later. Chris wrote to her about a new trick which he could pull off with his body. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly there, and I have just bathed. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in, and I can walk like this. It is that long! And to take a cocky opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee woman, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I give you permission to only tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Another 3 days later,
Something tells
he
me you
refuted
heard
her
it the
comments
first time.
that he had made
You
the
just
moves
wanted
on
me to
Megan
hear
and
that
the
again.
Wallflower and got rejected. He said that he had no moves, and that his new method of tucking in his penis helped him because he did not like looking at it, and compared it to an ugly growth. On the topic of his hair, Kim suggested that he could treat his hair like in the example photos she provided. One was a still of Italian-American model and actor Fabio, shirtless. She added that some of her transgender friends also performed penis tucking. In response, Chris told her that he could not afford to get fancy treatments for his hair. He realized that some transgender people might do that as well, and asked Kim if her transgender friends had any tricks for attracting women. She emphasized again that normally women do not approach men, and that if he didn't try, then he wouldn't succeed. On May 6th, Chris wrote an email apparently replying to Kim's request of making a list of positive and negative traits about himself. He added an in-between column for items he could not categorize. Here, he confessed that he saw himself as a lesbian-identified male, and that he firmly believed that he had been a lesbian woman in his past life, and his autism was punishment for that life. Under positives, his list included compassionate, artistic, imaginative, and cool with lesbians and trannies, but would not date one who had had a gender change operation. He believed that the rainbow was a symbol of unity, and really hated the gay males for destroying the rainbow in the name of their own ways. Under negatives, he listed autism, occasional retardation, a lot of things being his fault, paranoia, and feeling like he was losing his mind. As he continued to put his trust in his supposed online friends at this troublesome time in his life, they for the most part did their best to help. Christian's relaxed nature led to him revealing more secret truths about himself, and when encouraged, he thought more about who he was, and was coming ever closer to solving his inner confusion, and coming to terms with who he felt he truly was.
Hello, my honey. Look at this shit. This is what we end the stream on. This. End of part 39. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to part 40 of the Chris Chan documentary, which we will watch on the next stream! Yes! Yeah, that was part 39. 39 of 74. 74! There are 74 parts. Doesn't it feel like we just started watching this shit yesterday? I swear, we started watching this shit, what, March? I think it was March. Scrumbles did the redeem. Scrumbles is the whole reason we're watching this documentary. He's getting a lot of mileage out of that redeem. Yeah, we started watching it last month. See, the parts aren't that long. It's just like 30, 40 minutes per part. I'll get that, like, you know, it's like you're watching an anime. Marathon, like 5 episodes every night. And then, like, over the course of a couple months, you get caught up, and you're good to go. That's how I caught up with One Piece, until I wasn't caught up with One Piece. Yeah, marathon this shit. That's what we did tonight. That was the purpose of the stream tonight, to get to part 40, and we did. Speaking of progress, we finished chapter 2 on a DLC, but we are on chapter 3 for a good, all in like 8 hours. Wow, dude, I'm still so behind compared to where Golem is. Golem is will be done with this fucking DLC or something, maybe. No, we ain't marathon until it's done. Get out of here. Fucking beat, man. I already had a long ass day today. Tomorrow, gotta get up, and do and get stuff. Got some errands. I gotta get some groceries, man. And, I gotta finish displaying my figures. I got some new shelves installed in the Dingus layer. Remember how I kept telling you guys how I ran out of space in my room for figures and shit? No more space in the Dingus layer. Well, guess what? Got some new shelves installed. We have new figure space. Ah, yes. But I need to determine
what is the best configuration?
To steal a phrase from the guy. The best configuration for the figures. I'm thinking, do I want to separate them by series or want to do it by character? Many ways we can go about this. But we got like 4 new shelves. So there's a lot of space here. And I feel like that's almost too much space now. Like we went from not having enough space to having too much space. I gotta figure out what I want to put here. I guess the plushes could go up there. Yeah, they could, couldn't they? Think about it. Tevin suggested that I make it a redeem. Like you redeem the points and then you get like a shot of the shelves. But he wanted it to be a live shot, like not a picture. Like you redeem it and it turns on the source that shows my shelf, and it's live. It's a live feed. Now I was thinking if I was to do that, I would lie. I would lie and I would say it's like a video I took off of something like, oh no, that's not actually the dingus layer, guys. That's a representation of what the dingus layer looks like, but in reality it actually is the dingus layer. But we'll come up figure out how we're gonna do this. Yeah, the penthouse has been upgraded. Hey man, is the best penthouse on this fucking street. I'll tell you what. Alright, but thanks for stopping by, guys. It's 4 a.m., 5 a.m. for you Eastern idiots, so get out of here. I see Goon's live, and he just went live, it looks like. So we're gonna go to his house. I see Tevin is live too, with Subathon, and Shroom's on like his 11th hour. Tevin is not going to sleep yet. He's actually doing content. Whoa. It's like a buyer's market of who to fall asleep to. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry for the disconnects, but it doesn't look like they were too plentiful this stream compared to the first time we played this, which was depressing. We're so far we're on pace. We're doing like 1 chapter of this per stream. As long as the chapters stay at this length, I could see us doing a chapter stream and wrapping it up. But the real playthrough is gonna be the post game. All those fucking side quests and shit. It'll be like we're playing the main game all over again. Alright, so let's get out of here. Hello? Am I all alone? Why isn't the music playing? What's happening? Help! I don't understand. Why does this always happen to me? Help! There we go. Gotta run it back. And maybe go outside. Thanks for stopping by! You have a good night. Big ups to the small ones who stayed the whole way through, like Nuevo, Mr. Pun, Rezga, Rummy89, Ghost MC, Grizzly, Big Ben, Chris Kudu, Jussie51, Golem, Eddie B, Ian, the amazing positive lurkers, like Almighty Tevin, Alpha Leap, Sleepy, Hanley, Peaches and King, True, Duke, Dem, DJ Filthy Rich, D-Side, V5 Owner, Ian Goon, this house we're gonna go to, Mad Adder, Catsburg, River Trove, and anyone else. Big ups to the resub with Prime. Dude, I love Prime. 3 there anything else? Okay, no, that was it. And he says, "Hey, Dingle." Hello, sir. He's probably asleep by now. We're going to Goon's house. Let's see, what's a good Goon raid message? Here it is. Here's the raid message. Oh yeah, happy May. It's May already. What the fuck? Time always flies when you have fun.
Right.
It's Cinco de Mayo this Friday. What do you got planned, Preska?
Aye, way. Me and Chalupa are gonna hit the town, right?
The 0 KB Club raid post-slot Sunday. No, it's technically Monday. Speaking of which, Mario Monday tomorrow. We're gonna continue Superstar Saga, and I believe I got the rest of the schedule up, so check it. See you when we see it. If we don't see it, then we don't see it. We do see it. We'll see ya. We'll see ya. How much money did I lose? I don't want to talk about it. Adios.